Chapter 17. Katie Ford's sedan cruised the Capitol's grid without purpose, the engine's low hum the only constant in the aimless circuit. Her hands were tight on the wheel, knuckles pale, her thumbs rubbing small, anxious circles against the leather. The killer's taunts circled in her mind, a frustrating, maddening loop of possible double meanings. She could hear the synthetic distortion of his voice, each phrase laid out like a piece of evidence on a table. Each line of his riddles seemed to map not to a person, but to a place. A location. A stage. The deeper truth chilled her, a cold seep that started in her stomach and spread outwards. This man knew her. Intimately. He'd recited private history no researcher could find in any file, the specific brand of her father's cigarettes, the way her mother would hum off-key in the kitchen. He'd been in her apartment, a silent visitor during one of her many absences. The violation of that was a physical itch between her shoulder blades she couldn't scratch. She shifted in the driver's seat, pressing her shoulder blades against the fabric, trying to grind the feeling away. It was no use. He knew Nina Shaw, too, claiming she'd never caught him. That suggested a ghost from Nina's past, a case that had slipped through her fingers. But if Renee Castillo was truly his first kill, as he'd said with such revelatory pride, what case from decades ago could have spawned him? Nina only worked serials now. She hadn't always, but for years her focus had been predators who hunted in series. The contradiction gnawed at her, a rat worrying at a wire. Her jaw tightened, the muscle jumping under the skin. She chewed the inside of her cheek, the faint metallic taste of blood a sharp anchor. The answer, if it existed, was buried in files Nina had closed, or failed to close, years ago, in the dusty digital archives of her early career. She needed those files. Now. Steering into a gas station lot, the tires crunched over spilled gravel and dried mud. She parked away from the pumps, under the flickering fluorescence of the canopy. The air smelled of stale gasoline, hot pavement, and the faint, sweet rot of discarded food wrappers. The buzz of the overhead lights was a high, insectal whine. She killed the engine, and the sudden silence felt heavy, expectant. She weighed her options, tapping a finger against the steering wheel in a rapid, staccato rhythm. The surface databases, the ones she could still theoretically access with her suspended credentials, were useless. They'd be scrubbed, monitored. A digital tripwire. Full access lived on a secured server behind the Bureau's firewall, a fortress she couldn't breach from the outside. Nina's own laptop, with her active credentials cached, was the key. It would be sitting in her seldom-used office at headquarters, a place Katie knew Nina avoided, preferring the field or her own home. A risk, but the only one left. Katie snatched her phone from the passenger seat. The plastic case was warm from the sun, almost hot to the touch. She took a deep breath, held it for a 3 count, and forced her voice into a neutral, professional register as she exhaled, making the call. The line rang twice. Director Vance's office, a crisp, efficient female voice answered. This is Agent Katie Ford. She kept her tone even, just shy of urgent, the way she'd address a fellow agent during a routine request. I need to stop by and pick up some personal items Agent Shaw left for me in her office. Is that possible today? There was a brief pause. Katie could picture the assistant, maybe glancing at a calendar on a monitor, one hand poised over a keyboard. She heard the faint rustle of clothing, then the clack of keys came through the line, sharp and definitive. Agent Shaw's office is on the executive floor. I'll need to verify your authorization for access. Of course, Katie said smoothly, her free hand gripping the steering wheel again. She gave me her verbal authorization this morning. She's in the field on a priority matter and asked me to retrieve a case file jacket she needs couriered to her. It's time sensitive. Another pause, longer this time. Katie held her breaths. Then the clacking resumed. I'll have access arranged. 30 minutes. You'll need to sign in at the main security desk. Perfect. Thank you. Katie ended the call before any other questions could form, her thumb jabbing the disconnect button. She dropped the phone onto the seat as if it were burning her, put the car in gear, and merged back into the sluggish midday traffic. A plan was forming, brittle and dangerous. She'd have a window. A small one. She drove with exaggerated care, signaling every lane change, obeying every speed limit, a model citizen on her way to commit a federal breach of protocol. The lobby of the J. Edgar Hoover building felt like a gallery of sidelong glances and muted conversations that died as she approached. The vast space echoed with the click of heels on marble and the low murmur of official business. The security desk was manned by two officers she didn't recognize. Their eyes tracked her as she crossed the floor, their expressions neutral but their attention absolute. She kept her gaze fixed ahead, on the sign-in ledger, feeling the weight of silent judgment like a physical pressure on her skin. The air was cool, artificially so, carrying the faint, clean scent of industrial floor polish, and underneath it, the ozone tang of electronics. As she reached the desk, one of the officers, a man with a close-cropped gray beard, slid the ledger toward her without a word. She signed the logbook without eye contact, her signature a rushed, angular scrawl that bore little resemblance to her usual one. The date and time were stamped beside it, a permanent record of her trespass. The guard handed her a visitor's badge on a plastic clip. It felt cheap and light in her hand, a tangible demotion. The word visitor was printed in bold black letters above a bright yellow stripe. She clipped it to the lapel of her jacket, the plastic warm from her fingers, a beacon announcing her outsider status. She turned and walked to the bank of elevators, her footsteps sounding too loud in her own ears, each click of her heels on the marble a tiny explosion in the hushed space. She felt eyes on her back, real or imagined. The elevator arrived with a soft chime, its doors sliding open to reveal an empty, mirrored box. She stepped in, pressed the button for the executive floor, and watched the doors slide shut, sealing her in the silent, reflective space. Only then did she exhale, a long, shaky breath that fogged the polished metal briefly before vanishing. Her reflection looked back at her from three sides, pale, tense, the circles under her eyes pronounced in the harsh overhead light. She saw the new lines of strain around her mouth, the way she couldn't quite meet her own gaze. A slight tremor ran through the hand she used to smooth her hair. The doors opened onto the quiet executive floor. The difference was immediate and profound. The noise of the lobby was gone, replaced by a dense, carpet-muffled silence that felt like walking into a library after hours. The hallway was wide, lined with glass-walled offices, many dark, some with their blinds drawn. The lighting was softer here, indirect, glowing from recessed fixtures. The air smelled different too, less like polish, more like expensive coffee, old paper, and the faint, dry scent of central air conditioning. Her own footsteps were swallowed by the thick burgundy carpet. She moved quickly, her shoulders tense, feeling exposed under the gaze of any hidden camera or a colleague stepping out of a conference room. Every closed door felt like a held breath. She found Nina's door, 213B, a simple placard beside it that read A. Shaw, Behavioral Analysis. The blinds behind the glass were open, revealing a neat, impersonal space. Katie's hand hovered over the handle for a second, her palm damp. As she tried it. It turned smoothly, unlocked. She slipped inside and closed the door behind her, her back pressing against the cool glass. For a moment, she just stood there listening. The hum of the building's HVAC was a low, constant drone. A distant, muffled phone rang twice and stopped. Her own heart thudded against her ribs, a frantic counter-rhythm. The office was exactly as she remembered, functional, almost austere. A government issue desk of dark laminate, a high-backed leather chair. A small bookshelf held a few procedural manuals and binders, their spines uniformly labeled, but no personal photos, no knickknacks, no plants. The only hint of Nina was a single, well-worn leather satchel slung over the back of the chair, and a faint, lingering trace of her perfume in the air, something clean and citrus, now mixed with dust. And there, centered perfectly on the green blotter, was the familiar black laptop, its lid closed. Katie moved to the desk, her movements deliberate, each step measured. She sat in the chair, the leather creaking under her weight, the sound absurdly loud. She placed her hands flat on the cool surface of the desk, steadying herself. Then she flipped open the laptop. The screen was dark. She pressed the power button. It glowed to life with a soft chime, prompting for a password. The cursor blinked in the empty field. She typed it, ALFIE, shaking her head slightly at the predictable, sentimental choice. The name of Nina's childhood dog, long dead. The desktop loaded, sparse and organized, a few folder icons, the bureau crest as wallpaper. Her fingers flew over the trackpad, navigating through nested folders to the internal case archive portal, a shortcut she knew Nina kept on the desktop. She input Nina's credentials again when prompted, her typing fast and sure. The system accepted them without delay, presenting her with a welcome screen. The level of access felt illicit, dizzying. She was now Nina Shaw, digitally speaking. A vast, scrolling list of unresolved incidents and closed cases populated the screen, tagged with Nina's identifier. It was a career's worth of violence and dead ends, a catalog of human damage. Katie filtered the search by Nina's first solo years in the behavioral unit, 1998 to 2005, and constrained it to a 50-mile radius of DC. The list shortened from hundreds to a few dozen. Her eyes skimmed the case summaries, each a cold, clinical paragraph of tragedy. An arson with 2 fatalities in a Bethesda row house, a failed bank robbery in Arlington with a police officer wounded, a hostage crisis at a Silver Spring pharmacy that ended peacefully after a 9-hour standoff. Her scan was methodical, her mind parsing the data for a pattern, for a name that resonated with the killer's profile, someone fixated on expertise, on being heard, on proving a point. She discarded the straightforward crimes of passion and greed, looking for the ones with a psychological signature, a grievance that festered. One entry froze her scan. Her finger stopped scrolling. Case E01247B. Federal Annex Hostage Event. 10-0399. The Federal Annex. Her breath hitched, a sharp intake that burned in her chest. She'd just been near there, in that cavernous, echoing space where a man in a postal uniform had bled out on the polished floor. The connection was a live wire, snapping and sparking in her mind. She double-clicked to open the file. The report loaded, a dense block of text and embedded documents. The summary was concise. Subject: Cole Harrington, 38, contract psychologist for the Department of Veterans Affairs. On October 3, 1999, subject barricaded himself inside the 7th Street Federal Annex building with 3 civilian administrative employees. Armed with a semi-automatic pistol. issued demands related to wrongful termination and professional disparagement. Threatened to execute hostages. After 14-hour standoff, negotiation by Agent A. Shaw resulted in subject's peaceful surrender. Hostages unharmed. Subject convicted on multiple charges, sentenced to 22 years. Katie's pulse quickened, a drumbeat in her ears that drowned out the HVAC hum. She opened the supplemental files. There were photos, a grainy, late 90s headshot of Cole Harrington. He had a narrow, intelligent face, wire-rimmed glasses, thin lips pressed into a severe line. He looked more like a frustrated academic than a violent man, the kind of face you'd see peering from a journal article. She read the negotiator's log, seeing Nina's voice in the terse, professional notes, subject rational but fixated on perceived injustice. Responds to logic, not emotion. Key point, feels his expertise has been mocked, his life's work invalidated. Do not appeal to sympathy, appeal to legacy. The phrasing was a cold splash of recognition. His expertise. She searched for his release date, her fingers suddenly clumsy on the keys, hitting the wrong one and having to backspace. A correctional system database was linked to the file. As she clicked it, the page loaded, a stark interface of inmate data. Her breath caught sharp and cold in her throat as her eyes found the line. Release date 4/02/2023, parole. Custody transferred to community supervision. D walked out of prison 1 month ago. 1 month of freedom before Renee Castillo was killed behind the hospital. Before the calls started. Before the riddles. The timeline clicked into place with an almost audible snap. The office door opened. Katie's head snapped up. Her heart slammed against her sternum, a painful, jarring impact. In one fluid, panicked motion born of pure adrenaline, she snapped the laptop shut and spun in the chair, her hand grabbing the first thing it found, a discarded, lightweight blazer that had been draped over the back of the visitor's chair. She held it up, a flimsy prop, her fingers clenching the fabric. A young woman with sharp, observant eyes and dark hair, pulled into a severe bun, stood in the doorway. She wore a tailored pantsuit in charcoal gray and held a tablet against her chest like a shield. Agent Ford, her voice was polite, professionally neutral, but her gaze was assessing, sweeping from Katie's face to the closed laptop to the blazer clutched in her white-knuckled hand. Yes, Katie's voice came out a notch too high, tight with strain. She cleared her throat, forcing a semblance of calm. The door was unlocked. Just grabbing a coat Nina was holding for me. She offered a tight smile, feeling the strain in her cheeks, the unnatural pull of it. She stood, casually draping the blazer over her arm, trying to block the view of the laptop with her body, angling herself between the desk and the woman. The assistant didn't budge from the doorway. She glanced down at her tablet, tapped the screen once, then looked back at Katie. I'm Wendy Cho. From Research Support. I processed the access request. She paused, her expression softening almost imperceptibly, a slight easing around the eyes. Then she added, her voice dropping to just above a whisper, for what it's worth, most of us in the support pool think the suspension is garbage. We've seen your work. The profiles on the I-95 cases were textbook. Katie felt a fraction of the tension drain from her shoulders, a slight uncoiling of the wire that had been tightening her spine. It wasn't a trap. Not yet. I appreciate that, she said and meant it. The words felt rusty, disused. It's a complicated situation. Wendy took a step into the office, letting the door swing mostly closed behind her with a soft hiss of the hydraulic hinge. She wasn't smiling, but her posture lost some of its formal rigidity. She shifted her weight, her eyes darting to the closed door briefly before returning to Katie. "I have my own reasons to believe you," she said, her gaze dropping to the geometric pattern of the carpet. She seemed to be choosing her words with immense care, weighing each one. "It's about Todd Osgood." The name landed like a stone in the pit of Katie's stomach. A cold, heavy weight that pulled everything down. She felt her own face go still, all expression wiped clean by shock, her features arranging themselves into a mask of professional neutrality that did nothing to hide the sudden pallor. She saw Wendy register the reaction, a flicker of shared pain in her eyes, a recognition that this was not just a name on a report. "You knew him?" Katie asked, her own voice thin, stretched tight. Wendy nodded once, a sharp, jerky motion. She looked up, meeting Katie's eyes. Hers were bright with unshed tears she was clearly fighting back, the sheen of them making her dark irises seem even darker. "We dated. Briefly. About 8 months ago, right after I transferred into research from records. He was charming. At first. Brought coffee, remembered little things." She swallowed, her throat working. "When I ended it, he changed. Overnight. The messages, the emails. Then the threats. He said he had friends on the outside, people who'd make me sorry if I talked. He described details. About my apartment building. The kind of details you only know if you've watched." Katie felt a cold, grim kinship with this woman she'd never met. It was a club no one wanted to join, bound by the same specific, intimate terror. She took a half step closer, the blazer forgotten in her hand, hanging limply at her side. "He told my secrets too," Katie said quietly, the confession feeling both dangerous and necessary. "Private things. Things I'd said in confidence. Posted them online. Made it sound like I'd confided in him, like we were sharing some joke. He twists it." A tear escaped, tracing a quick, clean path down Wendy's cheek. She brushed it away with an angry, swift motion of her thumb, as if swatting a bug. "I haven't told anyone here," she whispered, her voice dropping even lower, conspiratorial. "I was too ashamed. That I'd fallen for it. And scared. He's connected. Or he acts like he is." "You should," Katie said, her voice firm now. The professional instinct, the deep-seated need to protect a victim, cut through her own panic and guilt. "Today. Go to the Office of Professional Responsibility or the counselors in employee assistance. They can help with the online harassment, and they absolutely need to know about the physical threats. For your safety and for the record." She reached out, hesitated, then placed a hand on Wendy's shoulder. The fabric of her suit jacket was smooth and cool under Katie's palm. "You're not alone in this, Wendy. What he does, it's a pattern. A deliberate one. You speaking up adds to the pattern. It makes it harder for him to hurt the next person. It gives the next person a precedent." Wendy looked at her, really looked at her, searching Katie's face for sincerity, for any hint of condescension or dismissal. What she found seemed to steady her. She took a deeper breath, her shoulders squaring slightly beneath Katie's hand. She managed a weak, wobbly smile that didn't reach her eyes. Thank you. I will. Today. After my shift." They shared a brief, understanding look, a silent acknowledgement of shared damage, of nights spent checking locks, of the particular strain of pretending everything is fine. Then Wendy nodded again, more firmly, and slipped back into the hall, pulling the door shut behind her with a soft, definitive click. Katie was alone again with the silent, accusing presence of the laptop on the desk. The encounter had lasted less than 2 minutes, but it left her feeling raw and strangely galvanized. The world had narrowed again, the immediate threat of exposure receding, replaced by the older, colder threat waiting in the data. She listened for a moment, hearing only the distant sound of a phone ringing down the hall, unanswered. Then she moved. She sat back down, the chair leather sighing. She opened the laptop. The screen glowed back to life, still on the inmate data page. She found the resettlement information for Cole Harrington, buried in a parole board document attached to the file. Magnolia House, apartment 39 in Georgetown. A halfway house for white-collar offenders. She committed the address to memory, repeating it silently 3 times, then meticulously closed the file, cleared the search history and browser cache, and navigated back to the bland desktop wallpaper of the bureau seal. She powered down the computer, the screen winking to black, leaving her reflection in the dark glass. She stood, adjusting the blazer over her arm. It was too small for her, a fact that would look suspicious if anyone thought to check. She had to go. Now. She opened the office door a crack, peered out. The hallway was still empty, a tunnel of quiet carpet and soft light. She stepped out, pulling the door shut until she heard the lock engage with a solid, final thunk. Her walk back through the executive hallway felt longer, every glass wall a potential eye, every closed door a lid on someone who might emerge and recognize her. She kept her pace steady, not rushing, the visitor's badge a bright, mocking yellow on her chest. She pressed the elevator button, her finger cold. The ride down was interminable, the car stopping once on the 8th floor to let a pair of suited men on. They glanced at her badge, then at her face. One of them, older with a salt and pepper mustache, frowned slightly, as if trying to place her. She stared straight ahead at the descending floor numbers, her expression blank, her body rigid, until they got off on 5, their conversation about budget allocations fading as the doors closed. In the lobby, she handed the visitor's badge back to the security desk with a curt nod, not waiting for a receipt or a sign-out. She pushed through the heavy brass and glass doors, and the humid, noisy air of Washington hit her like a wall. The growl of traffic, the blare of a horn, the smell of exhaust and hot concrete. She didn't realize she'd been holding her breath until she let it out in a rush, the air leaving her lungs in a shaky gust. She walked to her car, parked a block away in a metered spot. The sunlight felt overly bright, exposing, highlighting every flaw. She unlocked the door, slid inside, and immediately hit the lock button, the solid chunk of small comfort. The interior was hot, the steering wheel almost too warm to touch, the air thick and still. She started the engine, just for the air conditioning, and sat for a moment, her hands resting on her thighs, palms up. She watched the slight, involuntary tremble in her fingers, willed it to stop, and when it didn't, she clenched her hands into fists. Then she took out her personal phone, the screen slick under her thumb. She opened the Maps application, her typing hurried. She entered the address, Magnolia House, Georgetown. The digital map calculated a route, 12 minutes in current traffic. A blue line snaked across the screen, a path laid out through the city's arteries. She put the car in drive, checked her blind spot twice, and pulled out into the sluggish traffic. The blazer lay crumpled on the passenger seat, a useless artifact of her deception. Her mind was no longer on Todd Osgood or on Wendy's frightened, grateful eyes. It was focused ahead, down that blue line on the map, to a resettlement apartment in Georgetown. She had a conversation to initiate with a man who'd had 22 years in a concrete box to nurse a grudge, to fantasize about revenge, and to study the agent who had put him there. A man who believed his expertise had been mocked, his life's work invalidated. A man who now had a brand new subject for his dark expertise, a living, breathing puzzle to solve, her. Chapter 18. The air in Georgetown was thick with the scent of magnolias and old money, a cloying sweetness that clung to the back of the throat. It was a neighborhood of polished brass and black iron fences, of window boxes spilling with ivy and impatience, where the silence was the expensive kind, bought and maintained. Magnolia House was a stately, three-story brick building with crisp white trim and black shutters, a resettlement facility that looked more like a discreet boutique hotel or a private psychiatric clinic than a halfway house. The lawn was a perfect carpet of green, edged with blooming magnolia trees, whose waxy, white petals littered the walkway like discarded invitations. Katie stood on the sidewalk, the soles of her shoes silent on the paved stone. She checked the address on her phone against the polished brass numbers mounted beside a deep blue door. This was it. The last known address for Cole Harrington, Nina Shaw's first major arrest, the desperate hostage-taker from a lifetime ago, now released into this genteel purgatory. She took a moment to study the building, the analyst in her cataloging points of entry and egress. She walked slowly along the front fence, a low barrier of black wrought iron more for decoration than deterrence. The first-floor windows were tall, but she noted the subtle, almost invisible wire mesh within the panes, safety glass reinforced. The front door was solid wood, likely with a steel core. A discreet camera dome, its dark glass eye polished to a shine, watched over the entrance from under the eaves. It was a pretty cage, but a cage nonetheless, designed to keep threats both out and in. She saw a side door, painted the same deep blue, with a keypad entry. A fire escape ladder, its black paint flaking, was coiled under a second-floor window, accessible from a small balcony. From a block away, she heard the cheerful clatter of dishes from an outdoor cafe, a burst of laughter from a group of women in tennis whites. The normal world carrying on. As she watched, the front door opened, and a man in his 60s, dressed in neat khakis and a polo shirt, stepped out. He stood for a moment on the top step, blinking in the sunlight, his hands patting his pockets as if checking for something he knew wasn't there. Then he shuffled down the walk, head down, and turned left without looking back. A resident or a visitor? She couldn't tell. The building gave nothing away. She pushed through the heavy door, the brass handle cool and solid in her grip. The foyer was a pocket of quiet, tastefully decorated with worn but quality furniture. A faded Persian rug over dark hardwood, a mahogany side table holding a vase of fresh lilies, their scent battling the underlying odor of lemon polish and floor wax. The air was cool, climate-controlled to a perfect, neutral temperature that made the skin on her arms prickle. A staff member, a woman in her 50s with a kind face and tired eyes, sat at a discreet cherrywood desk. She looked up from a computer screen, her smile professional but guarded. Her fingers paused over the keyboard. "Can I help you?" "I'm here to see Cole Harrington." I called ahead. "Katie Ford." The woman's eyes flickered with recognition and a hint of caution. She didn't reach for a phone or a sign-in sheet. Instead, she let her gaze travel over Katie, taking in the practical jacket, the jeans, the lack of a visible badge or portfolio. "Yes, he's expecting you. He's in the sunroom." Down the hall, all the way to the back, through the French doors, she paused, her expression firming. "Please remember, Mr. Harrington is under no obligation to speak with you. He's served his time. This is a place for peace, not for stirring up old troubles." "I understand," Katie said, her voice even, holding the woman's look. "This is informal. I'm not here in any official capacity that would violate his conditions. He agreed to the visit. The woman's lips pressed into a thin line. She gave a slight, skeptical nod, her eyes dropping back to her screen. The dismissal was clear, but it was a dismissal loaded with a quiet protectiveness. Katie followed the indicated hallway, her footsteps muffled by the thick runner carpet in a pattern of muted blues and golds. The walls were lined with bland, inoffensive landscapes, meadows, gentle streams, and framed inspirational quotes about second chances and new beginnings. One read, "Today is the first day of the rest of your life," in elegant script. Another promised, "Courage is fear that has said its prayers." The platitudes felt heavy and ironic in the hushed space. The place felt like a cross between a very quiet library and a very nice hospice. At the end of the hall, a set of painted white French doors stood open, leading into a bright, glass-walled room. The sunroom was a long, narrow space, one wall made entirely of windows and the other of the original brick, painted a soft cream. The light was hazy, filtered through the large, leathery leaves of a magnolia tree just outside, casting shifting, dappled patterns on the cool tile floor. The air here was warmer, carrying the green smell of the garden mixed with the dusty, slightly sweet scent of old wicker and damp earth from a large potted fern in the corner. Several chairs and a small sofa were arranged around low tables stained with water rings. In one of them, a man sat perfectly still, a silhouette against the brightness. Cole Harrington. He was a shrunken man, swallowed by a beige cardigan and dark slacks that were too big at the waist. The prison pallor still clung to his skin, a yellowish-gray undertone that no amount of sun from this garden could erase. His hair, thin and white, was combed neatly to the side with a wet look, as if he'd recently run a hand through it. His hands, large-knuckled and dotted with age spots, rested palms down on his knees, fingers splayed slightly, as if holding himself in the chair, preventing a tremor or a sudden flight. He wasn't just sitting, he was stationed there, a sentry at the edge of a world he no longer belonged to. The fierce, wild-eyed desperation of the man in the news archives, the one holding a gun to a teller's head, his face a mask of sweat and panic, was gone. In its place was a figure of profound, bone-deep weariness. He stared out at the small, manicured garden, but his eyes weren't following the flutter of a sparrow or the drift of a cloud. They were fixed on nothing, seeing everything he'd ever done. His chest rose and fell in a slow, shallow rhythm that seemed more like habit than need. Katie paused in the doorway, allowing him a moment to sense her presence. She didn't want to startle him. A floorboard in the hallway creaked behind her, but he didn't react. She waited a full 5 seconds, watching the line of his shoulders, the stillness of his head. She cleared her throat softly. Mr. Harrington." He turned slowly, the movement stiff, as if his joints had rusted in the damp air. There was no surprise on his face, just a slow, mechanical realignment. His eyes found her, watery and a pale, faded blue but alert. They tracked her up and down, taking in her jeans, her jacket, the way she stood with her weight balanced. He looked at her hands, empty at her sides, then at the line of her jacket where a weapon might be concealed. Assessing threat even here. His own hands didn't move from his knees. "I'm Katie Ford. I called earlier." Federal agent, his voice was a dry rasp, unused, the words pushed out on a thin breath. "Former," she said, stepping fully into the room. The tile was cool beneath her feet, a stark contrast to the warm air. She kept her movements smooth, unhurried. "I'm consulting on a case. A cold case. It involves some history from around the time of your incident. I was hoping you could help me understand some context." She gestured toward the wicker chair opposite his, Its seat cushion faded to a vague floral blur. "May I sit?" He didn't speak, just gestured with a slight, twitchy motion of his fingers toward the chair. It was permission, not welcome. The old wicker creaked and groaned in a chorus of protest as she lowered herself into it. She positioned herself at an angle, not directly confrontational, giving him the option to look at her or out the window. The woven pattern pressed through her jeans, leaving a temporary, prickly imprint. He chose the window, but his attention was now split, a fraction of it tethered to her presence in the room. "You're not with the Marshalls," he stated, his gaze still on the garden. A hydrangea bush, its blooms a tired blue, nodded in a faint breeze. "Or probation. They wear cheaper shoes. And they don't ask." "No," Katie confirmed, filing away the observation. He was more perceptive than he looked. She kept her hands loose in her lap, non-threatening. "This isn't about your supervision. This is about something else. I need to ask you about phone calls. Anonymous calls I've been receiving." Harrington let out a sound, a dry, rasping laugh that caught in his throat and turned into a wet, rattling cough. His body folded inward, shoulders hunching protectively. He pulled a folded white handkerchief from his cardigan pocket, a surprisingly neat square, and pressed it to his mouth, his eyes squeezing shut. When the fit subsided, he lowered the cloth, revealing a faint, bitter smile touching his thin lips. He shook his head slowly, a man confronted with a cosmic joke. "Lady," he said, the word heavy with decades of disillusionment. "My phone is a flip phone the social worker gave me the day I walked out. It makes calls. It gets calls from my sister in Ohio, and from bill collectors." That's it, he pronounced the words with a deliberate, almost proud ignorance, a shield against a world that had moved on without him. "I don't even know how to text." "I don't want to know." He shifted in his chair, his movements careful, deliberate, as if navigating a minefield of old pains. He dug into his other pocket and pulled out the device. It was a clamshell model, cheap plastic in a dark blue color, at least 15 years out of date. He held it between his thumb and forefinger as if it were a dead insect, his expression a mix of distaste and bewilderment. "You think I'm some tech wizard making creepy calls?" "Look at me." Katie did. She looked past the worn cardigan and the tired eyes. She watched his hands. The way he fumbled with the phone, his thick, age-spotted thumb pressing the side button first, expecting it to flip open before finding the correct latch. He opened it with a clumsy, two-handed motion. The inside was clean, the keypad numbers barely worn. The screen was a tiny, monochrome green rectangle, blank except for the time and a weak signal indicator. He stared at it with genuine confusion, as if unsure what he was supposed to be showing her, then snapped it shut with a finality that was both awkward and definitive. The technological illiteracy was palpable, a wall between him and the modern world. The synthetic, taunting voice of her caller, that flat, digitally modulated tone that could be generated by a dozen cheap apps, required at least a basic smartphone or a burner phone with voice modulation capabilities. It required an understanding of how to acquire and use such things, how to navigate the digital shadows. This man, who seemed bewildered by his own outdated device, didn't have the means. The realization was a door closing in a long, dark hallway, not with relief, but with a new, colder kind of dread. If it wasn't him, the field just got darker, deeper, and far more personal. "The calls I'm getting," Katie pressed, leaning forward just an inch, her voice dropping to match the confidential, trapped quiet of the room. The wicker creaked in sympathy. "They reference Nina Shaw. Your case. As specifically, they're trying to continue a conversation with her through me. They know details only someone with deep knowledge of that event would know. They know how she works, how she thinks. At the mention of Shaw's name, something in Harrington's face shut down. It wasn't a flinch, but a slow, internal withdrawal, like a sea creature retracting into its shell. The muscles around his mouth tightened, pulling the skin taut over his jaw. His eyes, which had briefly met hers, skittered away to a point on the tile floor between them, a crack in the grout he seemed to find suddenly fascinating. A complex shadow passed over his features. Fear, sharp and immediate, a rabbit smell of a predator, then a deep, old resentment, the ember of a fire that had burned for 22 years, and finally, settling over it all, a crushing resignation. It played out in the slow droop of his eyelids, the slight deflation of his already slumped shoulders, as if the name itself had weight and it was pressing him deeper into the chair. Shaw, he said the name like it was a stone in his mouth, something he had to work around. He paused, his throat working as he swallowed. That woman ended my life. Another pause, longer this time, filled with the hum of the refrigerator from a nearby kitchen. And she was right to do it. He looked down at his hands, turning them over as if reading his own palms, the lines of his fate. And I was high, desperate, scared out of my mind. I thought I had no way out. I hurt people. I terrorized them. His voice grew quieter, each word sandpapered down by regret, losing volume but gaining a painful clarity. I've had 22 years, 3 months, and 14 days to think about the people in that bank. The pregnant woman who hyperventilated and passed out. The old man who dropped his nitroglycerin pills and couldn't reach them. The teller, Sandra. Sandra, who had a heart attack from the stress, right there on the linoleum. She lived, they told me that much at the sentencing. But she lived with a damaged heart. And I live with that. Every day. It's the first thing I think about when that damn sun comes up and hits these windows, and the last thing I see when I turn out the light. The remorse wasn't just in his words. It was etched into the very architecture of his body. The way his head hung forward, not in shame, but in a permanent state of bearing a weight, the curve in his spine that spoke of years spent on a thin prison cot, the fine, constant trembling in his resting hands that he tried to hide by pressing them flat. This wasn't the practiced posture of a manipulator or a liar seeking parole. It was the exhaustion of a man who had been hollowed out by guilt, year after year, until nothing was left but the shell and the memory of the crime. Katie felt a cold kinship with that exhaustion. She knew what it was to be defined by a single, terrible moment, to have your professional life, your very self, dissected and judged by it. But her moment was still unfolding, a live wire sparking in the dark. His was a life sentence already served, the verdict etched into his posture, his voice, his hands. If you're not calling me, Katie said, her own voice softening despite her intent, the professional detachment giving way to something closer to shared fatigue, then who is? Who else is obsessed with Nina Shaw from that time? Who wanted to know about her, who would have had access? Who would have a reason to keep digging into that case, into her, after all these years? Harrington was silent for a long moment. He turned his head back toward the garden, but his eyes were unfocused, looking inward now, sifting through the sediment of 2 decades. He swallowed, the sound audible in the quiet room, a dry click. Somewhere in the walls, a radiator pinged, a contracting metal sigh. A bird chirped insistently outside, a sharp, normal sound that seemed to mock the gravity in this sunlit box. He took a slow, deliberate breath. There was a man, he said finally, the words so low Katie had to lean in, forearms on her knees, to catch them. He didn't look at her. came to see me in prison. At Louisburg. For years, he lifted a hand, rubbed at his temple with trembling fingers as if the memory caused a physical ache. Started maybe 8-10 years after I went in. FBI psychologist, he said. Had the credentials, showed his badge at visitation every time. Said he was doing a long-term study on criminality and law enforcement response. The dynamic, he called it. The interaction. Katie's pulse, which had been a steady, subdued thrum, kicked into a faster, harder rhythm against her ribs. She kept her breathing even, her face a neutral mask, but her mind was suddenly, sharply alert, every sense tuning to the frequency of this new data. FBI psychologist. The pieces clicked into place with an almost audible snap. The insider knowledge of bureau protocols and cold case details. The understanding of investigative psychology, of profiling pitfalls. The pathological need not just to kill, but to engage, to analyze the analysis, to turn the hunt into a clinical dialogue. It fit the contours of her tormentor perfectly. What was his name? She asked, keeping her tone flat, professionally curious, not wanting to break the fragile thread of his recollection. Harrington shook his head slowly, his gaze still turned inward. He never said. Just doctor, he'd show the badge, they'd check his briefcase, always had a little leather satchel, and in he'd come. A strange guy. Intense. Quiet, but not a comfortable quiet. A waiting quiet. Harrington's eyes finally slid back to hers, seeking confirmation that she understood the distinction. He needed her to see the man, not just hear the description. He'd sit there on the other side of the glass, always in a suit, tie perfectly knotted. Never took his jacket off, even in the summer visiting room heat. He'd have this little leather notebook, bound with an elastic. He'd ask questions. But they weren't about me. Not really. Not about why I did it, or my childhood, or any of that crap the other shrinks wanted. They were always about her. Sure. Yeah. How she talked. The exact words she used when she negotiated. And Mr. Harrington put the gun down. Let's talk about what you need. He wanted the phrasing. The tone of her voice, was it calm, was it firm, did it ever waver? How she moved, did she stand still, did she pace, did her hands gesture? What she said during the standoff, the exact sequence. What I thought she was feeling. What I saw in her eyes. Did she look scared? Did she look angry? What made her tick? Harrington's voice took on a puzzled, weary cadence, reliving the oddity of those sessions. I figured it was some academic thing. A book he was writing. A study on famous female agents. But he kept coming, every few months like clockwork. For years. And it was always the same questions, just phrased a little different each time. Like he was trying to build her. From the pieces I gave him. Like I was a witness to a saint, not a federal agent who put me away. The seed was planted, sharp and cold, taking root in the pit of Katie's stomach. An FBI psychologist with a decades-long, singular fixation on Nina Shaw. A man who studied the hunter by interviewing her prey, who collected the reflections of her in the eyes of the men she'd captured. The profile didn't just fit her anonymous caller, it was him. The pathological need for a dialogue with Shaw, mediated now through her protégé, it was a continuation of the same twisted study. He hadn't stopped when the visits ended. He'd just found a new, more active subject. Hey, sorry? You never learned anything else about him? Katie pressed, her pen now poised over her own notebook, the page blank and waiting. The first name. A physical description you remember, anything distinctive. Anything he might have let slip about his work, his interests. Harrington's gaze drifted upward, searching the ceiling tiles for memory, his pale eyes moving back and forth as if reading text. He was average. White. Middling height, not tall, not short. Brown hair, maybe going gray at the temples later on. Glasses, thin wire frames. Clean-shaven. He had a way of listening. He'd lean forward just a little, and his eyes wouldn't blink. For minutes. It was like being stared at by a statue. He never talked about himself. Not a word. No, how's the food? No, seen any good movies? Not that we got movies. It was a one-way street. My memories of her, funneling into his notebook. He looked back at Katie, a faint line of concern forming between his brows, as if he was only now realizing the true strangeness of it. He stopped coming about 5 years ago. Just didn't show up for his scheduled visit. Never said why. I asked the guard once, he just shrugged. I figured he'd finished his book. Got his answers. 5 years ago, Katie repeated, writing it down. The date sat on the page, a hard stop. A timeline was forming. Something had changed 5 years ago. Had he left the bureau? Retired? Had he been fired or disciplined? Or had his obsession shifted from passive observation to something more active, more hands-on? The cessation of visits might mark the beginning of a new, more dangerous phase. Harrington's eyes, which had been focused on her with a kind of grim intensity, suddenly darted toward the hallway behind her. It was a quick, nervous twitch, a rabbit sensing a hawk. His posture, which had relaxed slightly during the effort of recollection, stiffened again, his spine straightening a fraction. His fingers, which had been resting loosely, curled into the fabric of his slacks, gripping the material. Look, he said, his voice dropping to a whisper, though they were utterly alone in the sunroom. The sound of the distant cafe was a world away. I answered your questions. You should go. This place, it's not as safe as it looks. The pretty furniture doesn't stop a bullet. The nice rug doesn't soak up much blood. Katie followed his glance toward the empty hallway, then back to his face. The fear there was immediate, contemporary, not the old, digested fear of prison or guilt. This was a fresh, daily terror, the kind that tightens the gut and shortens the breath. What do you mean? He leaned forward, the wicker creaking in alarm. The short distance between them filled with the scent of old man, talcum powder, laundry soap, and something faintly medicinal. He lowered his voice further, so she had to strain to hear, his words barely shaping the air. The Red Diamonds. Gang from my old neighborhood, over in Anacostia. They know I'm out. They heard I was in a nice place in Georgetown. He gave a bitter, hollow laugh that held no humor. They think I've got money stashed from the old days. That there was a haul from the bank, I never told anyone about. If I don't, I've got nothing but this cardigan and a state pension that doesn't cover the coffee in the shops out there. He jerked his chin toward the window. But they don't believe that. They keep sending people around. Young kids mostly. Hard eyes, puffy jackets. Making threats. Leaving notes tucked in the door jamb. Welcome's home, old man. Time to pay up. His hand, resting on the chair arm, trembled visibly. He clenched it into a white-knuckled fist to stop the shaking, the tendons standing out like cords. I didn't survive 22 years in Lewisburg. I didn't survive the shanks, the lockdowns, the guys who wanted to make a name off the bank robber. to get stabbed in the kidney on a Georgetown patio for $50 imaginary dollars. The mundane horror of it hit Katie with a sickening, concrete weight. Here was a man who had been psychologically dissected by a psychopath for sport, a specimen in a twisted study, and now he was being hunted by street-level predators for a phantom score. Two different machines of violence, one grotesquely intellectual and patient, one brutally simple and impatient, both grinding him down from opposite ends. The sunroom, with its dappled light and floral scent, the gentle brush of magnolia leaves against the glass, suddenly felt like the most vulnerable, exposed place on earth. The wire mesh in the windows seemed flimsy, the locked doors a laughable formality. Katie stood up slowly, the wicker groaning in relief as her weight left it. Harrington looked up at her, his watery eyes wide with a plea he wouldn't or couldn't voice. He was a source, a broken man, and now, clearly, a potential victim in a story he never asked to be part of. She couldn't protect him from the killer in the shadows, the doctor with the notebook, but she could maybe offer a temporary haven from the wolves at this too-pretty door. It was a small gesture, almost meaningless against the scale of his troubles, but it was a thread of agency she could still pull. She pulled a small notepad and a pen from her jacket pocket. "There's a Sikh community center over on P Street," she said, writing as she spoke. Her handwriting was quick, precise, the letters blocky and clear. "Say Gurdwara. They run a community outreach program, no questions asked. They serve free meals to anyone, every day. Langar, it's called. It's a place to sit, to be around people who aren't going to hurt you. And it's safe." Respectful, she finished writing the address and a brief note, "Katie sent you. Please help," and tore the sheet from the pad. She held it out to him, the paper a small white flag. They might know of a shelter, a temporary placement, that's off the usual grids. Somewhere the red diamonds wouldn't think to look. "Tell them Katie sent you. They'll help." He stared at the small, white rectangle of paper as if it were a foreign object, an artifact from a civilization he didn't understand. Slowly, hesitantly, he reached out. His fingers, cold and dry as parchment, brushed against hers as he took it. A faint, static shock passed between them. He didn't immediately look at the writing. He just held it, pinched between thumb and forefinger, his other thumb smoothing over the torn edge, feeling the texture. "Why?" he asked, his voice cracking on the single syllable. He looked from the paper to her face, genuine, profound confusion in his faded eyes. "Why would you help me? I'm nobody. I'm less than nobody. I'm a ghost they let out during the day." Katie met his gaze. She saw the ghost of the desperate, violent man he had been, and the hollowed-out husk he had become. She thought of the killer on the phone, of the game she was trapped in, of the constant, grinding pressure of being a target with no backup, no badge, no home. In that moment, the difference between hunter and hunted, between analyst and subject, between the one asking questions and the one holding a piece of paper with an address, felt dangerously thin, a membrane that could tear at any moment. "Because you're not who I'm looking for," she said simply, the truth of it stark and clear in the quiet room. "And everyone deserves a place to hide sometimes. Even if it's just for an afternoon. Even if it's just a quiet room with different walls." She didn't offer a handshake. The moment felt too fragile for that kind of contact. She just gave him a final, brief nod, a silent acknowledgement of the transaction, his memory for her direction, then turned and walked back across the sunroom, her footsteps echoing lightly on the tile, each step marking her retreat from his private purgatory. At the French doors, she glanced back. He hadn't moved. He sat in the pool of hazy, leaf-dappled light, the fragile piece of paper now clutched in his fist, held against his chest. He was staring down at his own hand, at the white corner visible between his fingers, as if it were a lifeline thrown into deep water, unsure if he had the strength to hold on. The garden behind him was a vivid, green snapshot of a piece he couldn't touch, a world of color and life that ended at the glass. Katie retraced her steps down the quiet hallway, past the inspirational quotes that now seemed like cruel jokes, past the staff member who didn't look up from her computer this time, her fingers clicking steadily on the keys, processing some other piece of someone else's managed life. She pushed through the heavy blue door and stepped back out onto the street. The Georgetown air washed over her, still sweet with magnolias, now mixed with the exhaust of a passing delivery truck. A convertible filled with college students rolled by, bass thumping from its speakers, a wave of laughter and loud conversation trailing in its wake. From the cafe down the block, she heard the distinct, crystalline clink of wine glasses and another peal of effortless, moneyed laughter. The genteel calm of the neighborhood felt like a veneer now, a stage set painted over rot. Beneath the polished brass and blooming trees, the meticulously edged lawns and historic plaques, the gears of two different machines were turning, their noise drowned out by the sounds of commerce and leisure. One was a killer, methodical and obsessed, a ghost from the bureau's own basement, tracing the shadow of a woman he'd studied like a rare specimen for years, building her in a notebook from second-hand recollections. The other was a more mundane, grimy engine of violence, grinding down broken men for petty cash and street cred, its brutality as simple and direct as a knife to the gut, its logic as old as poverty and fear. She had eliminated a suspect. The relief was negligible, a tiny puff of air swallowed by the vacuum of what she'd gained. A critical, chilling data point, a nameless FBI psychologist. A visitor in the shadows of the prison system. A man with a badge and a notebook, who spent years learning how to think like Nina Shaw by talking to the men she'd caught, studying her methods like a scholar studying a sacred text. The path was narrowing, coiling back on itself, leading not out into the city's chaotic sprawl, but back into the Bureau's own sealed archives, into the confidential personnel files and the hidden histories of the people who were supposed to analyze the monsters, not become them. The enemy wasn't a stranger from the outside. He was a product of the system, a student who had graduated to a terrible, practical exam. She started walking toward her car, parked 2 blocks away in a timed spot. The sun was warm on her neck, but the chill from the sunroom, the chill of that whispered confession, of the fear in Harrington's eyes, of the image of a man leaning forward, unblinking, behind prison glass, had settled deep in her bones, a cold core that the spring sunlight couldn't reach. Harrington had a piece of paper, a direction, a possibility. He was safe for now, or at least had a chance to be. But the real caller, the doctor, the student of monsters, was still out there. He had no face, no name, only a history of quiet, intense visits and a notebook full of someone else's memories, a blueprint of Nina Shaw's professional soul. And his next riddle, his next move in their twisted dialogue, his next experiment in their shared pathology, was already ticking down in the silent, waiting dark of her phone. The game hadn't paused for her revelation. It had just entered a new, more intimate level. She was no longer just a player responding to clues. She was now a primary subject in his ongoing study, the next chapter in his manuscript. He had built Shaw from fragments. Now he would test her creation against the original, using Katie as the proving ground. Chapter 19. Katie Ford found a cracked wooden bench overlooking the industrial gray flow of the Potomac from Grayson Point. The wood was cold and damp through her jeans, the splinters catching on the fabric. She sat down slowly, feeling the bench's slight give and the immediate chill seeping upward. The air smelled of river mud, diesel fumes from a distant barge, and the wet, mineral scent of stone from the retaining wall below. A faint, sour tang of algae and decay rose from the water's edge. The Capitol dome was a pale, distant speck in the haze across the water, a postcard image of the bureaucratic machine she was currently evading. It looked clean from here, orderly, a white chess piece on a distant board. 700,000 souls in the district, and she was hunting for one. The math was absurd, a needle in a screaming haystack. Shaw's cabin near Blackwater Lake was the safe, sanctioned option. A place to hide, to wait for orders that would never come. It was also a 40-mile trek into the woods, down winding roads with no cell service for the last 10. She pulled out her personal phone, thumbed it awake, and opened a map app. Her finger traced the route west, into the dense green of the national forest. The blue dot of the cabin's location was isolated, a tiny island in a sea of topographic lines. She zoomed in, then out, her mind running the calculations. When the call came, and it would, she'd lose an hour just getting back to the city, maybe more if she hit traffic on the return. Time she couldn't afford to cede. Every minute in transit was a minute the killer had to set his stage, to select his victim, to vanish again. Hiding felt like surrender. Worse, it felt like handing him the initiative on a silver platter. No, she'd plant herself here, in the belly of it, and wait. Let him find her in the open. The thought was a cold stone in her gut, but it was better than the helplessness of a remote cabin. Out here she could move. Out here she could see him coming. She locked the phone screen, the decision settling into her bones with a final, grim weight. Below the bench, the water lapped against algae-slick concrete with a soft, repetitive shush-shush. A cluster of carp, their scales the color of tarnished bronze, moved sluggishly in the murk near a submerged tire. Their mouths opened and closed in a slow, mindless rhythm, filtering the silt. Their world was eat, avoid, hooks, drift. No past to regret, no future to dread. For a dizzy second, the simplicity of it felt like a luxury her mind could no longer afford. She leaned forward, elbows on her knees, and watched them, her eyes tracing the lazy flick of a tail, the effortless glide through the brown water. She envied the blankness behind their glassy, unblinking eyes, the total absence of story. The envy was a warm, seductive pull, a temptation to just stop thinking, stop remembering. Then it curdled, turning sharp and acidic in her throat. This was how people broke. By wishing to be something simpler, something with no memory. She jerked back as if the water had reached up and splashed her, shaking her head once, hard, to clear the thought. She looked away, upriver, where a barge was a dark smudge against the gray water, its low horn groaning like a tired animal. The vibration in her jacket pocket was a welcome interruption from the spiral. A tangible demand in a formless afternoon. She fumbled for the phone, her cold fingers clumsy. She pulled it out, her thumb smearing the screen. The contact photo was Glenn, grinning in a wrestling ring, a ridiculous costume half-torn, one eye swollen nearly shut. She took a deep, deliberate breath, held it for a 3 count, feeling her lungs expand and the chill air burn slightly. She forced her shoulders down from where they'd crept toward her ears and pushed her voice into a neutral register before she answered. "And hey." "Sorry about before," she said, pressing the device to her ear. The plastic was warm from her body heat. No sweat. His voice was easy, familiar, a baritone rumble that carried the echo of a small, tiled room, probably his kitchen. Behind him, she could hear the clink of a dish, the tap of a faucet. A lifeline to a world where people worried about traffic and groceries. They saw the headlines. They're not using names yet. They will, the certainty in her own voice was bleak flat. She watched a seagull wheel overhead, a slash of white against the low clouds, its cry a lonely, rasping sound. A pause on the line, the easy tone shifting into something more careful, the background hum of a refrigerator cutting off with a click. "Wouldn't dream of it," Glenn said, and she could hear him settling into a chair, the old springs complaining. "You under house arrest or something." Or something. She pinched the bridge of her nose, her eyes scanning the empty bike path to her left, the chain-link fence topped with rusty curls of barbed wire, the scrubby weeds poking through cracked asphalt like green stitches on a gray wound. "Officially, I'm a ghost for a while. Administrative leave. Could be weeks." "You don't sound very ghostly." She could hear the faint smile in his voice, the creak of wood as he leaned back. "I hear traffic. The wind. You're outside. Busted." She closed her eyes, feeling the cool breeze on her lids, the weak sun a pale pressure through the clouds. "A special dispensation." Had to grab some files from the field office. The lie came out smoothly, a professional habit worn smooth from use. It tasted like ash on her tongue. She opened her eyes, focusing on a crack in the pavement that resembled a lightning bolt. "Duh." Big Brother's benevolent today. He didn't sound convinced, but he let it go. That was his gift. He knew when to push and when to just be a voice on the phone. They talked for a few minutes about nothing. A misplaced baseball cap he was convinced his roommate had borrowed. "It's a Cardinals cap, Katie. It's got a sentimental value of approximately 1 beer, but it's the principle," the bruised reality of his weekend pro wrestling gigs. "Took a chair shot to the kidney, feels like I pissed rust for 2 days." The guy swung it like he was felling a tree. "My back S.A. rainbow." He described a new diner he'd tried, the eggs overcooked to the consistency of a rubber mat, the coffee that tasted like it had been brewed from burnt tires. "The waitress called me honey 12 times. I started counting after the 4th. Felt like I was in a time warp. It was a harmless, normal conversation, a script from a sitcom, and it felt beamed in from another lifetime." Katie held the phone tight, her knuckles white, clinging to the mundane details like they were oxygen. She made herself laugh at the right moment, a short, breathy sound that felt foreign and tight in her throat. She nodded as if he could see her, her free hand rubbing a rough, splintered spot on the bench's wood, until a tiny sliver embedded itself in her thumb. "You need a beach," he said finally. "Somewhere with rum drinks that come in coconuts. Lockdown in the Bahamas. I'm thinking of picking a random spot on a map and driving until the gas runs out." The fantasy was brief and vivid. An empty highway at dusk, the wheel warm under her hands, some old rock song on the radio, the windows down, the last glow of a city she didn't name shrinking in the rearview mirror until it was just a smear of orange light on the horizon. No destination. Just motion. Tried that once after my divorce. Threw a dart at a map. Map landed in a puddle. Spent the weekend cleaning out my garage. He chuckled, a warm, rolling sound, but it faded quickly into a quiet sigh. "You gonna be okay, Katie?" The casual concern, the simple human question, was a blade twist. She felt it physically, a tightness that cinched just under her sternum, making her breath hitch. Her vision blurred at the edges as she stared at the river, her free hand coming up to press against the center of her chest. She looked down at her other hand, splayed on the damp wood of the bench, and watched her fingers press down until the skin blanched white and the splinters bit deeper into her flesh. "I will be," she said, the words measured, pushed out past the constriction. "But you need to understand, the man who did this isn't finished. He could come for anyone linked to me. Anyone I've talked to, worked with, bought coffee from. Consider me contagious." Consider my name a biohazard symbol. A longer silence this time, filled with the faint hiss of the line, and from his end, the distant sound of a truck rumbling past his apartment. She could picture him, maybe in his kitchen, leaning against the chipped formica counter, the easygoing mask slipping as he processed the stark, unvarnished threat in her tone. His face would be still, the humor drained from his eyes, replaced by a sober assessment. "Got it," he said, his voice quieter, all the humor gone, replaced by a solid, granite-like quality. "I'll keep my distance from patient zero. Just call when you're decontaminated, all right?" A simple "I'm not dead" text. "I'll take it." "I will." "Take care of yourself, Ford." "You too, Glenn." She hung up and sat for a full minute, the phone a dead weight in her hand. She lowered it slowly to her lap, her fingers stiff. The silence after his voice was profound, filled only by the low groan of a barge horn from downriver and the incessant, whispering lap of water against the concrete. The right move, the professional move, was to check in with Nina Shaw. Get an update on the search for Calvin Calloway, compare notes, feel like part of a team again. She lifted the phone, her thumb hovering over Nina's contact. The screen blurred slightly, the letters swimming. Her arm felt leaden, the muscles fatigued from the constant, low-grade tension. Then she let her arm drop, the device landing with a soft tap on her thigh. Not yet. Hope was a fragile, brittle thing. A status report might crush it. Everything could pivot in an hour. Calloway could be in a body bag in a Maryland morgue. Her anonymous pen pal could be in cuffs, his cheap phone logged into evidence. The river's steady, indifferent roll almost let her believe it. The barges moved with geological slowness. The world kept turning. The dome across the water still stood, impassive. The logic was childish, a superstition, but she clung to it, watching the carp until their shapes blurred and merged into a single, bronze smear in the murky water. Their silent, circular lives a mockery of her own frantic linearity. The other phone buzzed, a cheap plastic rattle against the bench slats that shattered the fragile piece like a hammer on glass. Her head snapped toward it, neck tendons tight as cables. The prepaid burner lay where she'd placed it at the far end of the bench, an ugly black rectangle against the gray, weathered wood. The vibration skittered it a half-inch toward the edge with a gritty scraping sound. She didn't grab it immediately. She made herself finish a breath, in through the nose, out through a tight mouth, watching the screen light up with the blocked number, the glow reflecting a sickly green on the damp wood. This was the axis. Everything before this call was the past. The bench, the carp, Glenn's voice, the fantasy of a long drive, all of it was already receding into memory. Everything after would be the hunt. The waiting was over. She leaned over, her jacket rustling stiffly, and picked it up. The plastic was cool, impersonal. She lifted it, her eyes staying fixed on the water, on the distant, untouchable dome, as she pressed the answer button and brought it to her ear. "Took you long enough." Her voice was flat, drained of the false warmth she'd used with Glenn, stripped down to bare metal. The familiar digital garble answered, layers of distortion masking the human beneath, turning it into something machined and cold. "Impatient. The waiting gets under your skin. I can hear it in your breathing. Ecstatic." "What do you want?" She shifted on the bench, turning her body slightly away from the river as if to shield the conversation from the empty landscape, her shoulders hunching inward. "The performance is noted. The tough act. It's your specialty, isn't it? Convincing yourself you're in control. Convincing others, The voice paused, the distortion creating a soft, staticky hiss like tape unspooling. You sounded almost normal talking to your friend. Which one was the act, Katie? The woman on the bench wishing she was a fish, or the one talking to me? Katie's eyes scanned the empty bike path, the scrubby trees, the industrial fencing. Nothing moved but a shred of plastic bag caught in the chain links, fluttering in the breeze like a trapped ghost. He was watching. He had to be. The skin on the back of her neck prickled. I'm done chatting. Just spit out your puzzle. I've got actual criminals to catch. She put a sneer into it, a professional's contempt, curling her lip even though he couldn't see it, letting the derision thicken her tone. From the woman talking to a voice in her phone. The taunt was flat, delivered without inflection, a simple statement of fact that landed with a dull thud. At least I'm not hiding mine. You're a message board troll with a body count. Too scared to meet face to face, because you know I'd put you on the ground in 10 seconds. She leaned forward, elbows digging into her knees, the phone pressed so hard against her ear the cartilage protested with a sharp ache. Her voice dropped to a near whisper, charged and venomous, carried by the wind. Or is it only fun when the victim's half your size and can't fight back? Is that the thrill? The guaranteed win? Picking the weak, the trapped, the ones who can't swing back. A synthesized chuckle, a grating, broken sound like gears stripping, came through the speaker. Interesting theory. Projecting your own limitations onto me. You feel small, so you assume I must prey on the small. You feel trapped, so you assume I only hunt the trapped. It's transparent. Prove me wrong. Name a place. Anywhere public. We settle it. You win, you walk away. I won't even draw my weapon. The offer was reckless, a gambit thrown out to test his confidence, to maybe trigger a mistake, to get a geographic location, anything. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic counterrhythm to the calm she was forcing into her voice. She held her breath, waiting. Attempting a duel. But no, the game isn't about physical dominance. It's about the mind. Yours against mine. And you're already losing. You're reactive. You're emotional. You're grieving a man you barely saw. Coward, she spat the word, letting it hang in the air between them, sharp and final. The artificial voice didn't rise, didn't flicker. It was a wall of noise. The man from the crowd. The one you left bleeding on the postal floor. He didn't make it. Internal bleeding. Spleen, I'd guess. You can check the feeds if you don't believe me. The news will be gentle. A postal worker was found deceased at a facility. They won't mention the hour he spent alone. They won't mention the fear in his eyes when he realized no one was coming, that the woman who found him was more concerned with chasing shadows than calling for help. Katie's breath caught, a quick, sharp pull of air that felt like ice shards in her lungs. Another one. A man with a name, a life, people who would miss him, gone because she walked into a room. So much for luck, for hoping the universe would tilt even slightly in her favor. She saw the slumped form against the desk again, the dark stain blooming on the postal blue like a grotesque flower. She told herself he had a chance. She allowed that fiction, tucked it away to examine later. Now it was gone, replaced by the cold finality of the distorted voice. Her free hand clenched into a fist on her thigh, nails biting deep into her palm. The pain was a focus, an anchor in the sudden, rolling swell of nausea that rose from her gut. She swallowed hard, the taste of bile metallic and sour at the back of her throat. She could feel a fine tremor start in her leg, a vibration against the cold bench. "I'll pass on your news update," she managed, her voice tighter now, strained, as if squeezed through the fist she'd made. She unclenched her hands slowly, saw the 4 red crescent moons imprinted in her skin, the pale flesh around them already beginning to swell. "As you wish. I've decided to be generous. The last games I watched from the shadows. I knew exactly where you'd look because I placed the clues there. It was instructive. But passive. Like watching a rat in a maze I'd already mapped. You're a genius. Write a book." I hear memoirs from narcissists sell well. She was pushing, needing to disrupt his rhythm, to steal back a shred of initiative, to make him react to her. She wiped her damp palm on her jeans. "This time," the voice continued, plowing through her sarcasm as if she'd said nothing, "I'm offering a real glimpse. A reward for speed. Solve it fast, the prize is better. The experience is more immediate. The connection more profound." Understood. Katie was already on her feet, the movement abrupt, driven by a surge of adrenaline that bypassed thought. The burner phone was glued to her ear, her personal phone scooped from the bench and shoved deep into her jacket pocket in one fluid motion. She was walking briskly, heels clicking a staccato rhythm on the paved path, her shoulders hunched against a wind that seemed to have grown colder, cutting through her jacket. 50 yards to her sedan, parked alone in the gravel lot, its dull paint the same color as the overcast sky. Understood. Let's hear it. Her mind was already shifting gears, the emotional shock compartmentalized, a box slammed shut and locked. The analytical engine was spooling up, whirring to life, pushing the image of the dead postal worker, the guilt, the fear, everything into a dull background hum. She focused on the crunch of gravel under her shoes, the weight of the phone, the next words he would say. "It's more complex. Different structure. Designed to strain that famous expertise of yours. To see what breaks first, the logic or the nerve." She reached the car, a nondescript sedan that felt like a tin can. She yanked the door open, the metal groaning in protest, and slid into the driver's seat in one continuous motion, pulling her legs in. The interior smelled of stale coffee, synthetic upholstery, and the faint, sweet odor of old fast food bags. The vinyl seat was cold through her jeans, sending a fresh shock up her spine. She pulled the door shut with a solid, definitive thunk, sealing herself in a bubble of muted sound. The outside world, the river, the wind, the distant dome, was now a panorama behind glass, silent and removed. Key in the ignition, her fingers finding the notch by touch, the metal cold. "I'm trembling," she said, the dryness in her voice absolute, her eyes fixed on the dust motes dancing in a sliver of sunlight that had finally broken through the clouds and cut across the windshield. The mechanized voice began, reciting the lines slowly, with deliberate, spaced-out emphasis, as if savoring each phrase, each syllable, letting them drop into the silence of the car like stones into a well. "The first note is a silent bell. The second, a stolen crown. The third is where the fairy fell. The fourth is where they drowned. The fifth is a promise carved in stone. The sixth, a judge's lie. Find the seventh, stand alone. And watch the guilty die." Katie turned the key. The engine growled to life, a familiar vibration through the steering wheel she gripped with her free hand, her knuckles pale against the worn plastic. Her eyes were unfocused, seeing not the dusty dashboard or the faded pine tree air freshener, but the words arranging themselves in her mind like pieces on a grid, each line a coordinate. Silent bell. Stolen crown. Geographic. Historical. It was a locational puzzle, a map in verse. 7 points. 2 states, he'd said. Her brain began cross-referencing at high speed, DC. And Virginia, Maryland maybe, pulling up a mental catalog of landmarks, disasters, local lore, infamous crimes. The ferry fell, a maritime disaster had to be. Where they drowned, a mass drowning, maybe a beach, a creek, a swimming hole tragedy. Her left hand came up, fingers pressing hard against her temple, as if to physically hold the torrent of associations in place. She rejected the Washington Monument, too obvious, not a bell. The Liberty Bell was in Philadelphia, wrong city. A silent bell, a bell that didn't ring. It's a broken bell. A monument to a bell. Cryptic, she said aloud, but it was automatic, a placeholder while her mental machinery whirred, sorting and discarding. Her mind was already racing ahead, sifting possibilities, discarding them, a frantic process of elimination that felt like trying to catch smoke with her bare hands. You have 3 hours, the voice was final, a judge pronouncing sentence. A footnote, since you appreciate efficiency, this one bridges 2 states. The path is a line. I'll be watching from the middle. Don't disappoint me, Katie. The view is better when the finale is earned. Count on it, she said, her tone now pure focus, all pretense of banter or contempt gone, stripped away by the concrete reality of the riddle and the clock. She killed the call with a stab of her thumb. The silence in the car was immediate and heavy, broken only by the low idle of the engine and the thump of her own heart in her ears, a rapid drumbeat against the sudden quiet. She dropped the burner phone onto the passenger seat as if it were hot, as if it had burned her. It landed with a soft thud on the cheap cloth. She stared through the windshield at the river, at the pale dome, but she didn't see them. She saw the riddle, written in lines of cold, blue light against the inside of her skull. The words pulsed with urgency. 3 hours. A line bridging 2 states. A 7th point where you stand alone, the finale. Watch the guilty die. Her mouth was dry, her tongue sticking to the roof of her mouth. She reached for the half-empty bottle of warm water in the cup holder, unscrewed the cap, and took a long swallow, the water lukewarm and tasteless. It did nothing to moisten the parched feeling. She put the car in drive, the gear shift moving with a stiff, mechanical clunk. Gravel crunched and popped under the tires as she pulled out of the lot, the sound loud in the enclosed space. The hunt was on. The waiting was over. The fragile hope she'd nursed by the river, watching the carp, was gone, incinerated by the call. It was replaced by the cold, clear, suffocating pressure of the clock, a weight settling on her shoulders, compressing her lungs. She drove away from Grayson Point, leaving the carp and the silent bell of the Capitol behind, her mind already gnawing at the first line, tearing it apart for meaning, turning it over and over. A silent bell. It wasn't just a metaphor. It was a place. A specific physical place. And she had to find it, and the 6 that followed, before the 7th became a stage for a murder she was meant to witness. The car merged onto the access road, the river view shrinking in the rearview mirror, replaced by the looming, indifferent skyline of the city, a jagged silhouette against the gray sky. She was driving into the maze. And he was waiting in the middle, watching. Her foot pressed harder on the accelerator, pushing the sedan toward the first clue. Chapter 20. The synthetic turf of Serenity Fields felt alien under Alexis's shoes, a spongy, lifeless give that was nothing like the packed earth and grass she remembered. 12 years had passed since her last cheerleading routine here, a lifetime measured in bad decisions, each one a step further from the girl who'd once felt invincible under these stadium lights. She could still picture the exact spot, 10 yards to her left, where the formation had broken for the final pyramid. She'd been the flyer, trusting the hands of her squad to catch her. The memory was a physical ache, a ghost sensation of falling through air into safety. That trust was the first thing she'd sold, long before she'd pawned her class ring or her mother's necklace. Dee said to come after the day staff left, when the ballpark was dark and empty. The promise was cheap, potent heroin, sourced directly from a new pipeline. She didn't know him, only the encrypted chat handle, Riverman87, but desperation had its own logic, a cold calculus that overrode every instinct screaming that this was a terrible idea. The chat log was a monument to that logic, but it had been a living, anxious thing. Sir, I need a gram. The usual spot is dry. 10 minutes of staring at the screen, her knee bouncing, waiting. Him, dry everywhere. New supply. A pure. Price you can't beat. Her stomach had growled, not from hunger but from the hollow, craving void. She'd typed and deleted 3 replies. Sir, how do I know you're not a cop? A reasonable question. Her fingers were slick on the phone. Him, meet at Serenity. After dark. No cameras on the field. Cops don't sell. That gave her pause. He knew the camera layout. That meant he'd scouted it. Was that professional or predatory? The need in her gut answered for her. It was convenient. Why so far out? She desent it, already knowing she'd go. The bus ride was 40 minutes. She watched the little typing bubbles appear and disappear, as if he was considering his answer. Him, privacy. For you. For me. Come alone. 6 p.m. She'd stared at that last message for an hour, her thumb hovering over the keyboard. The need was a physical cramp in her gut, a dry-mouthed tremor in her hands that made the phone screen blur. She decounted her money 3 times, the worn bills feeling insubstantial. $120. Enough for the gram, maybe a little extra if he was telling the truth about the price. It was the maybe that did it. The chance. She'd typed okay and sent it before she could think anymore, the act itself a kind of relief. Now she huddled by the bleachers, the spring dusk leaching the last warmth from the air. The long shadows of the empty stands stretched across the field like skeletal fingers. The only sounds were the distant, watery rush of highway traffic and a low wind sighing through the chain-link fencing, making a loose section tap-tap-tap against a post with a maddening rhythm. The place smelled of damp earth underneath the artificial turf, and the faint, sweet-rot scent of discarded food from the concession stands, undercut by the tang of old urine from a corner where the homeless sometimes slept. Memories of this place were just artifacts now, ghosts that hovered at the edge of her perception, the roar of a Friday night crowd, the sting of sweat in her eyes, the weight of a trophy in her hands. All of it traded for the constant, grinding need for the next high. Dragon Rock, her circle called it. It owned her body and soul. Her hands wouldn't stop shaking. She clenched them into fists, the nails biting into her palms, but the fine tremor in her fingers remained. Her phone read 6:05 p.m. He was late. Every second was a grain of sand dropping through an hourglass of agony. She sent a nervous ping into the void of the app. I'm here. By the home bleachers. The message showed as delivered, the double check mark a taunt. No reply came. She shoved her hands deep into the pockets of her thin jacket, her fingers worrying the folded bills until the paper felt damp. She peered across the vast, darkening expanse of the field. The overhead lights were off, leaving the bowl of the stadium in deep twilight, the colors leaching away to shades of gray and deep green. At first, she saw nothing but the geometric lines of the yard markers. Then movement, or rather, the absence of it. A stark, unmoving silhouette at the 50-yard line, a black cutout against the gray-green turf. He'd been there the whole time. Watching her. Her phone vibrated in her hand, making her jump, a jolt that traveled up her arm. Come to center field. Her thumbs were clumsy with cold and anxiety, mistyping twice. It's too open, she finally sent back, her eyes darting from the screen to that distant figure. The reply was immediate, as if he'd been waiting for her objection. No camera sightlines here. She looked around again, a full slow turn, her neck tight. He was right. The security cameras were all mounted on the light poles, their dark lenses like insect eyes aimed at the bleacher entrances and the concession buildings. The heart of the field was a blind spot, a vast, empty circle. The logic was sound. It was also isolating. Swallowing her fear, a dry click in her throat, she pulled up her hood and adjusted her cloth face mask, the fabric catching on her chapped lips. Then she started walking. Each step felt too loud. The fake grass crunched faintly under her sneakers, a sound she'd never noticed during a game. The distance seemed to stretch, the silhouette not resolving, not getting any closer for what felt like minutes. Her heart was a frantic bird in her chest. The feeling of exposure was immense, a prickling across her shoulders and the back of her neck. She was in a bowl, completely visible from any of the thousands of empty seats, a bug on a plate. She kept her head down, watching her feet, counting steps to steady herself. 20. 21. The numbers blurred with the pounding in her temples. Finally, the figure resolved as she approached, a tall man in a dark, nondescript jacket, jeans, work boots. A plain baseball cap was pulled low, shadowing his face. He stood perfectly still, hands at his sides. He wasn't looking at her. He was looking past her, scanning the entire perimeter of the field with a slow, methodical turn of his head, like a guard on a tower. His stillness was more unnerving than if he'd been pacing. "Why here?" she asked, stopping a good 10 feet away. Her voice sounded small, swallowed by the open air, barely reaching him. Privacy. His voice was a gravelly baritone, flat and uninflected, giving nothing away. "For what?" she pressed, the words tumbling out. "It's just a bye." He turned his head just enough for her to see the lower half of his face in the gloom, a firm jaw, the pale line of his mouth. "For the product. For the conversation." "I don't like interruptions." His eyes continued their scan. "Your phone first. I need to verify you haven't saved my information. Screenshots. Of anything." The cold knot in her stomach tightened, a visceral clench that made her breath hitch. "I'm not handing you my phone." It was her lifeline, her only connection back to the world. She glanced over her shoulder. The bleachers were a dark, hulking mass 100 yards away. The field was utterly deserted. The only exit was the way she came, a tunnel of deepening shadow. With a slow, deliberate motion, he turned his head fully toward her, then produced a tiny, clear plastic bag from his jacket pocket. He held it up between two fingers, pinching the sealed corner. A white, off-color powder filled one corner, a little mound that caught the last of the dusky light. China white. 100 a gram. You won't find purity like this anywhere else in the city. He gave the bag a slight shake, making the powder shift. It looked perfect. The way it clumped slightly, not too fine. The dull, chalky white, not the bright cut stuff. The need in her gut twisted, a sharp, demanding hook that pulled her a half step forward without her willing it. Alexis's eyes locked on the bag. Her mouth watered. Is that all you have? Her voice was husky. It's a sample. He checked his watch, a quick, efficient flick of his wrist. His eyes went back to scanning the empty stadium. Another buyer is supposed to arrive. A woman. I doubt she's coming. She was indecisive. Wavering. You didn't waver. The compliment, cold as it was, landed. She had been decisive. She was here. I'll take that then. Alexis reached for the cash in her pocket, her movements hurried now, fumbling. The fear was being drowned out by the craving, a louder, more urgent signal that roared in her ears. She pulled out the folded bills, the corners soft from handling. No, he turned fully toward her, his posture shifting. It was subtle, his shoulders squared, rolling back, his weight settled evenly on both feet, his hands now loose and ready at his sides, fingers slightly curled. The casual slouch was gone, replaced by a poised alertness. You can't. What? Her hand froze, the money half out of her pocket. The hook in her gut yanked hard, this time toward a different, colder kind of need, panic. She stared at him, trying to read the shadow under the brim of his cap. What do you mean? First, he said, his tone flattening into something devoid of all pretense, a cold, instructional drone, you have nothing but time to waste. Your life is a waiting room between fixes. He took a single, smooth step closer, closing the distance between them by half. The space between them, her safety margin, evaporated. Second, this isn't heroin. He tossed the tiny bag onto the turf between them. It landed with a soft, insignificant pat, a sad little pillow of white. It's cornstarch. The prop. Alexis stared at the bag, then up at his shadowed face. The world seemed to tilt, the vast field spinning slowly around her, the lines on the turf wavering. Her breath came in short, sharp pulls that didn't seem to reach her lungs. The craving, so immense a second ago, vanished, leaving a terrifying void. Why? She whispered. Third, he said, taking another step, now well inside her personal space. She could smell him, laundry detergent, cold air, and something else metallic and clean like gun oil. You aren't here for a transaction. Ice shot through her veins. The realization didn't dawn. It exploded, a flash freeze that locked her joints and stopped her heart for a single, terrifying second. She saw it all in his posture, in the utter stillness of his waiting, in the predatory patience of his surveillance. The specific meeting place. The knowledge of the cameras. The scan of the empty seats. This wasn't a deal. It was a trap. And she was standing in the middle of it, 10,000 miles from help. She spun on her heel, the motion clumsy with shock, and sprinted. Her sneakers slapped against the fake grass, a frantic, slapping rhythm that echoed in the hollow stadium. Her breath was already ragged, sobbing in her throat before she'd taken 5 strides. She aimed for the bleachers, for the dark gap where she'd entered the field, a rectangle of slightly lighter darkness. The open stretch between her and safety seemed to expand, the distance growing with every pounding step, her legs feeling heavy, slow, like in a nightmare. She heard nothing behind her. No footsteps. No shout. Just the wind in her ears and the ragged sound of her own terror. The silence was worse. Then impact. It wasn't a tackle. It was a brutal, efficient yank on the back of her hood. A sudden, vicious pull that snapped her head back and threw her balance completely. The cloth dug into her throat. Her feet went out from under her. The world upended, the sky and turf swapping places. She crashed to the unforgiving turf, the breath blasting from her lungs in a pained, silent whoosh. The impact juddered through her ribs, her spine, her skull. Stars burst behind her eyes, white and red. Before she could scream, before she could even draw a breath to scream, his weight was on her. He didn't land on her. He settled, a knee driving into the small of her back, pinning her to the ground. One hand fisted in her hair, yanking her head to the side before slamming her face into the rubberized turf. The smell of it filled her nose, chemical and damp like a new car mat. Then his other hand found her throat, his fingers sliding into place with a terrible, practiced certainty, the thumb on one side, the fingers on the other, finding the grooves beside her windpipe. His other hand joined it, overlapping, forming a perfect, unbreakable cage. She bucked, thrashing wildly, her hands flying up to claw at his wrists, his forearms. Her nails scraped against his skin, but he didn't flinch, didn't make a sound. His grip was iron, unyielding, the pressure constant and increasing. Black spots bloomed at the edges of her vision, eating the world from the outside in. A high, thin whine started in her ears, drowning out everything else. He leaned down, his mouth so close to her ear, she could feel the heat of his breath through her hood. His voice was a whisper, intimate and calm, as if sharing a secret. Try to last. The pressure increased. The world narrowed to the vice around her throat, to the burning fire in her lungs that had no air to feed it, to the frantic, weakening flutter of her own hands against his. The distant traffic sound faded into the whine. The cold of the ground seeped into her bones. The last thing she saw was the tiny, discarded bag of white powder, just inches from her staring eye, a final, cruel joke in the gathering dark. Cornstarch. Her legs kicked, a final, spasmodic jerk that churned the fake grass, and then went still. The only movement was his, the slight adjustment of his grip, the slow, steady application of pressure until every last tremor ceased, until the body beneath him was utterly slack. He held it for a full minute after, counting silently in his head, watching the empty bleachers, listening to the perfect, private silence of the field, broken only by the wind and the distant, indifferent river of cars. Chapter 21. The city lights bled past her windows as Katie Ford drove, a smear of sodium orange and halogen white against the dark. The killer's taunting verse was the only sound in the car, a synthetic, rhythmic chant from her phone's speaker. She played it again, her knuckles white on the steering wheel, the leather creaking under her grip. The words weren't just heard, they felt like physical taps against her skull. The heater was on too high, blowing dry air that made her eyes feel gritty, but her hands were cold, the tips of her fingers numb where they pressed into the steering wheel's grooves. A promise of help. A place to start. A key to the door. Her mind chewed on the phrases, turning them over like stones, searching for the venomous insect underneath. Social services. A job interview. The language of bureaucracy, of hope offered by institutions. The entire riddle was constructed around the lure of stability, the most potent bait for those who had none. That understanding clicked into place with a sudden, cold clarity that made her stomach tighten, a visceral clench low in her gut. She could almost see the type on a faded case file, the promises printed on cheap flyers handed out at bus depots. It pointed to one historical file, the obscure case from the late 90s, where a killer had posed as a caseworker, luring vulnerable women from bus stations and shelters to abandoned properties with promises of housing assistance, vouchers, a fresh start. The details lined up with chilling symmetry. The press had called him the shepherd for the way he guided his lost lambs to the slaughter. But the location was wrong. Those original properties were in Virginia, rural county holdings far from here. She remembered the crime scene photos. Peeling wallpaper, rusted appliances, always a single chair placed in the middle of an otherwise empty room. A later phrase from the call surfaced in her memory, the killer's voice cutting through the static. This one crossed state lines. The original shepherd never had. His hunting ground was contained. He'd been a creature of routine, of familiar backroads. So where did that leave her? A copycat. An admirer. The geography was the key. States within a few hours' drive. Her last case, the one that had blown up in her face, flashed before her eyes like a series of evidence photos. Maryland. She'd just been reviewing a cold case from Maryland for Nina, the details still fresh in her mental files. A different predator, a different method, but the same hunting grounds of the desperate and disconnected. The connection sparked, a live wire in her brain. She sucked in a sharp breath that hitched in her throat, her eyes widening at the windshield but seeing nothing of the road, the taillights of the car ahead blurring into red streaks. The riddle wasn't just about the old crime, it was anchored to her own recent past. He was weaving her history, her work, into his game. The realization was a violation, a psychic fingerprint left on her thoughts. It felt like a door in her mind had been opened without her permission. He wasn't just playing, he was curating. For her. A cold sweat broke out on the back of her neck, instantly chilled by the blasting heater. She jerked the wheel, pulling the car roughly to the curb under the sickly glow of a streetlight. The tires bumped over the concrete lip, the suspension groaning. The engine idled, a low tremor through the frame that she felt in her teeth. She killed the headlights, plunging the dashboard into gloom, and grabbed her phone from the passenger seat. The screen was blinding in the dark cabin, and she squinted, her thumbs clumsy with adrenaline as she brought up the FBI's internal database search portal. The login screen was a familiar barrier. Her fingers flew, inputting Nina's credentials from memory, a fresh pang of guilt accompanying the act. A list of defunct social service offices and associated properties scrolled by, a dry roll call of bureaucratic failure. She filtered by state, Maryland, and by closure date pre-2005. The list shortened. She needed one that tied back to a Maryland case, one the press had dubbed, with grim irony, the promise killer for the false hopes he offered before the end. Her eyes, scanning rapidly, snagged on a name. A property cluster. The Suitland Gardens Transitional Housing Complex. Closed 2002. Associated with 3 missing persons, 1 confirmed homicide. The file summary was terse, property owned by Prince George's County Social Services. Decommissioned following budget cuts. Multiple squatter incidents. Homicide victim, Jane Doe 4, 2001, found in Unit 12B. A gardens. A place to start. Get fit. The cold click in her mind was absolute, a final, decisive gear engaging. She tapped the address, and the map application bloomed on her screen, a satellite view of a U-shaped arrangement of bleak, flat-roofed buildings surrounded by a moat of cracked asphalt. It was 23 minutes away, with traffic. She had her destination. The Suitland Gardens complex wasn't just dark, it was a void. The moon was a thin, cold pairing of silver that did nothing to pierce the blackness pooled between the skeletal, 3-story buildings. Katie killed her headlights a block away, coasting to a stop behind a gutted dumpster that reeked of spoiled food and decay. The silence that followed the engine's silence was profound, broken only by the distant, watery rush of highway traffic, a sound like a distant river. The air she stepped into was damp and cold, carrying a complex stench of wet brick, rotting wood, and beneath it, the sharp ammoniac tang of human urine. She zipped her jacket to her chin, the sound loud in the stillness. She moved quickly, a shadow among shadows, toward the chain-link perimeter fence that sagged inward in places. Her boots crunched on gravel and broken glass from the street. A section of fencing was peeled back like a tin can lid, the metal edges snarled and rusted, waiting. She pushed through, the wires scraping against her jacket with a sound like dry teeth grating together. Inside the courtyard, the darkness was a physical medium, thick and pressing. Her boots now crunched on a carpet of broken glass, pulverized brick, and the brittle skeletons of long-dead weeds. She strained her eyes, forcing them to adjust, to find shapes in the formlessness. The buildings loomed, their windows either boarded with warped plywood or gaping like empty eye sockets. The silence here was deeper, absorbing the distant highway noise into a blanket of quiet. There. Movement. In a ground floor unit, directly across the barren courtyard, a rectangle of deeper black where a door should be. Inside, a dark shape hunched over a prone form on the floor. The geometry of violence was unmistakable. A man atop a woman, the silhouette of his shoulders working in a steady, terrible rhythm, hands at her throat. No sound reached Katie but the hammering of her own heart in her ears, and a faint, wet, choking gurgle that was swallowed by the distance and the walls. The FBI. Stop, her shout ripped through the cotton wool quiet, raw and commanding. It echoed off the brick facades, coming back at her as a hollow, mocking duplicate. Stop, stop, stop. The figure didn't flinch. Didn't turn. The hands continued their work, the shoulders dipping with another sustained pressure. The utter disregard was more terrifying than any weapon. Her service pistol was already in her hand, the draw smooth from years of muscle memory. She didn't remember clearing the holster, but her palm was now welded to the textured grip. It was cool and familiar, the weight a comfort and a condemnation. She brought it up, falling into a two-handed stance, her arms locking into the isosceles as her mind processed the backdrop in a microsecond. The cinderblock wall behind the target, the empty units beyond, the low risk of overpenetration here. The shape was backlit by a faint, grimy glow from a street lamp filtering through a grime-caked window, outlining a head, the curve of a back. She exhaled halfway, took the slack out of the trigger, her finger pad resting on the resistant curve of metal. And she fired. The report was monstrous, a flat, concussive crack that shattered the night and echoed off the brick walls, coming back at her from all sides in a stuttering roll of thunder. The muzzle flash was a stabbing orange-white tear in the darkness, painting the courtyard in a single, stark snapshot. The slumped victim, the attacker's form, the glittering sea of debris on the ground. The afterimage burned in her vision, blinding her for a split second. The shadow jerked violently, a marionette with its strings yanked. A spray of brick dust erupted from the wall just behind and to the left of it. Oh, a miss! But it didn't fall. It stumbled, a lurching step sideways, then dissolved with terrifying speed into the blackness of a rear hallway, swallowed whole by the building's gut. Shit, she hissed, the word lost in the high-pitched ringing that now filled her ears. Katie ran. Her legs pumped, driving her across the uneven ground of the courtyard, her boots skidding on loose glass, catching on chunks of concrete. She kept the pistol up and forward, her eyes fixed on the doorway where the shape had vanished, her focus tunneling. At 10 yards out, she saw a flicker of movement deep within the unit, a suggestion of a figure passing an interior threshold, a shift in the pattern of shadow. She didn't stop. As she ran, she fired twice more, controlled pairs aimed at the center mass of the retreating shadow. The shots were louder now. She was inside the courtyard's acoustic bowl. Crack. Crack. The recoil was a sharp, familiar push against her palms. The spent casings spun away, glittering in the faint light as they tumbled, clattering on the brick somewhere behind her with a sound like falling coins. No cry of pain answered the gunfire. No sound of a body falling. Just the fading echo of her own actions and the frantic, ragged rasp of her own breath, loud in her clogged ears. She reached the unit's doorway, pressing her back against the cold, gritty brick wall beside it. The surface was rough, biting through her jacket. She listened, turning her head to present her ear to the opening. Nothing but the hum in her own ears and a faint, wet, choking sound from inside, the victim. Peering around the frame with one eye, she swept the interior with her muzzle. A small square room. Empty. A stained mattress in the corner. The rear hallway was a tunnel of pure black, a void where the floor seemed to disappear. He was gone. Cursing again, a fluent, furious stream under her breath, she holstered her weapon, the click of the retention strap a definitive sound. She dropped to her knees beside the woman on the floor. The filthy carpet was damp, the fibers matted with unidentifiable stains that felt slick and greasy under her knees. The air in the room was thick with the smell of mold, damp earth, and a coppery hint of blood, now overlaid with the sharp, acrid scent of spent gunpowder. The woman was young, maybe early 20s. Her pulse fluttered under Katie's fingertips at her neck, a frantic, bird-like beat, weak but stubbornly present. In the meager light filtering from the courtyard, Katie could see the livid, brutal bands marking the pale skin of her throat, the clear imprint of throttling hands, the thumbprints darkening into bruises on either side of her windpipe. The woman's chest hitched in a ragged, desperate gasp, the sound like sandpaper on wood. Her eyes were closed, her face smudged with dirt and tears, a trail of saliva glistening from the corner of her mouth. "It's okay. You're safe." "Breathe," Katie said, her voice low and firm, cutting through the woman's panic. She kept one hand on the woman's shoulder, a point of grounding contact, feeling the sharp bone and trembling muscle beneath the thin fabric of a hoodie, while the other fumbled her phone from her pocket. Her fingers, she noticed with detached curiosity, were steady. A professional calm had descended, a layer of ice over the churning fear, sealing it in. She thumbed the screen to life, the glow painting the grim scene in stark, clinical relief, the bruised throat, the terrified face, the grime on the floor. The 911 operator's voice was a calm, digital female. "Emergency services. This is FBI Special Agent Katie Ford, badge number 714 Alpha," Katie barked, her words clipped and rapid, each one punched into the phone. "I am at the abandoned Suitland Gardens housing complex off Walker Drive. I have a female assault victim, late teens or early 20s, signs of manual strangulation. She is breathing but in distress. Suspect is an adult male, armed and dangerous, fled on foot into the complex. I am armed and on scene. I need medical and backup immediately. Repeat, officer needs assistance." She gave the cross streets again, her voice never wavering, while her eyes never left the woman's face or the dark maw of the hallway, her body angled to present a smaller target to the opening. The operator confirmed and told her to hold the line. Katie set the phone on speaker, placing it on the carpet beside her, the operator's voice now a tiny, tinny presence in the dreadful room, periodically asking for status updates. The woman's eyes blinked open. They were wide, shocky, the pupils dilated pools of black that stared wildly at the stained, sagging ceiling tiles above. A wet, hacking cough racked her body, a convulsion that made Katie tighten her grip on the shoulder to hold her still. The woman's gaze slowly, painfully, tracked down from the ceiling to Katie's face. Recognition, or something like it, a focus on another human being, flickered in the depths of her terror, pushing back the shock. "Ford," she rasped, the name a shredded whisper, barely audible over the sound of her own struggling breath and the operator's distant voice. "He for you." A trembling hand lifted from the floor, the movement agonizingly slow, as if fighting immense gravity. The fingers were clenched into a pale fist, clutching a dark, crumpled object against her palm. She was trying to lift it, to give it to Katie, her arm shaking with the effort. "It's all right, I've got you." "Help is coming," Katie said, her mind already racing, the professional ice cracking. "For you." The words echoed, cutting through the procedural script in her head. She gently pried the woman's cold, stiff fingers open, feeling the tension in the tendons. Her own hand closed around the object. Her blood went cold. A full-body chill swept through her, starting at the crown of her head and rushing down to her feet, leaving a numb, hollow sensation in its wake. For a second, the room seemed to tilt, the sounds of the operator's voice and the woman's gasps receding into a dull roar, replaced by a high-frequency whine in her mind. The grimy walls, the smell, the victim, all of it faded into a blurry periphery. It was a cap. A navy blue, mesh-backed baseball hat. The front was emblazoned with stylized white script, National Aquarium, Baltimore. She knew it instantly. The fabric was worn soft in places. She'd seen it a dozen times, perched on Glenn's head, tilted back at a goofy angle as he told a story. He'd bought it on a day trip years ago, insisting on wearing it ironically, then genuinely liking it. He'd complained just days ago, over beers at their usual bar, about losing this exact hat. "My lucky aquarium cap," he'd grumbled, half serious, running a hand through his hair. "Gone. Vanished from my damn back seat. I swear I left it on the passenger seat after the gym." She teased him about his sentimentality. "It wasn't lost. The killer had taken it. From Glenn's car." Which meant he'd been close enough to Glenn to do it, had watched him, had selected him, had reached into his private space. And now he'd used this woman, this brutalized, gasping victim, as a delivery service. The cap was slightly crumpled, the brim bent in a new, unnatural way. It felt ordinary, innocuous, the cheap polyester blend familiar under her fingertips. It was the most terrifying thing she had ever held. The weight of it was immense, an anchor dragging down her hand. She looked from the hat in her hand to the woman's terrified, pleading eyes, back to the empty, waiting darkness of the hallway where the shadow had vanished. The game had just become unbearably, intimately personal. The cold in her veins solidified into a hard, sharp knot of dread, lodged behind her sternum. He wasn't just in the city. He was in her life. He was touching her people. And he had just handed her a message, delivered through broken flesh, that was as clear as it was vile. "I can get to anyone. Even him. And I wanted you to know it." In the distance, the first wavering note of a siren cut through the night, growing steadily louder, a mechanical wail approaching the complex, soon joined by a second, their tones weaving together. But kneeling there in the filth, the cap a dead weight in her hand, Katie Ford felt more isolated than ever. The cavalry was coming, but they were answering the wrong call, responding to the violence, not the message. The real threat had already spoken, delivered its token, and melted back into the dark. The ringing in her ears was now a symphony of warning, and at its center was the faint, ragged sound of a stranger fighting for air, a sound that was now, irrevocably, her responsibility. She closed her fist around the cap, the fabric crumpling further, and did not let go. Chapter 22. The plastic chair was unforgiving, digging into the base of her spine, no matter how she shifted. Katie Ford sat rigid in the Suitland Gardens Community Center, her fingers laced together like a chain, knuckles white. The air smelled of old bleach and dust, undercut by a faint, sweet tang of mildew that seemed to seep from the walls themselves. Overhead, a fluorescent tube buzzed and flickered, casting a sickly, intermittent light on the scuffed linoleum floor, making the scuff marks seem to crawl. The room was a box of institutional neglect. Peeling beige paint, a water-stained ceiling tile with a brown map of some ancient leak, a forgotten bulletin board with curling flyers from 3 years ago advertising a blood drive, and a community cookout that never happened. From somewhere down a hallway, a distant murmur of voices echoed, the police processing the scene, a radio crackling a staticky code, a door closing, the low, professional murmur of men doing a job. Each sound felt amplified, a hammer tap against her nerves. Submitting to the police interview was the only move that didn't scream guilt. Running would hand them a suspect. Her silence was a shield, but she felt its weight pressing down on her shoulders, tightening the muscles in her neck into solid cords. When did protection become complicity? The line had blurred, then vanished, the moment she'd chosen to lie. The lie sat in her stomach like a cold stone. Her right hand dipped into her jacket pocket, her fingers tracing the stiff, curved brim of the baseball cap, the embroidered logo ruff under her fingertip. The memory unspooled with brutal clarity, not as a thought but as a sensory assault. The red and blue lights had strobed across the broken asphalt, painting everything in jarring, stop-motion flashes. Alexis Nesbo's grip was surprisingly strong, a junkie's desperate clutch that felt like bone and wire. The paramedics were lifting the gurney, one of them barking about IV access, his voice sharp over the idling engine of the ambulance. The other was securing a strap across Alexis's thrashing legs. Her face was a mask of pale, mottled bruises under the swirling lights, her lips cracked and bleeding. Her eyes, wide and glassy with shock and withdrawal, locked onto Katie. Not with gratitude, but with a terror that wasn't just from the attack. It was the terror of a messenger who knows the message is a curse. Katie had knelt beside the gurney as it rose, her own knees pressing into the grit of the courtyard. The smell hit her, coppery blood, stale sweat, and the sour, chemical odor of fear. Alexis's chapped lips moved, a wet, rasping whisper completely lost under the siren's building wail. Katie leaned in until her ear was almost at the woman's mouth, the cold metal of the gurney frame brushing her temple. He said, "Give this to the agent." The words were a puff of air, tinged with blood. Alexis's hand, cold and trembling violently, fumbled from under the foil blanket. She shoved a wad of blue fabric into Katie's palm, her fingers clamping down for a second in a final, urgent squeeze. "He said you'd know what it means. He said you'd understand the game." Then the paramedic pushed past, the gurney wheel turned, and Alexis was gone, swallowed into the bright white interior of the ambulance. The doors slammed shut with a final, metallic thud that echoed off the concrete walls of the empty buildings. The siren whooped once, twice, and the vehicle pulled away, its lights sweeping across the boarded windows as it bumped over the curb onto the access road. Katie stood alone in the sudden, relative dark, the cheap cotton of the cap rough and damp against her skin. She didn't need to unfold it. The shape was unmistakable. A baseball cap. Glenn's cap, the one he wore to their casual lunches, the one he'd tipped back on his head, laughing at some stupid joke just days ago. Oh, a message. He left for her. A declaration that everyone she knew, every fragile connection she'd tried to maintain outside the bureau, was now a potential target, a piece in his game. It couldn't be Calvin Calloway. His pathology was a closed loop, a hunt for relics and a specific, focused revenge. This theatrical cruelty, this stage delivery through a third party, it was a performance for an audience of one. Hey, sorry. But how would anyone know about Glenn? Dee mentioned him to almost no one. The answer was simple and chilling. The killer's surveillance had overlapped with those few, fragile dates. He hadn't just been watching her at crime scenes or her home. He'd been a shadow in her life, noting the rare moments of normalcy, marking the people in them. The thought made her skin prickle as if touched by cold air. She pulled out her phone now, the screen glaringly bright in the dim community center room, a rectangle of false daylight. The warning text she drafted died before sending. Glenn, do not go home. Do not be alone. Call me. Her thumb hovered over the send button, a tremor in the joint. If he was being watched, a sudden panicked text could trigger the very thing she feared, a reaction, a movement that would draw attention. But silence was a greater risk. His safety trumped her disastrous choices, her shredded credibility. He needed context, a voice to convey the urgency, to make him believe it. She tapped his name and lifted the phone to her ear, turning slightly away from the empty room as if for privacy, her other hand cupping loosely around the phone. The ringtone pulsed once, twice, a bland electronic chirp that sounded absurdly loud in the quiet. 3 times. 4. With each passing second, a cold knot twisted and tightened low in her stomach. 5. 6. The call clicked over to his cheerful, casual voicemail. You've reached Glenn. You know what to do. The beep was a tiny knife. Glenn. It's Katie. Her voice was lower than she intended, tight, the words squeezed out. Call me back as soon as you can. It's urgent. Don't ignore this. Please. She paused, wanting to say more, to scream, he has your cap, he knows who you are, but the line was not secure. Just call me. As soon as you get this. She ended the call, the silence that followed absolute and heavy. The dread wasn't a feeling anymore, it was a physical solidification. Her stomach churned, a lead weight settled beneath her ribs, making each breath shallow. The plastic chair felt harder, the edge cutting into her thighs. The double doors to the main hall swung inward with a soft, sighing whoosh of air, breaking the silence. 2 uniformed officers emerged, their heavy-soled shoes squeaking on the linoleum. They paused just inside the doorway, their eyes performing a practice scan of the room, the empty chairs, the dead bulletin board, the water cooler with its empty bottle, before landing on her, the sole occupant. The taller one had a weary, lined face, the skin around his eyes creased from long shifts. The shorter was younger, maybe late 20s, with a watchful, closed-off expression and a back so straight it looked uncomfortable. Katie's hand jerked in her pocket, a spike of pure adrenaline firing down her arm. She consciously unclenched her fingers, then shoved the cap down deep into the jacket lining, pushing it until it was a lump against the seam, as if it were burning her skin. She willed her face into a mask of concerned exhaustion, letting her shoulders slump a little, relaxing the muscles around her eyes, forcing a slight, weary droop to her lids as the officers walked over. Their steps were measured and official, the rhythm of authority. You're the one who found her, the taller officer asked. He didn't wait for an answer, flipping open a small, spiral-bound notepad with a thumb. His pen was already poised, a cheap ballpoint. Yes, Katie said, leaning forward slightly in the chair, a picture of a cooperative witness. How is Alexis? Is she going to be okay? She put a faint, hopeful quaver in the last word. The younger officer answered, his tone flat, devoid of any reassurance. Critical. We'll see. He pulled out his own notebook, a larger, stiffer one with a county seal on the cover. We need a statement. Start with your name. Lauren Bell, Katie said. The alias was automatic, a name she'd used years ago on a short-lived, low-level undercover logistics op, clean and forgettable. Using her real details would instantly flag her as FBI in their system, unleashing a storm of procedural questions, notifications to the Washington field office, and superiors she couldn't face, not now. She gave a false age, 32, and recited an address on a quiet street in a Silver Spring neighborhood she'd driven through once, describing a non-existent apartment complex with a blue awning and a courtyard fountain. The taller officer, whose name tag read J. Ruiz, wrote it down slowly, the pen scratching. And what were you doing out here at this hour, Ms. Bell? He gestured vaguely toward the doors, indicating the whole decaying project around them. His eyes stayed on her face, noting her reaction, the micro-expressions around her mouth. Katie nodded, folding her hands in her lap to keep them still. She could feel the ghost of the cap's texture against her palm. Urban photography. I have a portfolio project on abandoned places. The light right before dawn, it can be interesting. Eerie, she kept her voice even, slightly hesitant, playing the part of the earnest amateur. I was setting up a shot near the old playground when I heard shouting. It's a man and a woman. It sounded wrong. Not an argument. Angry, then scared. I followed the sound to one of the ground floor units. The door was just hanging open, broken. I saw her on the ground. She let a slight, genuine tremor enter her voice, fueled by the real memory of Alexis's strangled gasps. I called it in and started CPR until your people got here. She kept the account bare, clinically simple, sticking to the witness script she'd constructed in the frantic minutes before the first patrol car arrived, polishing it as she'd sat waiting. She said she saw no one else, heard no fleeing footsteps, and feigned complete ignorance about any baseball cap. Officer Ruiz scribbled, his head bent. The younger one, T. Miller watched her, his head cocked like a bird's. CPR. You're trained. Basic first aid. From a community college course a few years back, she said, the lie layering smoothly upon the last. She met his gaze, her own wide and a little shaken, the look of someone replaying a traumatic event. I just did what the instructor said. Compressions. I wasn't sure if it was helping. Her breathing was so ragged. It kept her alive long enough for us to get here, Ruiz said, not looking up from his pad. His tone was matter of fact. That's something, he flipped a page with a rasp. You didn't touch anything else. Move anything. Besides her for the CPR. No. Just her. To try and help. I know you're not supposed to disturb a scene. She added the last part to sound like a responsible citizen who'd watched a TV show. And you didn't see a weapon. Anything in the suspect's hand. A knife, a pipe, anything? Ruiz asked, his pen hovering. I didn't see a suspect at all, Katie reiterated, shaking her head for emphasis. Just her. And the door was broken. That's all. The two officers exchanged a glance, a silent communication honed by hundreds of similar interviews, a slight lift of Ruiz's eyebrow, a barely perceptible tightening of Miller's jaw. Ruiz closed his notepad with a soft, definitive snap. All right. We're done for now. We have your contact. Don't leave the area. Wait, Katie said, the word coming out a bit too quickly, too sharply. She modulated her tone, injecting a note of anxious curiosity. A few things for my own peace of mind. I can't stop thinking about it. Did she have a phone on her? A purse? Anything that might tell you who she was meeting. Miller's eyes narrowed a fraction. He took a half step closer. And no phone. No ID, no purse. Nothing in the unit but some trash and a used syringe. So he'd taken it. A planned meeting then. He'd cleaned the scene of her personal effects, controlling the narrative, leaving only what he wanted found. Was there any sign of sexual assault? Katie asked, forcing the question out like a concerned citizen bracing for the worst, her voice dropping to a near whisper. Ruiz's head tilted. His pen began a slow, rhythmic tap against the cover of his notepad. Tap. 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 You ask questions like you've done this before, Ms. Bell. His voice was neutral, but the observation was a probe, carefully placed. You a cop. A EMT. A security. Katie offered a weak, dismissive smile, shaking her head. No. Nothing like that. Just concerned. And I watch too many police procedurals, I guess. It's also much more messy in real life. She gestured vaguely at the room, the building, encompassing the horror next door, her hand sweeping to indicate the peeling paint, the flickering light. Ruiz didn't return the smile. He just watched her, his dark eyes steady. She had one more probe, the most dangerous one, a direct link to the Suitland slayings the killer had referenced in his riddle. She needed to know if he'd left his signature, if this was a true escalation into replication, or if the cap was the only artifact meant for her. She took a quiet breath, steadying herself, feeling the stale, mildewed air fill her lungs. This might sound strange, and like I said, I probably read too much, but was there anything left near her? Something small like a token. A trinket. Something that didn't belong. Both men stared at her. The air in the room seemed to grow still and thick, the buzz of the fluorescent light suddenly oppressive, the flicker casting stuttering shadows across their faces. A token, Miller repeated, his flat tone now edged with open skepticism. He uncrossed his arms. What's that supposed to mean? Like a souvenir. A flush of heat raced up Katie's neck and into her cheeks, a betraying warmth she could do nothing to stop. Idiot. Too specific, too profiling. She could feel the blood in her face, a tell as clear as a billboard. She backpedaled, her mind racing for cover, her hands coming up in a placating gesture, palms out. I read a lot of true crime. Books, forums. The old Suitland cases, the ones that never got solved from back in the day. There were always rumors, you know. The online stuff. Conspiracy stuff. About little things being left behind. Trinkets. Coins sometimes. It was just a thought, seeing this place, remembering those stories. She waved a dismissive hand, trying to laugh it off. The sound came out thin and strained, dying in her throat. Ignore me. Overactive imagination. Can I go? I'm feeling a little shaky. I think I need some air. The officer's expressions were a mix of lingering skepticism and plain bewilderment. Ruiz studied her for another long second, his eyes dropping to her hands, now clasped tightly in her lap again, then back to her face, tracing the flush. Miller finally shrugged, a gesture of dismissal toward a weirdo they didn't have time to fully unravel. Go ahead. But like he said, don't leave the area. We'll be in touch. Contact us if you remember anything else. Of anything. Katie didn't need telling twice. She stood, the plastic chair scraping loudly against the floor, the sound like a shriek in the quiet. Thank you. I hope she makes it. She turned and walked toward the exterior door, forcing her steps to be quick but not frantic, feeling their eyes on her back like twin points of pressure between her shoulder blades, a heat she couldn't shake until she pushed through the glass door and out into the night. The cool night air hit her heated face like a slap, carrying the smell of damp earth and distant traffic. She didn't run, but her stride lengthened, eating up the cracked pavement of the parking lot, her shoes crunching on loose gravel. Her car, a nondescript sedan she'd rented under another name, was where she'd left it, under a broken lamp post, shrouded in deeper shadow. Her fingers, cold and slightly clumsy from tension, fumbled with the key fob. One press. No response. A jolt of pure, electric panic shot through her chest. He's here. He disabled it. Second press, her thumb mashing the button. The lights flashed, the locks thunked open with a sound that seemed incredibly loud. She yanked the driver's door open, slid inside, and pulled it shut with a solid, heavy thud that sealed her in a bubble of silence, muting the distant sounds of the investigation. She jammed the key into the ignition, her hand trembling visibly now. The engine roared to life on the first turn, a comforting, mundane sound. She didn't turn on the headlights yet, sitting in the dark, her breathing loud and ragged in the quiet cabin. In the rearview mirror, the community center's glass doors glowed a sickly yellow. No one emerged. No silhouettes watching. 90 seconds since she'd left the room. Maybe less. She flipped the headlights on, the beams cutting two swathes through the darkness, illuminating chain-link fence and weeds and the glitter of broken glass. She put the car in drive and pulled onto the empty access road, gravel crunching and pinging under the tires. As she accelerated, the derelict housing project began to shrink in her rearview mirror, a jagged silhouette of boarded windows and skeletal balconies against the marginally lighter sky to the east. A single, lonely security light glowed atop a bent pole, creating a small island of sodium orange haze in the sea of black. Then she turned a corner past a stand of overgrown trees, and it was gone, replaced by the back of a strip mall, a closed auto parts store with metal grates pulled down, the normal, sleeping city reasserting itself with dumpsters and potholes. She drove, her eyes constantly flicking to the mirrors, watching for headlights that matched her speed or lingered at a turn, for a silhouette in a following car. Every shadow at the side of the road seemed to hold a potential shape, a man standing still, a parked car with someone inside. The interior of her car, which had felt like a refuge seconds ago, now felt like a glass box, exposing her to the watching night. Her right hand crept from the wheel to her jacket, pressing against the lump of the cap through the fabric. She had remembered something. A connection clicked into place with an almost audible snap in her mind, the pieces of the killer's riddle aligning not just as geography, but as history, as a sick form of homage. Where the forgotten daughters fell. The Suitland victims from the late 90s, young women from marginalized communities, runaways, addicts, sex workers, whose cases had languished in cold case files, their deaths a bureaucratic footnote. Past the capital's last border. Into Maryland. A literal, physical instruction, pointing across the district line into Prince George's County. Find the house that time won't sell. Not a single house. A housing project. Suitland Gardens, the failed complex that the city and then the county had tried and failed to revitalize for 2 decades. A place where a handful of holdout residents had lived in squalor until the final condemnation. A place time had literally refused to move on from, a decaying monument to neglect. The killer hadn't just chosen a random, abandoned location. He'd chosen a tribute, a stage steeped in specific local tragedy. He was weaving his new work into the fabric of old, unsolved pain, inserting himself into that history. And he'd used Alexis Nesbo, a modern forgotten daughter, not just as a victim but as a courier, to deliver a threat meant for her alone. The cap wasn't just a message. It was a claim of intimacy, of knowledge. He was telling her he knew her world, her past, her private connections. He was inside the perimeter she'd tried to build, and he was planting flags. Her phone, lying silent on the passenger seat, was a hole through which all that terror could flow. Glenn hadn't called back. The roads were still dark, the streetlights casting long, stretching shadows. She drove, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. She needed to think to move, but not toward home. Home was a target, the first place he might expect her to run. She needed a place to process, to examine the cap under proper light, to look for a manufacturer's tag, a trace of its origin. A public place, brightly lit, with people but no personal connection. A 24-hour big-box store parking lot, under the security lamps. A diner with truckers at the counter. Somewhere anonymous, where a woman sitting alone in a car with the dome light on would be just another insomniac. As she signaled to turn onto a wider, busier avenue dotted with the occasional late-night taxi, the first faint glow of dawn was a smudge of dirty gray in the eastern sky, leaching the blackness to navy. The night was ending. The game, she knew, was just entering a new, more brutal phase. He had made his opening move, violent and precise. She was on the board, her pieces already under threat. And the only way off was to find him, to see the pattern before he completed it, before he decided her next move for her, and Glenn's, and everyone else he had marked. Chapter 23. The key turned in the lock just after 8, the metallic scrape echoing in the absolute stillness of the entryway. Nina's house was dark and still, exactly as she'd left it that morning. Katie Ford stepped inside, closed the door, and leaned her back against it, listening. The only sound was the low hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. She dropped her bag on the floor, the thud swallowed by the thick carpet. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was a heavy blanket, smothering and watchful. Streetlight bled through the slats of the window blinds, painting pale, prison bar stripes across the floor. The air smelled of lemon-scented wood polish, and, faintly, of the bergamot and sandalwood perfume Nina wore. It was the smell of order, of control, and standing there in the dark, Katie felt like an intruder bringing chaos into a sealed environment. Her phone sat on the coffee table where she'd left it, volume maxed, a black rectangle on the pale wood. 3 people might call, and she had words for each. A call from the bureau would be a summons to her own professional execution. A call from the killer would be another move in his game. A call from Nina, that was the one she both needed and dreaded. She could already hear the questions in Nina's voice, sharp and probing, slicing through her evasions to the rotten core of her mistakes. Alone, with nothing to distract her, her mind compulsively returned to the hospital. The confrontation played on a merciless loop behind her eyes. It wasn't a coherent memory, but a series of sensory flashes that hit her with physical force. The chill of the stairwell concrete seeping through the soles of her shoes. The chemical, antiseptic stink of the hallway, now forever tied to panic. The glint of the scalpel in the fluorescent light, a tiny, wicked star. The surprising, solid weight of the red fire extinguisher in her hands, the textured metal cold against her palms. And the worst part, the part that made her shoulders hunch inward, the split-second hesitation. She saw the exit door swinging shut, the gap narrowing, and in that fractional moment, her training had collided with a primal, cautionary instinct. Don't pursue a cornered predator alone into a dark space. It was the right protocol. It was also the reason he was gone. The missed opportunity, the fragile victory that had saved a life but let the predator escape. It tasted like failure, acidic and thick on her tongue. She swallowed hard, her throat tight. The shame was a cold, sharp stone in her gut, a physical weight that made her want to curl in on herself. She pressed the heel of her hand hard against her sternum, as if she could push the feeling down. She didn't curl up. Instead, she walked to the center of the living room, her arms wrapped tight around her middle, and stood there, forcing herself to breathe through the feeling. In through the nose, hold out through the mouth. The patterned rug was soft under her boots. She focused on that texture, on the solidity of the floor to keep from spiraling. Profiling was the only move left. It was her language, her weapon. She needed to rebuild him from the scraps she had, to turn the hunter into the hunted, by understanding the shape of his mind. She pulled out a notepad and a pen from her jacket pocket, the actions deliberate, ritualistic. The pen was a cheap ballpoint, the plastic barrel worn smooth from use. She sat on the edge of the sofa, the leather cool through her jeans, and planted her feet flat on the floor. She clicked the pen once, a decisive sound in the quiet, and began to write, the tip digging into the paper, leaving deep, deliberate grooves. Unsub. Email. That was base level, almost insultingly obvious, but she wrote it anyway, making it real. The act of forming the letters was a commitment. DC-based or deeply familiar. He'd moved through the city's underbelly with ease, from a decommissioned metro tunnel to a derelict postal annex to a forgotten housing project. He knew its dead spaces. She closed her eyes, calling up that fleeting glimpse in the hospital stairwell, a silhouette against the green glow of the emergency exit sign. She deregistered a solid build, not a weightlifter's bulk but a functional, capable density. Shoulders that filled the door frame. Above average height, maybe 6'1" or 6'2". The way he'd moved, controlled, efficient, no wasted motion. A practical economy of force. He was more than a follower, he was a stalker. A scholar studied from a distance. A stalker invaded. He knew about Glenn, which meant he'd been in her orbit, watching, learning the architecture of her personal life. How many times had he been nearby? At the grocery store. Sitting in a car outside her gym. The violation was granular, intimate. His knowledge of historical killings was unnervingly precise, the mark of a dedicated researcher, but his application was intimate, tailored. He wasn't just repeating history. He was conversing with it, using it to talk to her, to prove he understood the lexicon of her profession better than she did. Katie stood up, unable to sit still. The energy was a trapped current in her limbs. She paced the length of the room, 3 steps one way, 3 steps back, the notepad clutched in her hand like a talisman. Her free hand gestured in the air, sketching invisible connections. The critical link was Nina. She never caught me. The taunt was a barb designed to fester. It pointed to a case from Nina's past, one where Katie had played some peripheral role, a data run, a consult, maybe court testimony. Sifting through years of collaborations would be a monumental task, a needle in a haystack of violence. She stopped pacing, staring at a shelf of books without seeing them. It had to be a case that ended unsatisfactorily. An acquittal. A suspect who walked. Someone who felt Nina's pursuit as a personal brand, a scar. He was strong, trained or self-taught to a high degree of competence. Comfortable with technology. The voice modulator, the strategic use of cameras, the bypassing of basic security. And his method, Katie stopped pacing, her pen hovering over the page. The calculated strangulation and revival. It wasn't just about torture, it was about control over the very threshold of life. It hinted at medical or anatomical expertise. A doctor, a medic, an EMT, a combat lifesaver. Someone who understood the human body as a system, who knew exactly how much pressure to apply and for how long, who could gauge the fading pulse beneath his fingers with clinical detachment. That was a new, chilling detail. She wrote it down, underlining it twice, possible medical training. Sees body as mechanism. Control via physiological mastery. The ringtone shattered the quiet, a jarring electronic bleat that jolted her heart into her throat. She fumbled the notepad, her fingers gone clumsy. It slipped from her grip, pages fluttering, and hit the rug with a soft thump. Her hand shot out, scrambling for the phone on the table, her thumb leaving a sweaty smudge on the glass as she grabbed it. Glenn's name glowed on the screen, a friendly, familiar script in the dark room. The sight of it was a lifeline and a gut punch simultaneously. "Are you safe?" she answered, her voice tight, the words coming out in a rushed whisper. She realized she was holding her breath, her entire body coiled tight. A pause on the line, filled with the faint static of the connection. "Yeah." "Why wouldn't I be?" Glenn's tone was its usual mix of curiosity and mild amusement, but she heard the undercurrent of alertness, the slight flattening of his vowels that meant he was switching from casual to serious. He knew her too well. A joke was always his first defense, but he could hear the absence of one in her voice now. "Listen to me." She closed her eyes, pinching the bridge of her nose between thumb and forefinger. The pressure was a focal point. "Promise me you won't repeat this. To anyone." "Not a soul." Her tone brooked no argument, the one she used on junior agents who were about to do something stupid and get people killed. "Okay, you're officially freaking me out." "I promise." Scout's honor, or whatever the disillusioned adult version of that is. "What's going on?" His voice was quieter now, the humor gone. "You need to disappear for a few days." "Right now." "Tonight." "Don't answer the door for anyone." "Ignore calls that aren't from this number." "Don't post online, don't check in anywhere, don't order delivery with your usual account." "Whoa. I'm okay. I can be a recluse. My natural state, really." "What's happening?" "Did you finally piss off the Russian mob?" "Because I told you that oligarch's daughter was trouble." "The person I told you about, the one targeting people close to me." "It's real, Glenn. It's not a hypothetical. He knows about you. He knows we're friends. I need you off the grid. Completely. Invisible. Just sit on my couch and watch bad TV. I can manage that. Context would be nice, though." "Is this the same guy from the hospital?" "The one on the news?" She could hear a faint rustle, like he was shifting, maybe looking out his own window. She let out a breath, a shaky exhale she hadn't realized she was holding. The act of telling someone, even this stripped-down, sanitized version, loosened the knot that had been sitting in her chest since she'd seen Alexis Nesbo's blue cap. Yes. He's connected to me. And to my partner, Nina. It's a long story from a closed case. He's making it personal. He's already hurt people to get my attention. Right, Glenn said, and she could picture him perfectly. Running a hand through his messy hair, his brow furrowed, the wheels turning behind his eyes as he switched from friend to problem solver. I'm okay. I'm a ghost. What about you? Where are you? You sound like you're in a tomb. Somewhere secure, she didn't elaborate. The less he knew, the safer he was. I'm working on it. I just need you to be a non-factor for him. A blank space where he expects a pressure point. Understood. Low profile. Silent running. What about those journals you mentioned? The case notes. You were going to dig through those, right? Back when you were theorizing about copycats, months ago. You said you had a whole library of weird in your attic. Katie froze, her breath catching in her throat. The world seemed to narrow to the sound of his voice through the phone. Then a jolt of adrenaline shot through her, straightening her spine, making her fingers tighten around the device. My God, she whispered, the words barely audible. The realization was a physical shock. The elephant never forgets. Mostly because I live in squalor, and my brain is a cluttered attic, but still. You said they were your backup brain. She'd completely forgotten the diaries, the potential treasure trove buried in her own past, in her own apartment. The killer had focused her so completely on his puzzles, on his timeline, on reacting to his moves, that he'd made her overlook her own resources. He had her chasing ghosts through the city, while the answer might be sitting in a duffel bag gathering dust. The oversight was enraging. She started gathering her things, moving quickly now. She shoved the notepad back in her pocket, the pen clipped to her collar. She grabbed her keys from the table, the metal jangling in her haste. You're a genius. Stay put. Do you have any way to defend yourself there? Anything at all? Not a joke, Glenn. Be real with me. I've got a mean-looking spatula with a sharp edge and a fire extinguisher from 1998 that probably just contains dust and regrets. I'll figure it out. How long am I in lockdown? Give me 24 hours. I'll call you. Don't call me unless it's an emergency. And an emergency is someone trying to break your door down, not you running out of coffee. 24 hours. Got it. Katie, his voice softened, lost its defensive humor. Be smarter than this guy. You are, you know. Don't let the panic make you forget that. Trying, the word was thick. She ended the call and was out the door in less than 30 seconds, the lock clicking shut behind her with a sound of finality. She was heading directly back to the one place she'd been told to avoid, the one place that was both a crime scene and a library, her own personal ground zero. The irony was bitter, but the momentum was everything. The night air had grown colder, carrying a damp edge that promised a late frost. It bit at her ears and the back of her neck as she walked to her car. Two cruisers sat like silent sentinels in the Apollo House parking lot, their light bars dark, engines off. Exhaust fumes hung in the cold air, a fading ghost of their earlier presence. The rest of the forensic circus had packed up and left, taking their vans and their tents and their murmured conversations. The building looked wounded now, a few windows lit in the sea of dark, the police presence a bandage on a deep cut. A single portable floodlight on a tripod illuminated the main entrance, casting long, distorted shadows across the brick facade. Glenn's memory had saved her. Dee made that offhand comment about her diaries months ago, over cheap Thai food in his cramped apartment, cardboard containers littering the coffee table. He'd joked about her being a secret novelist, writing bodice rippers about FBI agents. She'd laughed and said they were just notes, but the truth was deeper. From her very first day as an analyst, she'd kept them, leather-bound volumes, a new one for each year, filled with her cramped, precise handwriting. Every consultation, every thread followed, every hunch and its outcome. It was her way of making sense of the chaos, of finding patterns in the aftermath, of imposing order on the senseless. Since moving to the field, she'd let the habit lapse. The violence became something you carried in your head and in your muscles, not on a page. Some memories were better left unrecorded, some images too vivid to commit to paper where they could be revisited. A uniformed officer, a young guy with a tired slope to his shoulders and a face that looked too smooth for the job, stood near the main entrance, stamping his feet lightly against the cold. His breath plumed in the floodlight's beam. He looked up as she approached, his hand coming to rest near his belt, not on his weapon but ready. "Agent Ford," she said, flipping her credentials open. The gold badge caught the faint light from the street lamp, gleaming dully. "Just grabbing some personal items from my apartment. I won't be staying, won't touch anything related to the scene." He peered at her ID, his eyes scanning her face, then the photo, then back again. He nodded, his expression neutral, professional. "We're pulling guard duty at 9. Just making sure no looky-loos or press get ideas. Crime scene tape's still up on your door. Don't cross it if you can help it. Technically, it's still an active scene." Understood. 5 minutes in and out. Strictly personal effects. She kept her voice flat, authoritative, the voice of an agent on legitimate business. He stepped aside, and she pushed through the heavy glass doors. Inside, the lobby was dim, lit only by the green glow of the emergency exit signs and a single, buzzing fluorescent tube over the mailboxes. The air smelled of industrial-strength disinfectant, the kind that scraped your sinuses raw, undercut by the older, deeper scent of dust and trapped, stale air. Her footsteps echoed on the linoleum as she made for the stairs, avoiding the elevator. A small, closed box she had no desire to enter, a perfect trap. On her floor, the hallway was a tunnel of shadows. The overhead lights were off, save for one at the far end that flickered intermittently. The door to her apartment was closed, a strip of yellow police tape reading, "Crime scene, do not cross," fixed across the jamb in a stark X. The sight of it, that official declaration of violation, sent a fresh wave of cold anger through her. She used her key, tore the tape with a sharp rip that sounded violently loud in the quiet hall, and pushed inside. The violation was a physical pressure, a sudden tightness in her chest that made her breath come short. They had tried to be neat, but a forensic team leaves its own signature. Fine black powder dusted on every surface, the subtle scuff marks of booties on the floor, the faint, lingering odor of chemical reagents. Doors to other rooms were closed, likely also taped. The living room was a frozen tableau. Her sofa and armchair shoved askew against the walls to clear the center of the room, the carpet marked with numbered, plastic evidence markers like a macabre board game. Dark, irregular stains bloomed on the flooring where Alexis had lain, the cleaner unable to erase the shadow of the violence, only bleaching it into a ghostly outline. The air still held a faint, coppery tang beneath the overwhelming chemical overlay. She stood just inside the doorway, her jaw clenched so tight her teeth ached, forcing herself to look at it, to absorb the fact that this man had been here, in her space, performing his ritual on an innocent woman to send her a message. She hoped with a fierce, desperate intensity that Nina was out there somewhere having better luck hunting down the source of it all, that one of them was closing in. She didn't linger. Turning her back on the living room felt like a physical effort, like peeling herself away from a magnet. She went straight to her bedroom. This room was untouched, eerily normal. The bed was made, the navy blue duvet smooth. A paperback thriller lay face down on the nightstand. A sweater was draped over the back of her desk chair. The normalcy felt like a lie, a stage set. She dragged the desk chair over to the far wall, its legs scraping softly on the hardwood. A small, square hatch, painted the same eggshell white as the wall, was set into the ceiling near the corner. Standing on the chair, she pushed the hatch up. It swung inward on stiff hinges, releasing a puff of musty, insulated air that wafted down, carrying the scent of drywall dust and ancient wood. She reached into the darkness, her fingers brushing against the itchy, rough texture of fiberglass insulation, before finding the thick nylon strap of a black duffel bag. She hooked 2 fingers through it and pulled, using her body weight. The bag was heavier than she remembered, solid with the weight of 5 years of her professional life. It thumped onto the carpet, raising a small cloud of dust that danced in the sliver of light from the hallway. Kneeling on the floor, the grit of dust against her knees, she unzipped the main compartment. Inside, nestled between an old fleece blanket and a rolled-up sleeping bag she'd used once on a stakeout, were 5 thick journals, their leather covers worn soft at the edges, the colors fading from black to a dark gray. She bypassed the first 2, from her earliest analyst days. Those were filled with theoretical models and academic excitement, and pulled out the 3rd one, its spine cracked from use, the pages swollen. The cover felt warm from being trapped in the insulated space. The pages were foxed with age, a light brown at the edges, and felt slightly brittle under her thumb. She sat back against the side of her bed, the floor hard, and opened the journal. The binding creaked. She began to skim, her eyes moving in rapid, practiced patterns, seeking keywords, names, dates. The entries were a cascade of past horrors, a river of ink detailing terrorism plots she'd helped untangle, trafficking rings she'd mapped, interstate murder series where she'd found the geographic pivot point that led to an arrest. The handwriting started out meticulous, each letter formed with care, and gradually became a faster, more urgent scrawl as the years and the caseload mounted, the pen sometimes digging angrily into the paper during frustrating dead ends. She ran her index finger down the margins, her eyes scanning for 2 names, hers and Nina's. The search felt like dredging the deep ocean floor, sifting through the silt of other people's nightmares. Page after page of cold facts, psychological assessments, statistical probabilities. She saw names of killers now dead or imprisoned, names that had once dominated headlines and now were footnotes in criminology textbooks. Holloway, the I-95 strangler, the chemist. Each a story of ended pain, but here they were, reduced to her clinical notes. Her neck began to ache from hunching over. The dust from the crawl space tickled her throat, making her want to cough. The silence of the apartment was profound, broken only by the soft rasp of pages turning. She was about to switch to the 4th journal, her fingers already reaching for it, when her scanning finger stopped, nail tapping a line of text. An entry from years back. The date was circled, a habit she had for court appearances. Testified today in the Rain trial. Andras Rain, the so-called dull-eyed strangler, provided data analysis on victim selection patterns and geographic stability. Met the lead agent, Nina Shaw. Brief interaction. She was intense. Case felt unresolved. The memory unlocked, vivid and unpleasant, flooding her senses. Not the courtroom itself, with its high ceiling and solemn atmosphere, but the hallway outside during a recess. The smell of old varnish and floor polish. The murmur of lawyers' voices, the click of dress shoes on marble. She'd been standing by a water fountain, a cold trickled down her throat, reviewing her notes one last time, when Nina Shaw had approached. Katie had only seen her in photos before, a woman with a fierce, unsmiling gaze in her bureau ID. Up close, she was shorter than expected, but her presence filled the space. She'd worn a dark suit, impeccable, and her hair was pulled back in a severe knot. She nodded at Katie, a single sharp dip of her chin. Your data was solid. Jury followed it, that was all. No smile, no thanks. A statement of fact. Then she'd turned to look down the hall, where Andras Rain was being led back to the courtroom by two marshals. He'd been a man in his late 40s then, with a carefully trimmed beard and eyes that held no light, no reflection, like chips of dirty ice. He looked right at Nina, and his lips had curved just slightly, not a smile but an acknowledgement, a secret shared. Nina had gone very still, her hands curling into loose fists at her sides, the knuckles whitening. The moment had stretched, charged with a silent, profound hatred that vibrated in the air between them, before the marshal nudged Rain forward. Nina had watched him go, then turned and walked away without another word to Katie, her heels clicking a staccato rhythm of contained fury on the marble floor. Andras Rain, a former emergency room physician. His signature was terror, not death. He'd stalk recovering addicts, people living in halfway houses or shelters, individuals he believed the system had failed and no one would trust. He'd subdue them in their own temporary homes, choke them to the very edge of consciousness. A technique that left minimal lasting physical evidence, no broken hyoid, just petechiae and trauma, revive them with precise medical knowledge, and then flee, leaving them alive but utterly shattered, their safe spaces violated forever. He walked free on insufficient physical evidence and a clever defense that painted the victims as unreliable, their memories suspect. A perfect candidate for a grudge. A man who knew how to choke and revive with exacting precision. A man who had looked at Nina Shaw with cold recognition and had walked away from her. She never caught me. Katie's heart was hammering against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of certainty. She needed his current whereabouts, and she couldn't access the bureau databases without triggering alerts and audit trails. Vance would have a flag on her name in seconds, and a query for a past acquitted suspect would be a blinking red light. One person came to mind, someone in the bureaucratic machinery who owed her a favor and operated with a degree of compassionate discretion. Wendy from RSU, who had filed the report about Mark. She dialed the research support unit line from memory, her fingers steady now with purpose. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. Each tone felt like an hour. It was picked up on the 4th ring. Research support, Alvarez. Is Wendy there, please? Katie asked, keeping her voice even, polite, trying to sound like just another agent with a routine request. A click, a muffled hand over the receiver, then a new voice, warmer, familiar. Wendy speaking. Wendy, it's Katie Ford. We talked earlier about the incident with Mark. She didn't say death, it was the incident. Bureaucracy had its own language for softening blows. Agent Ford. Yeah, I filed that supplemental report you asked for. Feels better, having it officially noted. What's up? You sound tense. Wendy's voice dropped slightly, becoming more confidential. Katie leaned her head back against the bed frame, staring at the ceiling. A hairline crack in the plaster seemed to map a new, unknown route. I need a favor. A big one. Are you able to run a quick, quiet lookup for me? Completely off the record. No case number, no log, no trace. I can't access the system right now. Wendy hesitated, but only for a second. Katie could hear the hum of office computers in the background, the distant chatter of other analysts. Off the books. For you, sure. After what happened with Mark, I get it. Sometimes the official channels are too slow or too blind. Who is it? Andra's Rain. Barry then. I need his last known address. Parole officer info if he has one. Anything current. He was acquitted in 2012, I think. The sound of keys clacking, rapid and efficient, came through the line. A pause. More typing. Katie held her breaths. Okay. Got it. He's off parole. Completed his supervised period last year. Last registered address is 725 Jefferson Drive, Southeast. Apartment 4B. It's a block off the Navy Yard, older residential building, not the best area. Did that work? Katie was already committing it to memory, visualizing the street grid. Perfect. Thank you, Wendy. I mean it. This is crucial. At any time. Just be careful, Katie. This feels like one of those things I shouldn't have done, but needed to do. You know. It is. And I owe you. More than you know, Katie ended the call. For a moment, she just sat on the floor, the journal open in her lap, the address repeating in her head like a mantra. 725 Jefferson. 4B. A name and a number. It was more than she'd had an hour ago. It was a destination. Action was the antidote to dread. She shoved the journals back into the duffel bag, her movements quick and sure now, fueled by the adrenaline of the lead. She didn't bother with neatness. She zipped the bag closed, the sound loud and final, stood and slung the heavy bag over her shoulder. The weight was comforting, a tangible anchor. She took one last, sweeping glance around her bedroom, the normal, untouched room that no longer felt like hers, that felt like a museum exhibit of a life that was on pause, and walked out, closing the door softly behind her, sealing the normalcy away. In the living room, she didn't look at the stained floor. She kept her eyes on the exit, on the slice of hallway light visible through the cracked door. She pulled the apartment door shut, the click of the latch a period at the end of a terrible sentence. Downstairs, the young officer was still at his post, now sipping from a thermos. He looked up as she approached, the bulky duffel bag obvious in her grip. "Get what you needed?" he asked, screwing the cap back on his thermos. "I did. Thanks for letting me through." She offered him a final, tight nod, nothing more than professional courtesy, and pushed out into the night. The cold air hit her face, but it didn't feel oppressive anymore. It felt charged, full of potential, like the moment before a storm breaks, when the air is ionized and every sense is heightened. She had a name. She had a direction. The hunt, which had been a reactive scramble, a desperate game of catch-up, now had a focal point, a fixed point on the map to drive toward. She walked to her car, the duffel bag thumping against her leg with each step, a solid, rhythmic reminder of the past she was carrying into the present. Her mind was already racing ahead, mapping the fastest route to Jefferson Drive, planning her approach, recon first, never a direct knock, running through the tactical questions of how to confront a man who had once been a doctor, who specialized in control, who understood anatomy as a weapon, and who had a very specific, very personal reason to hate Nina Shaw. The fear was still there, a cold companion sitting in the passenger seat, but it was now joined by something else, something sharper and more driving, a focused, predatory clarity. She opened the car door, threw the bag of journals onto the passenger seat, and slid behind the wheel. The engine turned over with a low, reliable growl. She pulled out of the parking lot, leaving the silent police cruisers behind in her rearview mirror, and pointed her car toward the southeast quadrant of the city, toward the last known address of Andra's reign. The headlights cut two bright paths through the dark, leading the way. Chapter 24. The street was a dead end, a forgotten pocket of the city where the shadows pooled thick and deep under the few working street lamps. The air was cold and still, carrying the distant hum of a highway and the closer scent of damp earth and rotting leaves from the choked yards. 725 Jefferson Drive sat at its terminus, a husk of a house with paint peeling like a sunburn, its porch sagging under the weight of neglect. Katie Ford killed the engine, the silence that followed absolute. No light bled from behind the grimy windows, not even the blue flicker of a television. The house was a black tooth in the gray gums of the street. She sat for a full minute, listening. The engine ticked as it cooled. From two houses down, the faint, tinny sound of a late-night talk show leaked through a window. A dog barked once, a mile away. This house gave back nothing. It absorbed sound. She unclipped her seatbelt, the click unnaturally loud. Her knock, 3 sharp raps, echoed into a deep, swallowing silence. 10 p.m. on a weeknight usually meant people were home, maybe settling in, maybe arguing behind closed doors. Not this one. The sound didn't even seem to penetrate the wood. It was absorbed, dead on arrival. She waited, counting to 30 in her head. No shuffle of a slipper, no creak of a floorboard. She pressed her ear to the cold door, the painted wood smooth and icy against her skin. She heard only the pulse in her own temple, a rapid drumbeat of dread. No footsteps, no shifting weight, no breath held on the other side. She stepped off the porch, the dry grass crunching under her boots like brittle bones, and began a slow perimeter check, her eyes scanning the neighboring houses. One had a porch light on, revealing empty white plastic chairs. Another was completely dark. No curious faces peered out. The moon, a sliver behind high cloud, painted the neglected yard in shades of charcoal and bone. Weeds, thick-stemmed pokeberry and thorny vines, choked the skeletal remains of flower beds. A cracked concrete path, heaved up by the knuckled roots of an old oak, vanished into the gloom beside the house. Her eyes tracked every window, every potential point of observation. The front ones were blank, coated in a film of grime that turned the glass opaque. The side windows were dark, curtains drawn tight. At the back, the yard dropped into a tangle of overgrown shrubs and a listing wooden fence, the kind kids would kick a ball against. And there, the kitchen window gaped open like a missing tooth. The pane was entirely gone, not just broken out but removed, the frame empty. A stained, floral-patterned curtain flapped listlessly in the night breeze, caught on a nail, and then released with a soft, repetitive slap. A slap. Pause. A slap. An entry point, not an invitation. The air drifting out was colder than the night, carrying a faint, sour odor of decay that was more than just old garbage. But the threats against her life, the killer's intimate knowledge, the clock that was always ticking in her skull, they were invitation enough. Protocol screamed to call for backup, to stage a perimeter, to wait for a SWAT negotiator. Reality was a colder calculus. Backup would ask questions she couldn't answer, would demand credentials she wasn't supposed to use, and the person inside, if there was still a person, might be dead by the time they finished the paperwork. This was a solo run. It always had been. She holstered her weapon, the leather creaking softly as she secured the snap. The sill was rough, flecks of old white paint coming away under her gloves like dead skin. She gripped the wood, the grain gritty against her palms, and hauled herself up, leveraging a knee onto the ledge. The movement was awkward, vulnerable. Her jacket rode up, exposing the small of her back to the dark yard. For a second she was half in, half out, her balance precarious, her center of gravity teetering over the unknown darkness of the kitchen. She muttered a curse, pushed forward, twisting to get her legs through, and dropped inside. Her boots landed on sticky linoleum with a soft, definitive thud. She crouched immediately, knees protesting, drawing her gun in one fluid motion, sweeping the phone's flashlight in a low, controlled arc. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a landscape of domestic decay. Piled dishes filled the sink, a miniature mountain range of crusted plates and bowls, forks standing upright in the dried gravy like tiny metallic flags. Bulging black trash bags slumped against the cabinets, one split open like a gutted animal, spilling candy wrappers and crushed beer cans. The stench hit her then, a physical wave. The sweet, high rot of forgotten food undercut by the stale, greasy smell of garbage that had been sitting for weeks, fermented in its own plastic tomb. It coated the back of her throat, thick and cloying. She fought the urge to gag, breathing shallowly through her mouth, tasting the foul air on her tongue. The house felt hollow, a shell that amplified every tiny sound. The scuff of her boot on the floor was a scrape that seemed to travel down the hallway. The rustle of her jacket was a whisper in a silent church. She moved out of the kitchen into a narrow hallway, the flashlight beam dancing over water-stained wallpaper, a pattern of faded roses that was peeling away in long, sad strips. A desolate living room opened to the left, furnished only with dust motes dancing in her light, and a dead television with a cracked screen like a spiderweb. A single, stained armchair faced it, a sentinel in the emptiness, its cushions hollowed by a body that was no longer there. She checked the corners, the spaces behind doors, her light probing the shadows until they retreated. The staircase to the second floor was ahead, carpeted in a matted, indeterminate color that might once have been green. As she put a foot on the first step, testing its give, a sound froze her. Not from above. Not a creak of floorboards or a sigh of the house settling. This was a scrape, a deliberate shift of weight. It came from under her feet. From below. She retreated from the stairs, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her ribs, so loud she was sure it would give her away. Back in the hall, her light caught the edge of a narrow door she'd mistaken for a closet. It was slightly ajar, a sliver of deeper blackness showing behind it. She nudged it open with her toe, the toe of her boot pressing against the wood. It swung inward on complaining hinges that squealed a high, rusty protest, revealing not shelves, but a steep, wooden stairwell descending into absolute blackness. A wave of cooler, damper air wafted up, carrying a mineral smell of wet stone and something else, a faint, coppery tang that made the hairs on her arms stand up. And there, at the limit of her phone's beam, a faint, orange-tinted light glowed from below, not electric bright but murky, like a dying ember in a hearth of shadows. She descended slowly, each step a conscious act of will, her gun held ready, her light pointed down. The old wood creaked under her weight, each sound a thunderclap in the profound quiet. The orange light grew stronger, defining the rough, uneven stones of the basement walls, glistening with condensation. The air grew colder, a damp chill that seeped through her clothes and found her skin. The smell clarified, layer by layer. Damp earth, the furry scent of black mildew, and beneath it, threading through everything, the unmistakable iron scent of blood, old and new. The basement opened before her, a cavern of stone and damp. It was larger than she expected, the ceiling low and beamed with dark, moisture-swollen wood that seemed to press down. Storage boxes, cardboard softened by humidity, their corners blooming with mold, formed makeshift walls and blind corners. Against one stone wall stood a metal worktable, its surface lined with tools arranged with chilling, surgical precision. They weren't garage tools for fixing cars or building shelves. They were sharp, sterile, and gleaming dully under the single bare bulb that hung from a cord, its light tinted orange by age and dust. Scalpels laid out by size. Bone saws with fine teeth. Clamps of various sizes, their jaws open. A pair of long, needle-nosed forceps. Next to them lay a cordless drill, but not for wood. It was a compact, powerful-looking surgical model, its battery pack charged, a variety of bits. Twist drills, burrs, a large circular saw attachment, laid beside it like a surgeon's choice. Chains, not rusted but clean and oily, hung from heavy hooks driven into the beams, their ends terminating in open cuffs. A gurney stood against the far wall, its restraints already unbuckled and waiting, an IV pole beside it. This wasn't a holding pen. It was a surgery waiting for its patient. Katie's hand had barely closed around the grip of her pistol again when the sting hit her, high on the shoulder near her neck, so quick and so small she almost dismissed it as an insect. Then the floor tilted, her knees buckled, and a violent, electric rigidity locked every muscle from her jaw to her heels in the same instant. She had no memory of falling. She was simply down, cheek against the cold concrete, unable to blink, unable to breathe deeper than a shallow flutter, watching the tool table sideways from an inch off the floor. Feeling returned in a slow, agonizing tide of painful pins and needles. It started in her toes and fingers, 1,000 hot needles jabbing inward. She gasped as sensation flooded back into her torso, a cramping, aching revival that felt like her body was being reassembled piece by painful piece. She could twitch a finger. A minute later, she could curl her hand into a weak fist. With a monumental effort, grinding her teeth against the fiery discomfort, she managed to roll onto her back, the rough concrete scraping the back of her jacket. The tingling, burning pain was everywhere, but it was movement. It was life returning to a vessel that had been cast in cement. She dragged her phone from her pocket, her fingers clumsy and weak as a child's. The screen blurred in her vision. She blinked, cleared it, stabbed at it with a trembling thumb, bringing up the keypad. 911. She pressed call, holding the phone to her ear with both hands. 911, what is your emergency? A calm, female voice asked in her ear, a sound from another, orderly world. Officer down, Katie gritted out, her words slurred, her tongue still partly numb and thick. A shooting. 725 Jefferson Drive. A basement. One deceased. Need EMS. FBI agent on scene. She forced the title out, knowing it would trigger a different response cascade, faster, with more units. Units are responding. Are you injured? Paralytic agent. Wearing off. Suspect deceased. She let the phone fall from her hand, not hanging up, leaving the line open to capture the silence, the digital witness to the aftermath. The wait was an eternity measured in the gradual, painful return of her motor control. Katie managed to push herself up onto her elbows, muscles trembling with the strain, then into a sitting position, her back against the cold, damp stone wall. She stared at Rain's body, at the second, small hole she'd put in his forehead herself, and found she couldn't look away from it, couldn't yet name what she felt. There were no words for it. Not relief. Not guilt. Something colder and newer that she wasn't ready to examine. Then, the first distant warble of sirens, a thin thread of sound that grew swiftly from a whine to a scream, multiplying as it neared. Red and blue lights strobed through the high, grimy basement windows, painting the scene in alternating washes of emergency color, turning the tools into grotesque, flashing sculptures. Boots pounded on the floor above, heavy and urgent, voices shouting, "Clear." Clear, the storm arrived, a tsunami of official response. The basement became a chaotic symphony of shouted orders, crackling radios, and the rustle of heavy gear and body armor. Uniformed officers flooded down the stairs, their weapons drawn and held at low ready, their flashlight beams cutting through the haze of cordite and dust, creating a crisscrossing cage of light. "The FBI." "I'm FBI," Katie shouted, her voice stronger now but raw, holding up a trembling hand, palm out. An officer approached cautiously, his gun trained on her until he saw her posture, slumped against the wall, empty holster, face pale and strained under the dirt. He called out over his shoulder, "Medic." "Over here." A paramedic, a young man with a calm, focused face under a shock of red hair, knelt beside her, his green kit hitting the floor with a thump. He flashed a penlight in her eyes, his own eyes checking her pupils' reaction. "Can you tell me your name?" "Katie Ford." "Federal agent." "I was injected with a neuromuscular blocker. Probably succinylcholine or a derivative." "Shoulder," her words were clear now, clinical, the profile reasserting itself like a shield. "Giving data was control." He nodded, checking her pulse at her wrist, his fingers warm and sure. "Any pain?" "Can you move everything?" She flexed her hands, opened and closed them, rotated her ankles. The pins and needles were receding, replaced by a deep, bruised ache in her muscles, as if she'd run a marathon. "It's wearing off." "I'm functional." "Keep moving gently." "Don't try to stand yet." He helped her shift into a better position, his hands professional and impersonal under her arms. His partner crouched by the tool table, snapping photographs, muttering something under his breath. "Jesus," the medic muttered, taking in the tool table, the chains, the body with its constellation of bullet holes. "What the hell was this?" Katie's legs held when she finally, with his help, pushed to her feet. She swayed, a wave of dizziness washing over her, and gripped his arm for balance, the world tilting slightly before righting itself. The scene was being secured with practiced efficiency. An officer was photographing the tool table from multiple angles, the flash popping. Another was stringing yellow tape from a beam to a pipe, cordoning off the area. The pistol that had killed Rain lay near the body, a compact make she didn't recognize as her own, tagged now with a small plastic evidence marker, number 1. Someone would ask about it eventually. She didn't have an answer that wouldn't sound insane. "I'll handle this," the voice cut through the operational chaos like a knife through canvas. It was cold, authoritative, and utterly familiar. Director Robert Vance stood at the foot of the stairs, his tailored charcoal suit and polished black shoes starkly, almost offensively, out of place amidst the grime, blood, and emergency personnel in tactical vests. He didn't look at the body or the tools. His eyes, chips of flint, swept the room and found Katie and locked on. His expression was carved from ice, the lines around his mouth deep and severe. He dismissed the medic with a slight, imperious jerk of his chin. The young man gave Katie a last, uncertain look, a look that asked if she was sure she was okay, and moved away to assist his partner. Vance stepped closer, the smell of his expensive, citrus and sandalwood aftershave cutting through the basement's foul air like a chemical weapon. "Agent Ford," he let the title hang between them, heavy with irony. "Care to explain why you're at a murder scene in Anacostia, instead of in your apartment, where the terms of your suspension explicitly state you are to remain. Katie's mind raced, scrambling for purchase on a sheer cliff face. The lie formed on her lips, thin and transparent as tissue paper. I was checking out abandoned properties. The hobby. Urban exploration. She gestured vaguely toward the ceiling, the movement still stiff, her shoulder protesting. I heard screams. I investigated. Vance stared at her, his gaze unwavering, seeing through the flimsy story to the panic and calculation beneath. He then slowly, deliberately, turned his head to look at Rain's body, the dark pool spreading in a glossy lake beneath it. He looked back at Katie, his disbelief a palpable force in the damp air. A hobby, he repeated, the word dripping with contempt. And the deceased. Another enthusiast. An officer, holding the unfamiliar pistol in a clear plastic evidence bag, by the very corner of its grip, approached Vance. Sir, this was the weapon. Preliminary visual confirms it's the one that fired the rounds. It's not a bureau-issue piece. GSR swab is pending, but Agent Ford's hands tested positive on the field kit. Vance absorbed this, his jaw tightening so the muscle bulged. He turned his frosty attention back to Katie, a new, colder understanding dawning in his eyes. It wasn't just that she was here, violating orders. It was how she was here, and what had transpired. He saw a scenario he couldn't control, a narrative with a rogue, suspended agent at its center, a dead predator, an untraceable weapon, and no clear chain of events. He saw a mess that could splash back on the Bureau. Suppose, he said, his voice low and dangerous, meant only for her ears, I accept this remarkable series of coincidences. Your suspension has terms, Agent Ford. You are not to act in any official capacity. You are not to pursue any investigative leads. You are to remain at your residence. You have violated every single one of those terms tonight. He took a half step closer, invading her space, forcing her to look up at him. Violate them again, and the next vehicle that picks you up will be a transport to a federal holding cell. Your credentials will be revoked permanently. And are we clear? The threat was absolute, non-negotiable. She saw it in the set of his shoulders, in the flat finality of his tone, in the way he held his body like a closed gate. This was no longer a professional reprimand. It was a line in the sand drawn with a blade. Yes, sir, she said, the words ash in her mouth. Why are you even here, Director? She asked, a spark of exhausted defiance making her push, needing to know. This isn't your precinct. This call wouldn't have hit your desk for hours. A muscle twitched in his cheek, the only sign of irritation. Because Nina Shaw's government vehicle has a tracker. I saw it parked 4 blocks over. My residence isn't far from this shithole. I came to see what fresh hell she was stirring up. Imagine my surprise to find you instead. He looked her up and down, a slow, dismissive inventory from her dirty boots to her pale, strained face, the dirt smudged on her cheek from the floor. We're done. To go home. Now. He turned his back on her, a definitive dismissal, and began speaking in low, urgent tones to the ranking homicide detective who had just arrived, a weary-looking man in a rumpled suit. Katie was no longer part of the scene. She was debris to be cleared, a complication to be managed out of the report. She walked out, past the officers who now avoided her eyes, focused on their tasks, up the stairs that felt steeper and more treacherous than before, through the foul kitchen with its mountain of dishes and its window to the night, and out the gaping window frame. The sharp night air hit her like a slap, clean and cold after the basement's miasma, scented with distant rain and city. She drew it deep into her lungs, trying to wash the stench of blood and rot and betrayal out of her system. Director Vance's warning clung to her, a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature, a shackle around her future. Her phone, still clutched in her hand, buzzed violently, vibrating against her palm. The screen glowed in the darkness, unknown caller. The killer. Checking in. Gloating. Her thumb hovered over the screen, a millimeter from the green icon. She saw Rain's scarred face, felt the cold pressure of the drill bit on her skin, felt again the recoil of the second shot in her own hand. She saw the masked figure, a ghost dispensing lethal grace and then vanishing, leaving her alone with what she'd finished. She swiped red, declining the call, cutting off the connection. The silence that followed was profound, ringing with the echoes of what she had just refused. She started walking toward where she'd left the car, her body aching with a deep systemic fatigue, her mind a whirlwind of shattered images. The drill, the gun in her own hand, Vance's icy eyes. But as she moved, the simple, physical act of putting one foot in front of the other, the adrenaline receding and leaving a terrible, crystalline clarity in its wake, the puzzle pieces, jarred loose by terror and helplessness and the stark, theatrical intervention, suddenly clicked into a new, horrifyingly clear pattern. It wasn't a guess, it was a geometric certainty. The killer wasn't just watching her. He was curating her. The ballpark. This basement. He wasn't creating crimes out of whole cloth. He was intercepting them, redirecting them, using existing, active monsters as his props to show her what? His power. His superiority. His perverted, twisted form of justice. He was a director, and she was the audience of one. Rain had a record. He was a predator who'd slipped through the cracks, a known quantity in the system. The killer knew where he'd be, what he'd be doing, perhaps even when he'd be doing it. The killer knew Katie would follow the trail, because the killer had laid the trail for her, using the historical, Metro Maiden case as breadcrumbs to a modern monster. He had medical knowledge, the paralytic, the precise, non-lethal abdominal shot that left Rain conscious. He had tactical skill, silent entry, decisive action, immediate exit. He had a message, and he was delivering it one horrifying, staged tableau at a time. And the mask, the coat, the silence, it wasn't just to conceal his identity. It was a uniform. The brand. He was making himself into a symbol of vengeance, of correction, of a law outside the law. And he was making her a witness, forcing her to watch his work, to be complicit in its aftermath. He was building a narrative, and she was a character in it. She stopped walking, under a skeletal tree at the edge of the dead-end street, its bare branches clawing at the clouded sky. The sirens were fading behind her, replaced by the normal sounds of a city night, a distant plane, a car door slamming. She knew how to find him now. Not by chasing the crimes, the fresh blood, but by understanding the curator. The link wasn't just Nina. It was the gaps in Nina's files, the cases that went cold under mysterious circumstances, the monsters who vanished or died in ways that didn't quite add up, the investigations that ended just as they got interesting. The killer wasn't in the spotlight. He was in the archives. He was in the footnotes. He was in the aftermath, cleaning up, taking trophies, setting the stage. She looked back at the hive of activity around 725 Jefferson, the flashing lights painting the quiet street in pulses of alarm. Then she turned and walked away into the night, the new pattern solid and cold and leading in only one direction, backward, into the past, into the darkness where cases go to die. Chapter 25. Katie's lungs burned, a raw, scraping agony with every shallow sip of air she managed to pull past the invisible weight on her chest. The world swam in and out of focus. A nauseating carousel of stained basement concrete, rust-spotted pipes snaking across a low ceiling, and the single bare bulb swinging on a short, squeaking chain. With each arc, the light carved lunatic shadows that stretched and shrank across the walls, making the room itself seem to breathe. The air was thick with the smell of damp concrete, mildew, and a sharper, chemical tang from the vials on the metal tray beside her. The sheet beneath her was rough, a thin cotton weave stained with old, unidentifiable blotches that felt stiff and greasy against her skin. Andras Rain's face loomed above her, a mask of detached curiosity as he adjusted the IV line taped to the inside of her elbow. His fingers were cool and dry, his touch clinical, pressing the tape down with a precise, patting motion that felt like a brand. The paralytic was a cold tide moving through her veins, a leaden numbness that started deep in her core and radiated outward, locking her muscles fiber by fiber, stealing her breath by degrees. She could only stare, trapped behind her own eyes, her hearing preternaturally sharp against the silence of her own body. She could hear the faint hum of the house's electricity in the walls, the frantic scuttle of something small in a far, dark corner behind stacks of moldering boxes, the wet, obscene sound of her own unswallowed saliva pooling at the back of her throat. He'd been waiting for her. The profile had been a trap, the juvenile records from Shepherd House, a perfect, gleaming lure for someone chasing Calvin Calloway's ghosts. Rain was not a copycat. He was something else, a collector, a curator of pain. He hummed a tuneless, off-key melody as he worked, preparing another syringe from a small metal tray. The liquid inside was clear, catching the bulb's light like a sinister jewel. He held it up to the light, squinting as he checked for bubbles, his lips pursed in a tight, thoughtful circle. The light glinted off the steel needle. "The dosage is critical," he murmured, not to her, but to the room, to the shadows that were his only audience. His voice was a low, pleasant baritone, utterly at odds with the context. It was the voice of a professor in a quiet office. Enough to still the body, but not the mind. Too much, and you slip into a peaceful coma. The awareness simply winks out. Of a shame. Too little, and the struggle introduces variables. Contaminants. He tapped the syringe with a fingernail, a sharp tink that echoed in the quiet, expelling a tiny bead of fluid that sparkled for a millisecond before vanishing into the grime of the floor. The awareness is the point, Agent Ford. The conscious witness to the unraveling. You'll understand that soon. It's the difference between observing a storm through a window and being the lightning rod. He leaned closer, his breath smelling of mint and something metallic, like old coins. His eyes, a pale, watery blue, scanned her face, reading the panic she couldn't hide in her frozen expression. The lightning rod feels the energy. It channels it. It is transformed by it. That is the crucible. That is where the true profile is written, not in the mind observing, but in the flesh experiencing. The door at the top of the wooden stairs crashed open, the sound of physical blow in the tense quiet. The old wood splintered around the lock with a sharp, cracking report that echoed off the concrete walls like a gunshot. Rain jerked his head up, his humming cut short in the middle of a note, his shoulders tensing. The syringe slipped from his suddenly slack fingers, arcing through the air in a slow, end-over-end tumble. Katie's eyes, locked open, tracked its fall. It seemed to hang for a moment at the apex before plummeting, striking the concrete floor with a tiny, crystalline pop. Glass skittered in a dozen directions across the damp stone, the clear fluid beating on the surface before being absorbed into the gray. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, backlit by the weak hall light from the house above. A man, tall, his shoulders filling the frame, holding a pistol in a steady, two-handed grip pointed down into the basement. The light from behind him cast his face into deep shadow, rendering him a cutout of pure, threatening shape, a human-shaped hole in the world. "Step away from her." The voice was electronically distorted, the same flat, synthetic rasp from the phone calls, devoid of any human pitch or warmth. It was a sound generated by a machine, stripped of tells, of accent, of emotion. It was the voice from her nightmares, here in the flesh. Rain's initial surprise was a full-body event. His eyes widened, the pale blue irises shrinking within a sudden rim of white. His breath caught in his throat with a soft, choked sound. He took a half-step backward, his shoes scuffing loudly on the gritty floor, his balance momentarily compromised. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, the shock melted. It drained from his features, replaced by a sly, knowing smile that spread across his face like oil seeping across water. It started at the corners of his mouth, lifting them, then crinkled the skin around his eyes, transforming his expression from startled academic to something smug and proprietorial. He recovered his composure with an almost theatrical smoothness, straightening his spine and brushing a non-existent piece of lint from the sleeve of his light shirt with two precise fingers. "You," he said, the word rich with satisfaction. "The silent partner. I wondered when you'd come to see the collection in person." The final piece, as it were. He gestured vaguely toward Katie on the gurney with an open palm, fingers slightly curled, as if presenting a finished sculpture at a gallery opening. "I must admit, your timing is dramatic." I said step away. The distorted voice held no inflection, no rising anger. It was a command issued by a machine, a line of code executed. The pistol in the silhouette's hands didn't waver by a millimeter. Rain raised his hands slowly, palms out in a placating gesture, but took a deliberate, shuffling step closer to Katie's gurney, placing his body squarely between her and the gun at the top of the stairs. The move was calculated, using her paralyzed form as a shield. He tilted his head, studying the silhouette as if it were an interesting specimen. "You're what? You will shoot." "Through me?" He let the question hang in the thick air, then answered it himself, his tone turning conversational, almost amused. "You'll risk hitting your precious project. I know what she is to you. A test. A measure of your own design. You won't spoil the experiment. The data would be corrupted. Unusable." He spoke with the confidence of a man who believed he understood the rules of the game better than anyone, his voice calm, almost pedagogical. He clasped his hands loosely in front of his stomach, a lecturer at a podium. A bullet through the thoracic cavity, even a small caliber, would introduce far too much shock, too much systemic trauma. It would ruin the baseline. The hemodynamic collapse alone would scramble the neural signals you're so interested in monitoring. You're not here to save her. You're here to observe. So observe. The anonymous caller didn't answer with words. He began to descend the stairs, his movements economical, precise. Each footfall was deliberate, the old wood groaning and protesting under his weight. There was a distinct, high-pitched creak on the third step, a sound of dry rot and stress. His aim never wavered from Rain's center mass, the barrel tracking him with a predator's patience, the front sight a tiny, unwavering black notch in the gloom. The light from the swinging bulb caught the matte finish of the pistol's slide as he moved downward, a dull gleam of oiled metal. "She's the key, isn't she?" Rain pressed, his voice gaining a lecturer's rhythm, as if he were presenting a paper to a skeptical colleague. He seemed energized by the audience, by the chance to articulate his theory to someone he presumed was a peer. "The bridge between Shaw's past and your present." You want to see if the student can survive what the teacher created. If the analytical mind can withstand a direct, intimate application of the chaos, it studies from a safe, clinical distance. But you need me to provide the pressure. The catalyst, the controlled variable. He spread his fingers slightly, a magician revealing empty hands. We're collaborators, you and I. Whether you admit it or not. I provide the stimulus. You observe the reaction. It's an elegant division of labor. I operate in the physical domain. You operate in the psychological. Together, we complete the circuit. We're nothing alike. The distorted voice was flat, a statement of fact delivered from halfway down the stairs. The caller paused on the fifth step, his head tilting slightly, a bird-like motion of assessment. He was close enough now that Katie could see the fabric of his cargo jacket was a dark, practical green, worn at the elbows. Aren't we? Rain gave a soft, incredulous laugh that sounded genuine, a puff of air through his nose that stirred the dust motes near his face. We both watch from the edges. We both arrange circumstances, manipulate environments to see how the subjects react. We both need them, Shaw Ford, to prove a theory. Mine is about the architecture of fear, the blueprint of trauma. How it's built layer by layer in the nervous system. He tapped his own temple with a forefinger. Yours is about legacy. About correction. You think Shaw got it wrong. You think her way, the Bureau's way, creates blind spots. Gaps in the pattern. And you're using Ford to prove it, to fill in those gaps, to show her the flaws in her mentor's gospel. He took another small step, emboldened by his own analysis, his heel coming within inches of the gurney's wheel. The metal frame gave a faint squeak. You're not her savior. You're her final examiner. The proctor for the most important test of her life. And I am the examination paper. You can't intervene without invalidating the results. The caller reached the basement floor. The concrete seemed to absorb the sound of his boots, giving only a soft, gritty crunch of gravel underfoot. He was closer now, and Katie, from her frozen vantage point, could see more detail. The sturdy stitching on his jacket, the bulge of a radio or a jammer in a chest pocket, the black tactical gloves that covered his hands, the dull gleam of the pistol's slide under the swinging light. He stood with a balanced, athletic stance, weight evenly distributed, knees slightly bent. He was a solid presence, a piece of the darkness given form and purpose. He gestured with the barrel of his gun, a short, sharp motion toward the far corner, away from the gurney and the workbench cluttered with medical supplies and sinister tools. Over there. On your knees. Hands behind your head. The synthesized words were spaced evenly, mechanically precise, leaving no room for misinterpretation or debate. Rain's smile finally faded. The smugness drained from his face like water from a cracked glass, leaving behind a pale, tense mask. He saw the finality in the stance, the absolute lack of negotiation in the caller's posture. The lecture was over. The collaborator theory had been rejected. This was not a dialogue between intellectuals, it was an executioner delivering instructions. He took a slow step sideways, his movements suddenly stiff, then another, moving with exaggerated care away from Katie, his hands still raised to shoulder height. Her eyes tracked him, pleading silently, the only part of her she could still command. The muscles around her eyes strained, pulling the skin taut at her temples, a frantic Morse code of terror. Tears of frustration and sheer animal fear welled, blurring her vision, tracing hot, itchy paths down her temples and into her hairline. The paralytic held her tongue, a thick, useless muscle in her mouth that she could not even curl to moisten her cracked lips. You think killing me ends it? Rain said as he lowered himself stiffly to his knees in the indicated corner. The concrete was dusty there, littered with bits of crumbled mortar, a few curled, dead insects, and a rusty washer. He winced as his kneecaps made contact with the unyielding surface, a sharp hiss escaping his teeth. The design is already in motion. The sequence is initiated. The others are already chosen. Shaw will die at the carnival, a poetic return to the origin point. Calloway will have his finale, the monster reclaiming his creation. And Agent Ford, he glanced back at her over his shoulder, a flicker of genuine, almost tender fascination in his eyes, like a scientist observing a rare chemical reaction reaching its climax. She will either break, which is a valuable data point in itself, proof of a structural flaw in the analytical model, or she will become something truly magnificent. A new kind of instrument, calibrated by direct experience. You can't stop the pattern. You can only participate. You're participating now. By being here, you've become a variable in my equation. Thank you for that. I'm not here to stop it, the caller said, his synthesized voice cutting through Rain's monologue with digital clarity, a scalpel slicing through soft tissue. I'm here to edit it. He turned his head slightly, his face obscured by shadow and perhaps intent, his gaze shifting from Rain, kneeling and defiant, to Katie on the gurney. For a long second, he simply looked at her. His eyes, in the shadow of the bulb's swing, were unreadable pits. There was no compassion there, no urgency, only a cold, assessing focus. Then, with his left hand, he reached into the pocket of his jacket. The movement was smooth, practiced. He tossed a small, heavy object in a gentle underhand arc. It spun once in the air, a black shape against the yellow light, and landed on the thin, stained sheet of the gurney beside her hip with a solid, definitive thump. A pistol. A compact, functional semi-automatic, black and oiled, a Glock 26. Its weight depressed the fabric, creating a small valley next to her body. The checkered grip faced her frozen hand. The key to the handcuffs is in his left pocket, the synthetic voice said, the words directed solely at her now. It was still distorted, but the cadence was different. Slower, instructional, each word given equal weight, like a voice on a training video or a flight simulator. The paralytic will wear off in your extremities first. Fingers. Then hands. The neuromuscular junction recovers distally to proximally. You have a choice to make, Katie. He emphasized her name, the distortion flattening the vowels into a digital bleat. Before the police frequency, I just jammed comes back online and this house is swarmed. They are approximately 8 minutes out. The clock started when I breached the door. He paused, his head tilting again as if listening to a distant sound, or perhaps to a timer only he could hear. 7 minutes, 40 seconds now. He shifted his aim back to Rain, the motion smooth and absolute, a pivot from the hip that spoke of training, of repetition. The barrel settled, unwavering, on Rain's chest. Goodbye, doctor. The shot was deafening in the enclosed, hard-surfaced space. It wasn't just a sound, it was a physical force. The concussion hit Katie's eardrums like a slap, a pressure wave that seemed to compress the air in her chest. It was followed instantly by a high-pitched, singing whine that drowned out all else, a tinnitus shriek that felt embedded in her skull, a permanent scar on her hearing. A flash, bright and orange, spat from the pistol's barrel, illuminating the caller's gloved hand and the lower half of his face in a strobic snapshot. A strong jaw, clean-shaven, set tight, the corner of a mouth drawn into a flat line. The smell arrived a heartbeat later, acrid, sharp, the unmistakable scent of cordite that cut through the basement's mildewy damp, a smell of violence and fireworks that coated the back of her throat. Andra's rein jerked backward, as if yanked by a wire attached to his sternum. A dark, ragged flower bloomed instantly on the left side of his chest, stark against his light shirt, the fabric puckering inward around the entry, before darkening rapidly with blood. He didn't cry out. The air left his lungs in a surprised, wet huff, a sound like a bellows collapsing. He crumpled to his side, his body folding awkwardly, one arm trapped beneath him with a sickening, muffled crunch of bone against concrete. He gasped, a series of rapid, shallow clicks deep in his throat, his eyes wide with a profound and clinical surprise, as if the result of this particular experiment, his own mortality, had genuinely astonished him. His free hand fluttered toward the wound, fingers twitching like a dying spider, but didn't quite make it, falling to the floor with a soft slap. The caller didn't fire again. He stood perfectly still, pistol still extended, and watched Rain choke for a moment, 3 seconds 4. His head was cocked, observing the dying man with the detached focus of a photographer waiting for the perfect light, or a mechanic listening to an engine's final sputters. He watched the blood begin to seep in a steady, dark rivulet from under Rain's body, spreading across the textured concrete in a branching, capillary pattern. Then, decisively, he lowered the pistol to his side. He turned, his boots scraping on the grit, and walked back up the stairs. His steps were unhurried, methodical, each foot placed with care on the creaking wood, as if he were leaving a library, not a killing room. The door at the top, hanging broken on its hinges, its frame splintered, closed softly behind him with a definitive click of the latch mechanism, engaging on the shattered wood. Silence rushed in, thicker and more oppressive than before. It was a vacuum that pulled at her ears. It was broken only by Rain's wet, diminishing breaths, a horrible bubbling rhythm that seemed to sync with the slow, persistent squeak of the swinging light bulb. Squeak, gurgle, squeak, rattled dust motes, stirred by the violence and the caller's exit, danced in the stark cone of light, a galaxy of tiny particles swirling in the aftermath. The chemical smell of cordite began to mix with a new, coppery scent, blood, rich and organic, with an iron tang that made her want to gag. Katie strained against the prison of her flesh, a scream building pressure behind her breastbone, a solid ball of terror and fury trapped in her frozen throat. It manifested as a bulging of the veins in her neck, a desperate, rigid clenching of her jaw muscles that made her teeth ache, a frantic, futile contraction of her diaphragm that produced no air, no sound, only a painful hitching of her ribcage. Her eyes burned from the strain of staying open, from the tears that now flowed freely, cooling as they ran into her ears. She forced the panic down, shoving it into a dark corner of her mind. She visualized a steel door slamming shut on it, the sound final, the lock engaging. She focused every shred of her will, every ounce of her training, on her right hand. Fingers. Then hands. The voice, even distorted, had given her a map. She visualized the nerves, pictured the chemical blockade dissolving, molecule by molecule, the receptors clearing. She imagined her synapses firing, the signals jumping the gap. A tingling, like a limb waking from sleep after being crushed, began in her fingertips. It was not a pleasant sensation. It was a painful, prickling wave of fire ants swarming under her skin, a searing pins and needles agony that signaled the return of feeling, 1,000 tiny knives stabbing upward from her nails. She welcomed the pain. It was data. It was progress. It was life screaming its way back into her limbs. She could move her index finger. A tiny, spasmodic twitch at first, just a tremor she could see but not truly feel, then a deliberate, grinding flexion. The joint felt rusted shut, stiff and unyielding, as if the tendons had calcified. Then her thumb. The opposition of thumb to forefinger, the most basic human grip, the pincer grasp that separated primates from other mammals, the grip that built tools and fired weapons. She practiced it, focusing on the scrape of her fingerprint against the rough cotton sheet, feeling the individual threads catch on her skin. The sensation was muffled, as if her skin was wrapped in layers of felt, but it was there. A connection had been restored. Across the room, Rain's gasps slowed, growing farther apart. Each one was a wet, drawn-out rattle, a sound of machinery failing, of a pump trying to pull fluid through a shattered line. His eyes, glassy and losing focus, the pale blue now clouding with a milky film, found hers. They held no plea for mercy, only a deep, intellectual accusation, as if she were a colleague who had botched a shared experiment through carelessness. His lips moved, trembling, shaping silent words she couldn't decipher. "See?" They might have been saying. "Or observe." A final theory. A last observation for the record. Document the transition. Her hand, clumsy and numb as a block of wood, inched across the stained sheet of the gurney. The muscles in her forearm screamed in protest, burning with lactic acid as if she'd been holding a weight for hours. Each centimeter of movement was a monumental effort of will. She had to consciously visualize the contraction of each individual muscle fiber, flexor digitorum, flexor carpi radialis. Her fingertips, alive with that painful, staticky buzz, brushed the cold, checkered metal of the pistol's grip. It felt impossibly heavy, an anchor made of lead. As she couldn't lift it. Not yet. She wrapped her hand around the grip, her fingers obeying her commands with a half-second delay, like a faulty marionette, closing slowly, one by one, until her palm was sealed against the textured polymer. She dragged it toward her, the metal scraping softly on the fabric, the weight a terrifying promise that slid across the sheet until it rested heavily against her thigh, its presence both a threat and a lifeline. Andra's Rain watched her dying. His breaths were now shallow sips of air, each one a visible struggle that lifted his shoulders a fraction of an inch before letting them fall. He was the architect. The catalyst. The man who had killed Todd with meticulous, message-laden overkill, who had arranged her ex-husband's body like a grotesque exhibit in her own home. Who had targeted Alexis Nesbo, turning a lost girl into a pawn, a piece on his board to be sacrificed for effect. Who had laid this entire nightmare out like a specimen board, with Katie as the central exhibit, pinned and labeled. He had dissected lives to prove a point about fear, about control, about the porous boundary between observer and subject. And now he was bleeding out on his own basement floor, and he was still watching, still cataloging, turning his own death into the ultimate case study. Her fingers, gaining strength and coordination in flickers, a surge of control followed by a wave of clumsy numbness, probed the front pocket of his trousers. The fabric was warm from his body, damp with sweat at the hip. She felt the hard, jagged shape of the key. She fished it out, her movements awkward, her fingers thick and uncoordinated, and with a fumbling intensity that made her grunt with effort. A low, strained sound that was her first vocalization, a raw animal noise. She twisted her left wrist toward it. The key scratched against the metal cuff, slipping off the first time, skittering across the steel with a screech. Once. Twice, scraping a bright, silver line in the dark finish. On the third try, her thumb managed to press it firmly into the slot, her other fingers bracing against the cuff's cold band. It slid home with a gritty resistance. She turned it, her wrist screaming at the unnatural angle, the muscles in her forearm knotting. The mechanism gave with a loud, satisfying click that echoed in the quiet room like a starting pistol. The cuff sprang open, the pressure releasing from her wrist, leaving a deep, red groove in her skin that immediately began to throb with returning circulation, a band of fire around her bone. She pushed herself up on trembling arms, the freed arm buckling once at the elbow before she locked it, teeth gritted so hard she thought they might crack. The world tilted violently. The basement walls seemed to lean in, the pipes on the ceiling swooping down, then swaying back to their original positions. A wave of dizziness washed over her, black spots dancing at the edges of her vision like swarming insects, threatening to coalesce into unconsciousness. She blinked hard, fighting it. The residual paralysis in her legs was a dead weight, a feeling of being buried from the waist down in cold, heavy sand. She swung her legs off the gurney, the movement uncoordinated, her feet like clubs, her ankles refusing to flex. Her heels hit the concrete floor with a jarring double thud that sent shocks up her spine into her teeth, rattling her skull. She stood, swaying like a sapling in a strong wind, her knees threatening to buckle, the gun dangling from her nerveless right hand. She had to will her fingers to tighten, to not drop it, focusing on the sensation of the grip's texture biting into her palm, the checkering imprinting itself on her skin. She took a deep, shuddering breath, the first full breath she'd been able to draw in what felt like an hour. The air was cold and foul in her lungs, tasting of dust, blood, and cordite. She took one shuffling, stumbling step toward him. Her leg muscles were rubbery, unreliable, the quadriceps trembling with the simple effort of holding her upright. Then another, dragging her left foot, the sole scraping across the gritty concrete. The distance across the basement floor felt like a mile, each step a battle for balance, a negotiation with a body that was only partially hers. The pool of blood around Rain was spreading, soaking into the porous concrete with a dark, thirsty absorption, its edges creeping in a slow, sure tide toward the toes of her shoes. She stopped just short of it, the coppery smell now overwhelming, a metallic fog in the air, mixed with the loosening of his bowels, a sweet, foul undertone of death that made her stomach clench. She stood over him, looking down. He looked up at her, his face pale and waxy, a sheen of clammy sweat on his brow and upper lip. But in his eyes, clouding over but still strangely alert, there was that final, curious light. Not fear. Not regret. A pure, clinical anticipation. He was waiting, with his last moments of consciousness, to see what she would become, what action her profile would now include, what data point he could take with him into the void. Would she call for help, revert to protocol, become the good agent following the rules even now? Would she wait for the police, become a witness, a victim-turned-survivor? Or would she complete the equation he and the caller had written, becoming an actor in their script, stepping across the line from analyst to participant? His lips parted in a faint, bloody smile, a bubble of pink froth popping at the corner. The ultimate data point. Her choice would be his final thesis, the conclusion to his life's work. Katie Ford raised the pistol. Her arm shook with the effort, the muscles quivering from strain and residual toxin, the barrel describing tiny, erratic circles in the air. She brought her left hand up, the movement slow and deliberate to cup the grip, steadying it, her left thumb crossing over her right. The double-handed grip she'd practiced on the range 1,000 times, muscle memory fighting through the chemical fog, her body remembering what her mind was still processing. The front sight blade wavered, dipped, then settled as she exhaled half a breath and held it on the center of his forehead between his dying, watching eyes. Andra's Rain did not flinch. His curious gaze held hers, a last, intense connection, a final transfer of information. He gave the tiniest of nods, an almost imperceptible dip of his chin. A gesture of permission. Of encouragement. To go on. Show me. Prove the theory. She corrected the pattern. Her finger took up the slack in the trigger, the movement smooth against the resistance, a clean, steady pressure. The break was clean, a crisp snap she felt in the bones of her hand. The second shot was just as loud, just as final in the silent, waiting basement. The flash illuminated his face one last time, erasing the curious light, replacing it with nothing, a blank slate. His head snapped back against the concrete with a dull, final knock. The wet sound stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the ringing in her ears and the relentless, metronomic squeak of the light bulb on its chain, swinging now as if pushed by the concussion of the shot. She lowered the gun, her arms falling leaden to her sides, the weapon suddenly weighing 100 pounds. She stood there, breathing hard, the smell of gunpowder and blood and voided bowels filling her nose, coating her tongue. The weight of the pistol in her hand was the only real thing in a world that had gone soft and distant at the edges, the colors leaching away, the sounds muffled. The choice was made. The equation was solved. The variable had been eliminated by another variable. She was now something else, something defined by this concrete room and the two bodies in it, one on the floor, one standing over it, and the basement with its single swinging bulb casting its lunatic light was the only witness. Chapter 26. Katie Ford kept the car moving, a slow patrol through the rain-slicked arteries of a sleeping Washington. The wipers beat a steady, hypnotic rhythm, pushing aside a fine mist that blurred the streetlights into smears of sulfur yellow. Stopping felt like an invitation, a surrender to the oppressive quiet that pressed in from every darkened doorway and alley. She had to keep the wheels turning, the engine a low hum against the silence, because the moment she parked was the moment the thoughts she was outrunning would catch up and pin her down. The puzzle had finally snapped into place, not with the dramatic click of a lock, but with the slow, sickening certainty of a bone settling into a dislocated socket. It hadn't been the taunting riddles that did it. It was everything woven in the spaces between them, the intimate knowledge, the timing, the professional contempt. The evidence had been whispering to her for hours, a susurrus just below the roar of her own panic. Phrases that lived only in her own head, lines lifted verbatim from her sealed FBI application thesis. The thesis on investigative bias and geographic profiling she'd sweated over for months, that only 3 people on Earth had ever read in full. Her faculty advisor, and the Bureau Review Board. That material wasn't public. It wasn't in any library or leaked database. It sat behind a multi-layer firewall, in a personnel file database with one type of keyholder. He was one of them. An agent. The realization didn't flood her with clarity, it iced her veins. It turned the massive, anonymous city into a small, treacherously familiar office. The suspect pool shrank from millions to thousands, but the intimacy of the betrayal was a colder, sharper point, like finding a hairline crack in your own front door. She ran through a mental gallery of faces, forcing herself to hold each one, to examine it against the profile. Senior Agent Miller, who'd reviewed her first field report with a red pen and a sigh of disappointment. His contempt had been professional, bureaucratic. He saw her as a paperwork burden, not a rival to be dismantled. Analyst Cho from the cyber unit, who'd helped her trace a burner phone 6 months ago. His focus had been on the code, the signal paths, his eyes never leaving the screen long enough to hold a personal grudge. The support staff in the basement archives, Mrs. Gable with her cardigans and endless stories of the Hoover building, they processed forms, they didn't internalize them. She saw bland smiles, impatient nods, the distracted focus of people buried in their own caseloads. None of those faces fit the meticulous, gloating malice of the voice on the phone. The malice felt curated, aged, like a resentment that had been tended in private for years. Except Todd Osgood. And he was gone, carved apart on his own sofa. A frustrated exhaustion washed over her, so heavy her shoulders sagged against the driver's seat, the leather creaking under her weight. She let her head fall back until it rested against the headrest, her eyelids fluttering shut for a dangerous second. The muscles in her neck and jaw ached from constant tension. She let out a long, shaky breath, fogging the windshield for a second before the defroster cleared it. She rubbed at her eyes with the heel of her hand, the pressure creating bright, swirling motes behind her lids. Her limbs felt leaden, weighed down by the cumulative hours of fear and the crushing guilt that came with it. Ben was waiting, scared because of her. Because she'd pulled him into her orbit. Her judgment had been clouded from the start, made personal and reactive by the visceral horror of Osgood's corpse. She'd been chasing ghosts and reflections, and a man was dead in a warehouse because of it. The guilt was a physical weight in her stomach, a cold, dense stone. She forced her hands back to the wheel, her knuckles standing out pale and sharp against the dark leather. She had to think clinically. Dispassionately. She recited the profile parameters like a mantra, her voice a dry whisper in the car's cabin. Male. Proficient. Confident in movement and planning. DC. Roots or deep operational familiarity. She swallowed, her throat tight and dry. She reached for the half-empty bottle of water in the cup holder, the plastic crinkling loudly as she unscrewed the cap and took a small sip. The water was flat and lukewarm. Active or recent FBI credentials. A professional link, a case file, a briefing, some thread that connected him to Nina Shaw. A connection, however faint, to myself. She paused, her gaze fixed on the empty street ahead, the yellow lines slipping under the car in a hypnotic stream. And a connection to Osgood. Her breath hitched, catching in her throat. Osgood. The link wasn't just thematic. It was bureaucratic. Administrative. The kind of link that existed in CC fields and routing slips, the invisible plumbing of the bureau. She grabbed her phone from the passenger seat, the screen blinding in the dark car, its light etching harsh lines across her face. Her fingers, cold and slightly clumsy, flew to her email app. She had to swipe twice to unlock it, her thumb slipping on the damp screen. She typed his name, Osgood, Todd, into the search bar, each tap sounding too loud in the quiet interior. The results populated, a cascade of case coordination threads, evidence logs, procedural updates from over a year ago. She scrolled, her thumb moving mechanically, her eyes scanning not the content but the metadata. The TIF field. The CC field. Names she didn't recognize, departments she'd never interacted with. Evidence logistics, property division, forensic accounting liaison. There, 10 messages down in a thread about evidence chain of custody for a financial fraud case, was a routine update from Osgood to the white-collar division. The CC field held a short list of ancillary personnel. And there it was, nestled between two department secretaries like a hidden thorn, Agent M. Kirkland, Forensic Accounting Liaison. Her pulse thudded in her ears, a dull, rapid rhythm she felt in her temples and in the base of her throat. A slight tremor started in her right hand. She took another deliberate breath, forcing air deep into her lungs to steady herself, then tapped the name. His internal profile page loaded, the connection lagging for an agonizing 2 seconds, the spinning wheel a tiny vortex of suspense. Picture, a man in his late 40s with a narrow face, thin lips pressed into a neutral line, receding hairline combed over a pale scalp. The eyes were light, the expression utterly blank, a passport photo for a ghost. Service record, 22 years, mostly in financial crimes, last 3 as a liaison. A career spent in the back rooms, tracking money, not monsters. His status icon was a small green circle. It's online now. It was 10:47 p.m. Late for desk work. But this couldn't wait. The green light felt like an eye staring back at her from the screen, a digital pulse in the quiet night. Was he working? Or was he waiting? Monitoring her movements, her panic, from behind that bland, official photograph. She switched to the internal messaging system, her thumb hovering over the keypad. The words formed in her mind, cold and deliberate. She typed them out, each tap of the screen a tiny, decisive click in the silence. The truth is waiting. Haynes Point. 11:30. She stared at the message in the send box. Her finger hovered. This was it. The provocation. If she was wrong, she was alerting a fellow agent to a bizarre, possibly unstable situation. If she was right, she was walking a predator to a specific patch of ground. She exhaled a short, sharp puff of air and pressed send. The status changed instantly. Read. 10:48 p.m. No reply. No typing indicator. Just the digital acknowledgement that he had seen it. The 2 words sat there, delivered, absorbed. The trap was set. And she was both the bait and the spring. The Potomac was a black, restless ribbon under a starless, low-hanging sky that seemed to press down on the water. The air smelled of wet earth, diesel from a distant barge, and the cold, mineral scent of the river itself, a dank breath that coated the back of her throat. Katie left Nina's sedan at the very end of the gravel service road that dead-ended at the water's edge, its headlights cutting twin, unwavering beams across the scraggly grass and into the void. The tires crunched to a stop on the loose stone. She killed the engine, and the sudden silence was immense, broken only by the soft lap of water and the whisper of the drizzle. Inside, she draped her jacket over the headrest, shaping it into a vague silhouette in the gloom, and placed her empty travel mug on the dash, a cup a waiting person might use. Her decoy was in place. She was 50 yards back, pressed into the damp, close cover of a sycamore grove, the bark rough and wet against her shoulder blades. The earlier mist had coalesced into a fine, persistent drizzle that beaded on her hair and dripped from the leaves above with soft, irregular taps. She could feel the cold seeping through the knees of her pants where she knelt, the damp earth leaching warmth. Her service weapon, a Glock 19, was cool and heavy in her 2-handed grip, her finger indexed along the frame above the trigger guard. The chill from the metal seeped into her palms. She adjusted her grip slightly, feeling the familiar checkering bite into her skin. The plan was simple, elegant in its directness. Let him come to the light, to the car. Let him believe she was inside, vulnerable, waiting. Then she'd step out from the tree line, take him from behind, weapon aimed, control the scene. She rehearsed the commands in her head, mouthing the words without sound. The FBI. It's on the ground. Hands where I can see them. She visualized the sequence, his surprise, the hesitation, the slow compliance. Or the turn, the reach. She tightened her finger on the frame. The logic was solid. It fit. Kirkland was career FBI, sidelined in a forensic accounting backwater, watching a rookie analyst. A woman get the media spotlight and partner assignment he likely craved. He'd have access to her thesis, her personnel file, her transfer requests. He could have pulled Osgood's case logs, seen their connection. Osgood's death, which he'd inevitably blame on her incompetence, her dangerous theories, was the final fracture. The evidence of his jealousy was in the pattern. The killer's need to prove her a fraud, to demonstrate his superior, experiential knowledge. He'd performed the crimes like a twisted thesis defense, using her own work against her. Jealousy had curdled, fermented over years of quiet resentment in a cubicle under fluorescent lights, into a violent, performative masterpiece. She understood the broken logic, the warped narrative. It was a story she'd seen fragments of in office politics, in petty rivalries that simmered over coffee stations. This one had boiled over into blood. But the innocent dead, the woman in the hospital, the man in the postal annex, demanded more than understanding. They demanded his confession, his admission on the record. A clean shoot in the dark wouldn't give her that. It would just be another body, another mystery, another file for someone else to misunderstand. She needed him talking, his voice captured, his motives laid bare for a jury, for Nina, for herself. She needed to hear him say it. A sudden, intense downpour erupted without warning, the sky opening up with a roar that drowned all other sound. Fat, heavy drops drummed a frantic tattoo on the sedan's roof, turned the gravel road into a churning slurry, and soaked through her clothes in seconds, the fabric clinging coldly to her skin. She blinked against the deluge, water streaming down her face. The world shrank to the radius of the headlights, now filled with a silver curtain of rain that blurred everything beyond 10 feet into a gray, shifting wash. She shivered, a full-body tremor she couldn't suppress, pressing deeper into the trees, water tracing icy paths down her neck and spine. She checked her watch, wiping the fogged face with her thumb. 11:29. He could track the car's GPS. All bureau vehicles were logged and traceable in real time. Nina had known that, which is why she'd taken her personal car to Maryland. And Katie, in her panic and focus, had led the killer everywhere in the traceable, beacon-like sedan. The thought was a fresh wave of cold that had nothing to do with the rain. She'd been broadcasting her location like a distress signal to the very man hunting her. 11:35. The squall passed as quickly as it came, leaving behind a dripping, hollow quiet broken only by the gurgle of runoff in the ditches and the distant, rhythmic lap of water against the rocky shore. The sedan's headlights shone on, illuminating a scene of utter emptiness, the beams catching the shimmer of countless raindrops on grass and gravel, turning the world into a bed of scattered diamonds. The plan was failing. He wasn't coming. He'd seen through it, or he was toying with her, watching from somewhere else, laughing at her soaked, shivering figure in the trees. Her knees ached from crouching. The cold was in her bones now. She'd have to move to go to him, to where? Back to the city. To his office. The uncertainty was a new kind of trap. The metallic click was intimate, final, pressed against the delicate shell of her right ear. The sound bypassed thought and went straight to her spine, locking every vertebra in place. Her breath stopped mid-inhalation. Her eyes widened, fixed on the empty headlight beams ahead. "Don't move," said a man's voice, calm and devoid of inflection, so close she felt the vibration of his vocal cords through the steel of the barrel. "Agent Kirkland." She felt the hard, circular pressure of the gun barrel tight against her skin, a cold ring of steel that seemed to burn. Her own weapon was pointed uselessly at the muddy ground. Her breath froze in her lungs, a solid block of ice. He was close enough that she could smell the stale coffee on his breath, the faint, generic scent of agency-issue wool from his coat, the dampness of rain on fabric. He had approached from behind, using the roar of the rain as perfect cover, moving through the grove she thought was her sanctuary. He hadn't taken the bait. He had flanked the hunter, studied her pattern, and turned her own ambush against her. The professionalism of it was the most terrifying part. Very slow, he murmured, the words a puff of warm, damp air by her ear. His left hand came into her peripheral vision, reaching for her weapon. His fingers were long, pale, with neatly trimmed nails. Thumb and forefinger only. Release your grip and drop it. Every instinct screamed to spin, to drive an elbow back to fight. But the calculus was immediate and brutal. The bullet would enter her brainstem before her muscles completed the turn. Her fingers went numb, disconnected from her will. She willed them to open, focusing on the index finger first, feeling it peel away from the frame like a dead thing. The Glock fell from her grip, landing with a soft, definitive thud in the wet leaf litter, half buried in a mat of brown sycamore leaves and dark mud. "Good," he said. The pressure of the gun didn't waver. "Now, hands on your head. Interlace your fingers. Do it." She raised her trembling hands, the movement feeling clumsy and slow. She laced her fingers together atop her skull, the position exposing her ribs, making her feel utterly vulnerable, her elbows jutting out. The drizzle began again, a cold whisper on her exposed neck and wrists. "You've been very busy, Analyst Ford," he said, his tone conversational, almost collegial, the tone of a supervisor reviewing subpar work. "Running all over my city. Making a mess." The Wastelands Fairground was a graveyard of rust and splintered wood, a monument to cheap thrills left to rot under the indifferent sky. Nina Shaw moved through the skeletal remains like a ghost, her boots making no sound on the damp, packed earth between the carcasses of rides. The air was thick with the smells of decay. Wet cardboard from collapsed ticket booths, the sweet sickly reek of rotting wood from the broken support beams of a roller coaster skeleton, the underlying tang of old gasoline and rust that coated the back of her tongue. To her left, the twisted silhouette of a tilt-a-whirl lay on its side like a dead insect, its passenger cars hanging like broken teeth from a central spindle. To her right, the gutted shell of a funhouse gaped, its once bright mirrored walls now shattered, reflecting fragmented, distorted pieces of the night sky in 1,000 jagged pieces. The single candle on the derelict amphitheater stage was a pinprick of light in the overwhelming black, a beacon, a taunt. It flickered defiantly, casting long, dancing shadows up the cracked proscenium arch, making the faded paint of comedy and tragedy masks seem to writhe and leer. It was a lure, blatant and obvious, and she knew it. He was announcing his presence. He was waiting for her. He wanted an audience. Calvin Calloway. She saw the figure then, standing motionless in the center of the stage, backlit by the guttering flame so that it was a silhouette of profound stillness. The long, dark coat. The grotesque, beaked plague doctor mask. A statue of malevolence planted in the spotlights of a forgotten show. She didn't hesitate. She didn't call out. Bringing her weapon up in a smooth, practiced arc, she settled the front sight post on the center of the coated chest, exhaled half a breath to steady her aim, and fired twice. The reports were deafening in the silent ruin, the muzzle flashes blinding orange starbursts in the dark that left afterimages on her retinas. The sound rolled out across the empty fairground, swallowed quickly by the damp air. Crack. Crack. The figure jerked as if pulled by strings, crumpled forward at the waist, and fell in a heap, the mask tilting askew to reveal pale, waxy skin beneath. Nina advanced, her weapon trained on the down shape, her footsteps measured and quiet on the warped, groaning wooden planks of the stage. Her heart was a cold, heavy stone in her chest, its beat slow and deliberate. No adrenaline spike, just a grim, focused chill that narrowed her world to the sights of her gun and the shape on the floor. She kept her distance, circling wide to avoid any potential wires or traps, her eyes scanning the surrounding shadows for movement. With the toe of her boot, she kicked the plague doctor mask aside. It skittered across the wood with a hollow plastic sound, coming to rest against a splintered board. It was a body double. A young man, pale and thin, dressed in a cheap replica of Calloway's coat, too dark, spreading stains over his heart. His eyes were wide and unseeing in death, his mouth slack. Calloway's final mockery, a piece of human set dressing, a prop killed beforehand and arranged for her benefit. The waste of it, the sheer, casual cruelty, tightened her jaw. The real threat wasn't on the stage. He would never be that straightforward. It came from the shadows directly behind her, from the sunken orchestra pit she just passed without a second glance, a perfect blind spot. He moved like smoke, with a predator's silence born of a lifetime of avoiding notice. She sensed the displacement of air, a subtle change in pressure a half-second before the blade, a long, silver shard of filed-down metal that caught a sliver of candlelight, arced toward her kidney. She turned, not fully, bringing her left forearm up in a desperate, instinctive block, twisting her torso to present a narrower target. The impact was jarring, a solid thwack that sent a bolt of white-hot pain from her wrist to her elbow. The thick leather of her coat sleeve took the edge, but the force was immense, driving her arm back into her own ribs. She grunted, the air forced from her lungs. They fought in the near dark, a brutal, close-quarters exchange of violence among the ruins. The candlelight threw their grappling shadows against the broken walls in a macabre, jerking puppet show. He was strong, his strength fueled by a lifetime of feral rage and prison yard survival, all raw power and relentless, grinding pressure. She was precision, economy of motion, using his momentum against him, her breaths coming in sharp, controlled exhales timed with each movement. He swung the knife in a wide, backhand slash aimed at her throat. She ducked under it, feeling the wind of its passage stir her hair, and drove a fist up into his solar plexus. The air left his lungs in a pained grunt, but he barely staggered, wrapping his free arm around her in a crushing bear hug, lifting her off her feet. The smell of him, unwashed skin, old blood, a chemical tang like solvent or cheap cleaner, filled her nostrils. She drove her elbow back into his ribs once, twice, hearing a satisfying crack of cartilage. His grip loosened a fraction. She dropped her weight suddenly, became dead weight in his arms, then pivoted on the ball of her foot as her feet touched the ground, and swept his legs out from under him with a low, hard kick to the back of his knee. He hit the stage hard on his side, the knife skittering from his hand and sliding into the darkness near the footlights with a metallic scrape. She was on him in an instant, a knee driving into his chest to pin him, her hands going for his throat, her thumbs seeking the pressure points beneath his jaw. He bucked, a powerful convulsion of muscle that threw her off balance. She rolled with the motion, coming up in a crouch as he scrambled to his feet, his breathing heavy and ragged now, a wet, rasping sound. She had lost her gun in the initial grapple. It lay several feet away, a dark shape near the dead double's outstretched hand. He lunged again, this time without the knife, fingers hooked into claws aimed for her eyes. She caught his wrist with both hands, twisted violently inward and down, using her whole body to torque the joint against its natural limit. He screamed, a raw, animal sound of pain that echoed in the hollow amphitheater, and she felt the distinct, sickening pop of tendons straining to the brink. His other hand flailed, catching her a glancing blow on the temple that sparked jagged lights in her vision. She held the twist, ignoring the screaming pain in her own forearm from the earlier block, and drove her knee up hard into his exposed ribs. A sickening, wet crunch. He gasped, the air leaving him in a whoosh, and the fight went out of him for a critical second, his body sagging, his face contorted. She released his wrist and shoved him back with both hands, putting all her weight into it. He stumbled, colliding with a rotten stage flat, painted to look like a cartoon forest. It collapsed under his weight in a cloud of dust and splinters, the painted trees snapping, burying him momentarily in debris. She dove for her weapon, her fingers closing around the familiar, checkered grip. In one fluid motion, she rose and turned, bringing the gun up, her arms extended, forming a solid triangle, her weight balanced on the balls of her feet. She had him. He was on his knees amidst the debris, clutching his side with his good hand, his face a mask of pain and pure, undiluted fury in the candlelight. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth, black in the dim light. Her gun was rock steady, the front sight aligned perfectly between his eyes. His chest heaved. He looked up at her, and slowly, a smile spread across his face, cracked lips parting to show blood on his teeth from a bitten tongue. He coughed, a wet, ragged sound that turned into a low, guttural laugh that had no humor in it, only a deep, corrosive satisfaction. "Every saint has a past," he whispered, the words carrying on the foul, still air, laden with a lifetime of bitter, self-justifying philosophy. He said it like a prayer, like a punchline. "Every sinner has a future." Then he moved. Not at her, but sideways, a desperate, scrambling lunge over the edge of the stage into the sunken pit of the old cage-fighting ring below. And she fired. The shot was a reflex, the trigger pull crisp, the report a single sharp condemnation. The bullet hit his retreating form, punching into the meat of his shoulder with a thick, wet thump she could hear over the gunshot. It spun him halfway around. He cried out, a sharp bark of pain that was cut short, and then vanished over the lip. She heard the heavy, solid thud of his body hitting the compacted dirt floor 8 feet below, followed by a frantic, scrambling sound. Hands and feet clawing for purchase, pained grunts, the rustle of trash and old canvas as he dragged himself upright. She rushed to the edge, peering down into the deeper blackness of the pit. The candlelight didn't reach the bottom, it was a pool of ink. She could hear him, a wounded animal moving fast, rustling through debris, his footsteps receding, growing fainter, moving away from the base of the stage. He vanished into the ink-black maze of broken concession stalls and collapsed tent frames that radiated out from the old ring like spokes from a hellish wheel. Nina stood at the edge, breathing hard, the scent of cordite and damp rot filling her lungs. Her left forearm throbbed with a deep, insistent ache where she'd blocked the knife. It would be a spectacular bruise by morning. The adrenaline began to recede, leaving a hollow, aching fatigue in her muscles and a bitter, metallic taste in her mouth. The single candle on the stage behind her guttered wildly, in a sudden, cold breath of wind that swept through the broken amphitheater, the flame stretching thin and blue, fighting for life. Then, with a final, silent sigh, it went out. Absolute darkness swallowed the amphitheater, so complete it felt physical, a blanket of pure black. She stood perfectly still, listening. To the wind. The creak of old wood. Distant traffic on a highway miles away. No more scrambling. No more footsteps. He was wounded, blighting in pain. But he was gone. Oh, again. The silence that returned was deeper than before, heavy and suffocating with the weight of his escape, and the mocking, echoing refrain of his final words hanging in the dead air between the broken masks of comedy and tragedy. Chapter 27. Nina Shaw dropped into the worn velvet seat, the impact jarring up her spine with a sharp, percussive thud that made her teeth click together. The old springs groaned in protest beneath her, a sound of rust and fatigue that echoed in the cavernous silence. Her breath came in ragged, visible clouds that hung in the frigid air of the abandoned theater, each exhalation a small, dissipating ghost. She could feel the cold seeping through the seat's fabric, a damp chill that penetrated her trousers. Gore soaked through the fabric of her pants' legs, warm and sticky against her skin, a shocking contrast to the pervasive cold that seeped up from the floorboards. The metallic scent of it filled her nostrils, thick and coppery, mixed with the dust she'd disturbed, the smell of old plaster, dry rot, and forgotten velvet. She could taste it at the back of her throat, a faint, iron tang. It was a trap. The whole thing. She'd known it the second she saw the mask, the way the figure had stood too still, a posed mannequin waiting for her approach. The initial confrontation played out in a flash of instinct and violence, compressed now into a series of sensory snapshots. But each one was a full, brutal moment she could replay in slow motion, frame by agonizing frame. She approached the theater from the rear alley, her surveillance methodical, a slow circuit of the block, noting every boarded window, every potential exit, every shadow that didn't belong. The night air had been still, carrying the distant hum of the city, but this block was a pocket of silence. The building was a decaying relic, its marquee letters long gone, leaving only rusted sockets like empty eye sockets. The brick facade was stained with decades of grime, and streaked with pale, weeping lines of mineral deposit from a broken gutter. She entered through a stage door hanging by one hinge, the wood around the lock splintered from a previous break-in, the splinters pale and sharp against the dark, weathered wood. Inside, the darkness was absolute, a velvet blackness that swallowed sound. Her flashlight beam had cut a narrow cone through the dust-choked air, revealing a backstage area littered with collapsed flats painted with faded woodland scenes, coiled ropes thick as a man's wrist, and the skeletal remains of old lighting rigs, their metal arms dangling wires like severed tendons. The air smelled of mildew, mouse droppings, and the faint, sweet decay of old wood. Her boots had crunched on plastered dust and broken glass, each sound magnified in the tomb-like quiet. She moved silently, her boots placing themselves with care on the warped floorboards, avoiding the debris. She'd heard a sound then, a soft scuff like a shoe shifting on grit. It came from the house, beyond the heavy velvet curtain. She killed her light, letting her eyes adjust to the profound dark. Shapes emerged slowly. The hulking silhouette of a fly system, the pale glow of a cracked exit sign over a distant door. A single point of illumination bled from the main auditorium, the guttering candle on the stage, a tiny, dancing star in the blackness. She'd parted the curtain a fraction, her eye to the slit, the velvet rough and gritty against her cheek. The figure stood in the center of the stage, illuminated from behind by that single flame, a stark silhouette in the plague doctor mask. The long beak cast a distorted shadow across the dusty boards. It was too perfect, too staged. The lure. He wanted her to come straight up the center aisle, into his light, a perfect target backlit by the flame. So she'd circled wide in the enveloping darkness, her boots silent on the dusty floorboards, using the rows of tattered seats as cover, her hand on the butt of her holstered weapon, her thumb resting on the retention strap. She came up behind from the right side aisle, a shadow detaching from deeper shadow, her breathing so shallow her chest barely moved. Her approach was silent, her senses hyper-alert. The air was colder here, away from the stage, and she could feel the chill on her exposed neck. At 10 feet, she drew her knife, the blade whispering from its sheath with a sound like a sharp sigh. At 5 feet, she closed the distance in 2 swift, gliding steps. One arm snaked around the throat from behind, locking in a tight chokehold, her forearm pressing into his windpipe, her biceps squeezing against the side of his neck. The other drove the blade up and in, under the ribs, angling for the heart. She felt the initial resistance of the jacket, a thick, waxed canvas, then the pop as the tip pierced fabric and skin, then the wet, grating resistance of parting muscle and grating against bone that traveled up the knife's handle into her wrist, a vibration she felt in her teeth. A clean, brutal kill. No cry, no struggle, just a heavy, final slump of dead weight as the life went out of him, his body becoming a sack of meat and bone. She held him for a 3 count, feeling the tremors subside, the last neural firings, then let the body fall to the aisle floor with a dull, meaty thump that sent up a small cloud of dust that glittered in the faint candlelight. For a moment, kneeling there in the dark, the warmth of another's life bleeding out over her hands, soaking her sleeves, she'd let herself feel the grim, hollow satisfaction of closing a 16-year chapter. A ledger balanced in blood. The feeling was brief, a cold ember in her chest, a fleeting sense of finality that tightened her throat, made her eyes sting briefly. And then it was gone, replaced by the immediate, professional need to confirm. The ember died, leaving only ash. She needed to see his face. The plague doctor mask was a grotesque porcelain beak, cold and smooth to the touch, like a piece of fine china. She grabbed it, fingers slipping on the polished surface, and ripped it from the corpse's head. The sound was a sickening tier of Velcro straining, and a faint pop as the strap gave way, followed by the hollow clatter of the mask hitting the floor and rolling away into the dark, wobbling in a semicircle before coming to rest against a seat leg with a final, dull talk. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of dread that made her throat tight and her breath catch in a painful hitch. She leaned over the body, her shadow falling across the revealed features, blocking the meager light. The face was turned slightly, one cheek pressed against the dusty velvet of the aisle carpet. Time didn't rewrite a man this completely. The features staring blankly at the cracked plaster ceiling were a stranger's, shattered by age, addiction, or hard living, but utterly unfamiliar. The nose was wrong, broken and reset crookedly, a lumpy ridge in the middle. The set of the jaw was too narrow, the chin receding weakly. The hairline had retreated in a pattern she didn't recognize, leaving a high, pale forehead fringed with greasy, thinning brown hair. The lips were thin and bloodless, parted slightly to reveal stained, uneven teeth. This was not Calvin Calloway. The satisfaction curdled into acid in her gut, a hot, sour burn that rose into her throat. Her stomach clenched hard, a spasm that made her hunch forward. She swallowed against a sudden wave of nausea, the coppery taste of blood and dust thick on her tongue, gritty between her teeth. She'd been played. The realization was a cold fist closing around her lungs, squeezing the air out in a slow, painful crush. She'd killed upon. Le prop. A piece of stage dressing. Her fingers, still wet, curled into fists in the dust. Every saint has a past. Every sinner has a future. The voice from the shadows was the one from her nightmares, the one that had whispered in her ear for 16 years, the one she'd replayed on evidence tapes and in quiet, dark rooms until the cadence was etched in bone, the timbre memorized. Hearing it now, crisp and clear in the dead air, she recognized the imposter's voice had been wrong, a half-remembered impression, a flawed echo, a bad actor reading lines without the weight, without the subtle, mocking intelligence that vibrated beneath the words like a plucked string. Her own memory, her most trusted weapon, had betrayed her. A cold trickle of sweat traced a path down her spine beneath her layers, a sensation like an insect crawling. She whirled, the dead man forgotten, her body coiling into a low, balanced combat stance, weight on the balls of her feet, knees slightly bent, her center of gravity dropping. Her right hand went to her hip, her fingers finding the textured grip of her sidearm, the checkering biting into her palm as she drew it in one smooth, practiced motion, the barrel clearing leather without a snag. Illuminated by the single, guttering candle on the empty stage, Calvin Calloway sat in a simple wooden chair, his hands casually tucked into the pockets of a dark, quilted jacket. The candlelight carved deep, dancing valleys into his familiar, scarred face, highlighting the web of old white lines across his cheek and brow like a road map of old violence. A pale seam through his left eyebrow, a shorter one bisecting his lower lip. A smirk cut across his features, a knowing, intimate twist of the lips that made the skin on her arms and the back of her neck prickle with revulsion, the fine hairs standing up. He looked older, the skin around his eyes more deeply lined, but the eyes themselves were unchanged. Pale, watchful, absorbing the light but giving nothing back. Nina brought her weapon up in a two-handed grip, elbows slightly bent and locked, the front sight settling on the center of his chest, just left of the sternum. Her aim wavered, just a microscopic tremor, a vibration in her wrists and forearms she couldn't quite suppress, a physical betrayal. Fear wasn't something she felt often when she had a clear shot. It was a foreign sensation, a cold trickle tracing each vertebra down her back, a sudden dryness in her mouth that made her tongue feel too big, like a wad of cotton. She had to consciously swallow, her throat clicking, the sound loud in her own ears. Am I supposed to be impressed? Her voice was tighter than she intended, strained, the words emerging flat and hard, stripped of inflection. Impressed, he chuckled, a low, rasping sound that seemed to originate deep in his chest, a sound of genuine amusement that echoed softly in the hollow space. A simple double bluff. I didn't expect you to solve it. He gestured with his chin toward the corpse slumped in the aisle, a dismissive flick of his head. Do you know the quote? He leaned forward slightly, the chair creaking under his weight, his eyes never leaving hers, studying her reaction like a collector examining a prized specimen. She began moving down the aisle, slow and deliberate, each step placed with care, her sight picture never leaving him. The velvet underfoot was gritty with decades of dust that puffed up around her boots in small clouds with each footfall. She could feel the grit grinding beneath her soles, the uneven give of the rotten flooring beneath the carpet, the occasional board that groaned a warning. She kept her eyes on him, but her peripheral vision scanned the boxes to either side, their velvet curtains hanging in tatters, the dark maw of the balcony above with its rows of seats like silent, judging spectators, the heavy curtains flanking the stage that could conceal anything. Oscar Wilde. A dying man's vanity. She kept her tone flat, giving him nothing, not even the satisfaction of her curiosity, keeping the words clipped and final. And so they say. History is fiction, Agent Shaw. He stood up slowly, unfolding from the chair with a languid, controlled grace that spoke of contained power, of muscles kept ready and limber even in stillness. He kept his hands visible, empty, turning them palm out as if to show her he was unarmed, a gesture both mocking and theatrical. The candlelight gleamed on his palms. I've got a lot to say to you. 16 years is a long time to think. To plan. To understand what we are to each other. He took a small step to the side, circling the chair, his movements fluid, almost dancer-like. I'm not here to talk. Her finger rested alongside the trigger guard, the pad of her index finger brushing the cold, checkered metal. The pressure was a hair's breadth away. She could feel the precise resistance point, the slight take-up before the break, a millimeter of travel she knew intimately. I'm giving you 5 seconds. Then you're gone. Understand? She emphasized the last word, making it a command, a final offer, her voice dropping into a lower, more dangerous register. He shrugged, a slow roll of his shoulders that stretched the fabric of his jacket, and inspected a fingernail as if bored, holding his hand up to the faint candlelight, studying the dirt under the nail with academic interest. Proceed. His eyes flicked back to hers, the amusement in them unmistakable, a glint of perverse delight that made her finger itch against the trigger guard. 5. Her voice was flat, devoid of inflection, a robot's countdown. She took another step, closing the distance to 20 feet. The stage loomed above her, a dark proscenium framing him like a painting in a museum of horrors. Dust motes danced in the candlelight between them. 4. She adjusted her grip, her knuckles standing out white against her skin, the tendons in her hands taut cords. At this range, she couldn't miss. The shot was a gimme. A center mass hit was guaranteed. She visualized the bullet's path, the impact, the hydrostatic shock. 3. Her eyes flicked from his center mass to the shadows behind him, to the dark wings stage left and right where painted scenery flats leaned against the walls, up to the empty, yawning balcony with its rows of seats like silent witnesses. No movement. No shift of light. No ambush. They were alone in this decaying tomb. The only sound was the faint, almost inaudible hiss of the candle flame. 2. She took a final, settling breath, letting half of it out, her diaphragm tightening, her body becoming still as a statue. 1. Her finger tightened, taking up the slack in the trigger, the metal beginning its smooth, rearward travel, the mechanism engaging inside the housing with a subtle, internal click she felt more than heard. "She dies tonight," Calvin said calmly, as if commenting on the weather or the price of bread. His voice didn't rise. It was a simple statement of fact, delivered with chilling certainty. Katie Ford. And only I can call off the dog. Nina's pressure on the trigger stopped. The muscle in her jaw jumped, a hard knot of tension she could feel pounding in her temple. She felt a cold void open in her stomach, a dropping sensation as if the floor had tilted, leaving her unbalanced. Her breath hitched. "What?" The word was ripped from her, less a question than a reflex, a denial of the reality he was presenting. It came out as a harsh whisper. "Your bright young protégé. The one you left all alone in that pretty little fortress." He said it with a casual finality, his head tilting slightly as he watched her face, studying her reaction like a scientist observing a specimen under a lens. "Today's her last," he let the words hang, then added, "He's already inside her head. Soon he'll be inside her house. Then he'll be inside her." The last phrase was delivered with a slow, deliberate crudeness, meant to wound. Bullshit, the word was automatic, defensive, a wall thrown up. Katie was secure, miles away in a house built like a bunker, behind steel doors and biometric locks, in a neighborhood she'd vetted herself. The protocols were solid. "You're stalling," but the conviction in her voice was thin, papery. A fissure of doubt had opened, and his words poured into it, icy and corrosive. Her mind flashed to Katie's face, determined and sharp, but also to the recent attacks, the hospital, the killer's intimate knowledge. What if the security was against external threats? What about an internal one? He called her. Find out. He took a step toward the edge of the stage, now looking down at her from a height of 4 feet. The candlelight glinted in his eyes, catching the pale, watchful intelligence there, the predator's patience. He spread his hands slightly, an invitation, a dare. "Go on. I'll wait. I have nowhere else to be." He leaned against the proscenium arch, the posture of a man with all the time in the world. She couldn't. Any distraction, even reaching for her phone, taking her eyes off him for a split second, was an opening for him. He was fast, she remembered that from the parking garage all those years ago, a blur of unexpected motion that had left Mark dead on the asphalt, the image seared into her memory. The lunge, the flash of metal, the look of surprise on Mark's face. But a cold needle of doubt pricked her spine, a visceral chill that had nothing to do with the theater's temperature. Her mind raced, scenarios unfolding against her will, vivid and terrible. Katie had been targeted before. The killer's game, the riddles, the hospital attack. What if this was part of it? What if Calloway hadn't been working alone? What if he'd found a way in? The house was secure against outsiders, but what about a determined, patient insider with a badge, with knowledge of protocols, with the authority to bypass alarms? Someone Katie might even trust, or at least not immediately suspect. Her throat constricted. Explain. The single word was ground out between clenched teeth, each syllable sharp as a shard of glass. I found a weak mind in your own ranks, he said, taking another casual step along the stage's lip, his boots causing the old boards to creak and complain under his weight, the sound loud in the silence, a series of groans and pops. Brittle and desperate, full of righteous anger and nowhere to put it. A man who thinks the world has passed him by, who watches others get the credit, who burns with the injustice of it. He tapped his temple with a finger. I gave him a purpose. A project. A muse. He's with her now. Or he will be very soon. He stopped directly above her, his shadow falling over her, long and distorted. He thinks he's using me. Isn't that always the way? The puppet believes he holds the strings. He smiled, a thin, humorless stretching of the lips. He's my contingency, Nina. My insurance policy. You pull that trigger, you sign her death warrant. A phone call from me is the only thing that stays his hand. The only thing. Nina reached the wooden steps at the side of the stage, 3 rough-hewn planks nailed to a simple frame, and climbed, one careful step at a time, never dropping her aim, the gun rising with her as she ascended, her eyes locked on his. The wood was slick with age and dust. The smell of him hit her as she reached the top, a bass note of damp earth and old sweat, overlaid with something unnervingly clean and astringent, like rubbing alcohol or antiseptic soap. It was the smell of a man who was careful, who prepared, who sterilized his tools. It was the smell of a surgeon or a mortician. It made her nostrils flare. One of my agents, the idea was a profound violation. It meant a breach not just of physical security, but of trust, of the very unit she had built and vetted. It meant the cancer was inside the body. Her hands felt suddenly cold on the gun, the metal leaching the warmth from her skin. A game, Nina. He took a step back, giving her space to fully reach the stage floor, but his posture remained loose, unthreatened, his hands still held slightly away from his body, palms open. I needed you alone, undistracted. So focused on me, you wouldn't look behind you. So I arranged a distraction for her. This new associate is volatile. A true believer. I can't promise he'll stop once he starts. He has tastes of his own to explore. A need to prove he's the real artist, not just my apprentice. He smiled again, a thin, cruel line that didn't reach his eyes, the scars around his mouth pulling the expression into something grotesque. He's always been jealous of your attention, you know. He watched you give it to her. It ate at him. A slow poison. I just helped it crystallize. Her heart felt like a stone in her chest, a heavy, cold weight that made each breath an effort, as if she were pulling air through mud. She forced air in, slow and controlled through her nose, fighting the panic that wanted to shorten her breaths into useless gasps. The options warred in her head, a brutal calculus with no good sum. Kill him now and end this, guarantee he never hurt anyone again, or try to force him, to somehow leverage him to save Katie. Was any of it real, or just another layer of the bluff, a final card played to stay her hand? Katie was smart, resourceful, a survivor. But against a prepared, motivated killer who had somehow gotten inside her own sanctuary. A killer who knew the protocols, the weak points, the schedules. A killer who was, perhaps, someone she knew, someone she'd worked beside, shared coffee with, debriefed with. The thought was a cold knife twisting in her gut. How do I know you're not lying? She was on the platform now, the warped, uneven floorboards under her boots squeaking with her weight, shifting under her. She kept the gun up, the barrel now just inches from his face. She could see the pores of his skin, the faint white stubble on his chin, the pale, raised scar that bisected his lower lip, the details of the old damage D once cataloged in 1,000 case photos, memorized in the lonely hours of the hunt. She could see the pulse in his neck, steady and slow. Too slow for a man with a gun in his face. Have I ever lied to you? His smile was intimate, revolting. It was the smile of a man who knew all your secrets, who had lived in the dark corners of your mind for years, who had heard your whispered fears in the interrogation room, who remembered the questions she'd asked, the angles she'd pursued. We're bound, you and I. By history. By blood, he gestured vaguely to the corpse in the aisle. By that. Closer than lovers. I know what you want. What you need. You need an ending. So do I, his voice dropped, became almost conversational. A final, beautiful symmetry. But not like this. Not with her bleeding out because you were too stubborn to listen. Say that again, she growled, the words scraping from her throat like broken glass, fueled by a rage that burned through the cold dread, a white-hot flare in her chest. She stepped forward, eliminating the last of the distance, the muzzle of her gun now almost touching his forehead. The cold metal would be a circle of ice against his skin. She could see the individual hairs of his eyebrow, the pulse beating at his temple, a steady, calm rhythm. Do come. His breath washed over her face, smelling of mint and something metallic. What's stopping you? He asked softly, his voice a near whisper, almost intimate as if they were sharing a secret. His eyes held hers, unblinking, daring her, challenging her. Then he stepped forward, not away, pressing his brow firmly against the gun. She felt the slight give as the muzzle indented his skin, creating a small, circular depression. The pressure was steady, insistent. Because the stage floor beneath him vanished with a sudden, explosive crack of splintering wood. A perfectly cut trapdoor, camouflaged by the aged boards and dust, swung down on silent old hinges. Calvin Calloway dropped through the black square and was gone, the smirk still etched on his face as he fell, his eyes locked on hers until the last moment, his body disappearing into the void beneath the stage. The gun, pressed against nothing, jerked forward slightly with the loss of resistance. Nina fired twice, the reports deafening, twin thunderclaps in the enclosed space that echoed off the balcony and the high ceiling, rolling back and forth in a diminishing roar. The bullets punched into the darkness where he'd been, splintering the edge of the hole, sending a shower of wood fragments and a puff of ancient dust into the pit. The smell of cordite, sharp and acrid, cut through the dust and the coppery blood smell, stinging her nostrils, burning the back of her throat. Without a second's hesitation, without a thought for what lay below or how deep the drop might be, she holstered her weapon, the leather flap snapping shut with a decisive click that was barely audible over the ringing in her ears. She took 2 running steps, her boots slapping on the boards, and leapt into the void after him. The drop was shorter than she expected, maybe 10 feet, but it was into utter blackness, a plunge from dim candlelight into absolute dark, a sensation of falling through ink. Her stomach lurched. Her boots hit packed earth with a jolt that drove sharp spikes of pain up through her knees and into her hips, sending a shockwave through her skeleton that rattled her teeth. She absorbed the shock with a practiced forward roll, tucking her shoulder, coming up in a low crouch, her gun already back in her hand, sweeping the space in a tight, controlled arc, her finger on the trigger guard, her breathing harsh in the sudden silence. Battery-operated work lights, the kind on tripod stands, were spaced every 20 feet, casting overlapping pools of harsh, white light that created stark islands of visibility in a sea of gloom. The lights hummed faintly, a low electronic buzz. The air was thick and still, stinking of wet clay, fungal decay, and the sweet rotten scent of damp, mildewed straw. It was cold, a damp, subterranean chill that seeped through her jacket and bit at her exposed skin, raising goosebumps on her arms. The tunnel stretched ahead, rough-hewn and narrow, the walls showing the marks of picks and shovels, the stone glistening with moisture in the artificial light. The ceiling was low enough that she had to duck her head slightly, and it curved slightly to the left, disappearing into shadow. She could hear the scuff of footsteps fading, a rapid, receding patter moving away from her, the sound swallowed by the tunnel's acoustics. She ran, her breathing loud and rhythmic in the confined space, the sound echoing back at her from the close walls, a panting ghost at her heels. She followed the string of lights as they plunged deeper underground, away from the world, away from the theater, away from the dead man upstairs, each pool of light a fleeting sanctuary in the pressing dark. The tunnel opened abruptly into a cavernous room, perhaps 40 feet across. The transition was so sudden she almost stumbled. The ceiling here was low, strung with thick, dusty cobwebs that hung like ragged lace and rusted, dripping pipes that gleamed wetly in the light, droplets falling with a slow, irregular plink, plink, into shallow puddles on the stone floor. Bare bulbs hung from frayed wires, casting a stark, unforgiving light that created deep, jumping shadows in the corners, making the room seem to pulse and breathe as the bulbs swayed slightly in a draft she couldn't feel. The space was largely empty, a storage cellar forgotten by time, littered with the skeletal remains of rotten wooden crates stamped with faded, unreadable lettering and heaps of anonymous debris, broken bricks, chunks of concrete, tangles of rusted wire that looked like metal veins. Except for one thing. In the very center, illuminated by a single bulb directly above, sat a narrow, iron-barred cage, about the size of a large dog kennel. The door hung open on rusted, shrieking hinges. It was a perfect replica, or perhaps the original, of his childhood prison, the punishment cage from the back of his father's carnival trailer. The bars were scaled with orange and brown rust, and the dirt floor inside was covered in a thin layer of filthy, matted straw that smelled of urine, decay, and a faint, lingering animal musk. The sight of it hit her with a physical force, a wave of understanding so profound it stole her breath for a second. This was his temple, his sacred space, the place he'd brought her to, the heart of his maze. The open door was an invitation, a taunt, a piece of stagecraft. A second of recognition, of understanding the symbolism. The open door, the invitation, the trap within a trap was all he needed. The impact slammed into her from behind like a freight train, a full-body tackle that drove the air from her lungs in a pained whoosh, and cracked her knees against the hard, unyielding stone floor. The pain was immediate and bright, flaring in her joints. Talon-like fingers, impossibly strong, locked around her throat from over her shoulder, squeezing with brutal, practiced efficiency, the thumbs digging into the hollow of her throat, driving her face down into the grit. Her cheek scraped against the rough stone, tearing skin. Her pistol was knocked from her grip, skittering across the gritty floor with a metallic scrape, spinning once, and coming to rest with a soft clink against the iron bars of the open cage door, just outside its threshold. Adrenaline burned through the pain, a white-hot surge that sharpened every sense to a razor's edge. The world snapped into hyperclarity, the grit of the floor, sharp and granular against her torn cheek, the coppery taste of blood in her mouth from a bitten lip, warm and salty, the ragged, whistling sound of her own strangled breath trying to find a path past the crushing pressure, a thin, desperate wheeze, the overwhelming smell of him, sweat and that clean, chemical scent, filling her nose, suffocating her, closer now than it had ever been. She remembered their last fight, years ago in a different dark place. A storage locker that smelled of motor oil and mildew, how his wild, frenzied strength had overwhelmed her cleaner technique, how he fought with the abandon of a cornered animal, all elbows and teeth and raw, screaming force. Not this time. This ended here. I'm in his cage. On his terms. No. She reached back over her shoulder, her left hand finding his hair, coarse and greasy between her fingers, tangled in knots. Her right hooking under his jaw, fingers digging into the soft flesh beneath his chin, seeking the pressure points, the vulnerable nerves. She yanked his head down hard into the meat of her shoulder, using his own forward momentum against him, leveraging his weight, putting her back and legs into it, a powerful, wrenching motion. Something crunched, cartilage in his nose, giving way with a wet, popping sensation that she felt through her shoulder. A hot, wet gush of blood splattered her neck and the collar of her jacket, startlingly warm, soaking into the fabric. He grunted in pain, a sharp, animal sound that was almost a yelp, and his grip loosened for a fraction of a second, the pressure on her windpipe easing just enough for her to suck in a thin, burning thread of air that felt like swallowing fire. It was enough. She surged upright, turning within his loosened grasp, her elbow driving back into his ribs with a solid thump that connected solidly. She felt a rib flex, maybe crack, a sensation of brittle giving way. And then she was facing him, her fist driving into his already ruined face. A short, powerful jab, piston straight from her shoulder, her body behind it, her weight shifting forward from her back foot. She felt the give of flesh and bone against her knuckles, the impact shuddering up her arm into her shoulder socket. Oh, again! Across, putting her whole body weight behind it, pivoting her hips, driving from the legs, twisting her torso. The punch landed on his cheekbone with a wet smack. Oh, again! A hook to the temple, her fist arcing around, her weight shifting, her body coiling and uncoiling. Bone gave way beneath her knuckles with a sickening, damp sensation, like cracking a walnut inside a wet towel. Her hand screamed in protest, the pain bright and hot in her wrist and across her knuckles, a warning flare of potential fracture. He scrambled back, crab-like, putting a few feet of distance between them, his movements jerky, uncoordinated, one hand going to his face. Blood poured from his flattened nose and a deep split above his eyebrow, painting his face a grotesque, glistening mask in the harsh light, dripping in steady rivulets onto his jacket and the floor, where dark spots bloomed in the dust. His eyes, however, were clear, focused, and burning with a manic, unholy light, a fire that seemed undimmed by the damage, if anything intensified by it. He grabbed the lid of a nearby wooden crate, rotten and splintered, the wood soft and crumbling, and with a raw, guttural roar that echoed in the stone chamber, a sound of pure, unfiltered rage, he swung it in a wide, two-handed arc. It was an awkward weapon, but heavy with the weight of wet, rotten wood. It smashed into her stomach, doubling her over with a violent whoosh of expelled air that left her gasping, her diaphragm paralyzed, a spike of nausea shooting through her. Before she could straighten, suck in a breath, he reversed the swing and caught her across the side of the skull with the splintered edge, a glancing but devastating blow. Light exploded behind her eyes, a supernova of white and red pain that wiped out all thought, all sense of up or down. Her legs turned to water, buckling beneath her, the strength draining from them as if a plug had been pulled. She fell to her knees, the impact jarring her teeth, sending a fresh jolt of pain up her thighs. Her arms came up in a feeble, instinctive guard against the next blow, but they felt heavy, slow, like moving through syrup. The world tilted, sounds becoming muffled and distant, as if she were underwater, hearing everything through a thick pane of glass, the drip of water, his ragged breathing, her own heartbeat thudding in her ears. She shook her head, trying to clear the ringing, the blinding static that filled her vision with dancing black and white spots, but it only made the nausea worse, the room spinning. Then he was on her again, a frenzy of claws and weight, pinning her to the ground. He straddled her chest, his knees digging painfully into her ribs, compressing them, making it hard to draw breath. Each attempted inhalation was a shallow, painful sip of air. Blood from his ruined face dripped in a steady patter. A hot, sticky rain that splashed into her eyes, blurring her vision with a red film, stinging. A vicious, short-range kick from his heel to her lower spine sent agony lancing through her nervous system. A lightning bolt of pain that paralyzed her core muscles for a critical second, locking them in a spasm. Her body went rigid, arching off the ground in a painful bow, then went limp, all strength fleeing, draining into the cold dirt beneath her, a profound and terrifying weakness. "You can't kill me," he screamed, spittle and blood flying from his lips onto her face, the droplets warm. His hands found her throat again, thumbs pressing deep into the hollow of her throat, crushing her windpipe with deliberate, grinding pressure, seeking to collapse it, to permanently still the breath that had haunted him for 16 years. "You made me." "I'm your monster." Each word was punctuated with increased pressure. "You looked at me and saw what I could be. You gave me my purpose. You showed me the art in it." His voice was a ragged, passionate snarl, his good eye wide and blazing with conviction. Black spots bloomed at the edges of her vision, expanding rapidly into tunnels of darkness that crept inward, narrowing her world to his bloody, triumphant face, which seemed to float in a gray void. Oxygen fled her brain, a dizzying, floating sensation beginning to take hold, a warmth that was at odds with the cold floor seeping into her back. The sounds of the room, his ragged, triumphant breathing, the steady drip of water from a pipe somewhere, the faint hum of the work lights, faded into a dull, receding roar like a seashell held to her ear, a distant ocean of noise. She was fading, the gray monochrome of oblivion washing over her, a warm, inviting numbness that promised an end to the pain, to the fight, to the endless hunt. His triumphant, bloody grin was the last clear thing she could see, a rictus of victory through the red haze, the final image before the dark closed in completely. "No." The thought was a spark in the drowning dark, a single, defiant ember that refused to be extinguished. It wasn't a word but a feeling, a surge of pure, stubborn will. Her right hand, numb and distant, found the grip of her sidearm where it had fallen against her hip in the struggle. She didn't aim so much as will the barrel toward the mass of him crushing the air from her lungs, and pulled the trigger twice, the report swallowed by the ringing already filling her skull. His grip tore away from her throat as if burned. She dragged in a whooping, ragged breath, the air of physical shock, and rolled, gasping, onto her side, her vision swimming with returning color. Calloway staggered back a step, too, a hand pressed to his side, and for one suspended second his eyes found hers. Not triumphant now, only startled, almost amused, before he turned and half ran, half stumbled into the mouth of a second tunnel she hadn't seen, one hand trailing along the earthen wall for balance, and was swallowed by the dark. She pushed up onto her knees, then her feet, the cavern tilting around her, and lunged after him toward the cage that stood open at the chamber's center, meaning to use it as cover, as a choke point, anywhere solid to plant her back against while her head cleared. The door swung shut behind her with a clang like a coffin lid. Chapter 28. The cage door clanged shut, the sound final as a coffin lid. The vibration traveled up her arms where she still gripped the bars, a dull, metallic shudder that settled into her bones and echoed in the hollow of her chest. Nina Shaw slumped against the cold iron, her forehead pressing against a vertical bar. The pistol was a dead weight in her hand, her finger still curled inside the trigger guard. The echo of her own gunshot didn't just ring in the chamber. It pulsed inside her skull, a physical pressure behind her eyes that throbbed in time with her heartbeat. The sharp, acrid smell of spent gunpowder hung in the damp, still air, a bitter cloud that coated the back of her throat, mixing with the older, deeper sense of wet earth, rot, and something else. The faint, sweetish odor of old hay and machine oil, the ghost of the carnival that had once stood above. She'd shot him. Center mass. A perfect, instinctive double tap, the recoil of familiar, jarring snap in her wrists. She'd seen the bloom of red flower across Calvin Calloway's chest. A dark, wet stain spreading fast on the faded gray fabric of his work shirt, the edges blurring instantly. She'd seen the shock freeze his mocking grin, turning it into a rigid, open-mouthed rictus, his eyes widening not with pain, but with a kind of theatrical surprise. His hands had flown to the wound, fingers clawing at the fabric as if he could pinch the bullets out. He'd staggered back one step too, his heavy work boots scuffing deep, ugly grooves in the packed dirt. Then his legs had simply given way, folding beneath him like a marionette with its strings cut. He'd crumpled to the dirt floor of this buried room, this grotesque replica of his childhood prison, landing with a heavy, lifeless thud that sent a small puff of dust into the air. And then he was gone. Not dead and gone. Just gone. When she'd blinked, fighting the white-hot lance of pain in her ribs and the dizzying swirl from the trapdoor fall, the space where he'd fallen was empty. Just disturbed earth. A dark, glistening smear on the packed dirt led away from the spot, a trail of broken droplets that snaked like a fat, wet worm toward a deeper blackness in the chamber wall. A low, ragged hole, another bolt hole carved from the earth, its edges crumbled and dark. He'd vanished into the labyrinth beneath the wastelands, leaving her locked in the cage, the only evidence of his existence the blood on the ground, the ringing in her ears, and the hollow, expanding void where her certainty had been. No, the word was a raw scrape in her throat, barely audible even to her. It wasn't a denial of reality, but a rejection of it. She holstered her weapon with a trembling hand, the motion clumsy, her fingers numb and stiff. The leather flap of the holster seemed to resist, and she had to look down, to guide her hand with her eyes, to make the weapon secure. This simple task felt monumental. She grabbed the bars again, not just shaking them but testing them systematically, putting her full weight into a pull that strained the muscles across her back and shoulders, then a push that sent a fresh jolt of pain through her injured side. She moved her hands to the next bar, and the next, repeating the process, searching for any weakness, any loose joint. The bars didn't budge. Not a millimeter. They were solid, old iron, thick as her wrist, cold enough to leach the heat from her palms, the black paint flaking away in rough patches to reveal pitted, rust-colored metal beneath. Each vertical bar was sunk into a heavy stone sill at the bottom, the joints packed with ancient, concrete-like mortar, and bolted into a massive, splintering timber beam overhead with rusted iron brackets shaped like horseshoes. She reached up, standing on her toes, ignoring the scream in her side, to test the overhead beam where the brackets were fixed. The wood was spongy with rot in places, but the brackets themselves were sunk deep, immovable. She dropped back down, her boots scraping in the dirt, and examined the floor within the cage, kicking at the hard-packed earth with her heel. It was solid, unyielding, fused with the earth beyond the bars. The lock was a heavy, modern hardened steel padlock, a glaring anachronism on the wrought iron hasp. It clicked softly, a dry metallic sound when she rattled it, a sound of absolute finality. He'd planned this. Every second. The double in the theater, the fight on the catwalk, the fall through the rotting stage, it was all meticulous choreography to bring her here, to this exact spot, to this specific configuration of iron and earth. A stage set, and she was the star performer. To cage the hunter. Rage burned through the pain, a white-hot flood that started as a knot in her gut and radiated outwards, flushing her neck and face with heat. Her hands clenched on the bars until her knuckles ached and turned bone-white, the skin stretched taut. She felt her jaw tighten, her teeth grinding together with a pressure that sent a fresh spike of pain through her temple, and made the muscles in her cheeks stand out in cords. A violent tremor ran through her arms and shoulders, a shaking born of pure, undiluted fury that made the bars she gripped vibrate with a faint, humming resonance. Her heart hammered against her bruised ribs, a frantic, furious rhythm that she could feel in her throat, in her ears, a drumbeat of impotent anger. She drew in a sharp, hissing breath through her nose, the cold air stinging. She'd been played. Oh, again. The body in the theater had been some poor soul, some addict or vagrant, made up with stage makeup and a wig to resemble Calloway, dressed in his clothes. The puppet. And she, the master profiler, had put 2 rounds into its heart, had felt that fleeting, devastating moment of triumph. A clean, righteous shot, thinking the decades-long nightmare was over. The real Calloway had been watching from the shadows, from some concealed perch in the theater rafters, savoring her victory before he reached out and shattered it. The humiliation was a physical taste, coppery and sour at the back of her tongue, mixed with the grit of dust. It was a weight in her stomach, a leaden sickness that sat heavy and cold. She had not just failed, she had performed her failure for him exactly as scripted. She could see it now, him crouched in the darkness above, watching her approach the stage, watching her hesitate, then commit. Hearing her gunshots, feeling her brief, stupid surge of victory. Then pulling the lever, dropping her through the floor into his prepared hell. The sequence was so clean, so elegant in its cruelty, it made her want to scream until her throat bled. She fumbled for her phone, her fingers slick with dirt and sweat, trembling with the aftershock of adrenaline and fury. Her right hand patted her jacket pocket empty. A spike of panic lanced through her before her brain registered the weight in her left trouser pocket. It took 3 tries to pull it from her pocket, the fabric catching on the cracked casing. She finally wrenched it free, her grip so unsteady the device nearly slipped from her grasp. She caught it against her stomach, then brought it up, holding it in both hands to steady it, her thumbs leaving smears of grime on the broken glass. The screen was a spiderweb of cracks, but it lit up with a sickly glow, illuminating her grimed hands, the dirt packed under her nails, the raw scrape across one knuckle. 1 bar of signal flickered weakly, a ghost of a connection bleeding down from the world above through tons of earth and decay and old wood. She stabbed at the numbers, her thumb slipping on the cracked glass, hitting a 4 instead of a 9. She cursed, a low, guttural sound that echoed flatly in the chamber, wiped her thumb on her trousers and tried again, pressing each button with deliberate, excessive force, as if driving a nail. The ringtone was absurdly cheerful in the dank silence. 1 ring. 2. Her eyes, narrowed, scanned the darkness beyond the bars, half expecting to see his shape materialize from the tunnel mouth, smiling, to watch her make the call he knew she had to make. The dispatcher answered. 911, what's your emergency? The voice was calm, female, impossibly distant, a voice from another planet. Nina took a sharp, controlled breath, forcing the rage down, building the dam higher brick by brick. She could feel the effort in her diaphragm, a tightness as she held the air, then let it out slowly, evenly, through her mouth. This is Senior Agent Nina Shaw, FBI. Her own voice sounded alien to her, flat, stripped of inflection, a clinical instrument reporting a traffic accident. I am in an underground structure at the abandoned Wastelands Fairground off Route 1. I have been in an armed confrontation with escaped fugitive Calvin Calloway. He is wounded, gunshot to the torso. He has fled the scene into connecting tunnels. I am currently trapped. I need IMS and multiple units and a forensics team. This is a priority 1 response. There was a brief pause on the line, the faint click of a keyboard. Can you confirm your location, Agent Shaw? The Wastelands property is extensive. Nina closed her eyes for a second, picturing the map, the layout from the old case files, the faded blueprints she'd studied a lifetime ago. I fell through a trapdoor in the main theater stage. The chamber is approximately 15 to 20 feet below ground level. The cage is in the southeast corner of the underground complex. She recited the details like she was reading a report, her voice never wavering, even as the dam inside her strained against the torrent of fury and shame. She could feel a muscle twitching under her left eye, a frantic, involuntary flutter. You need to send a tactical team for tunnel clearance. Suspect is male, Caucasian, 6 feet, approximately 180, dark hair, wearing gray work shirt, dark pants. He has a severe, bleeding chest wound. Gishu Ebolo. He is extremely dangerous and likely has prearranged escape routes. She did not say she'd been tricked. She did not say the man she shot was a stranger, a prop. She did not, under any circumstances, say she was locked in a cage. The words would not pass her lips. To say it would be to make it completely, officially real. Help is en route, agent. Can you maintain your position? Are you injured? I'll maintain position, Nina said, ignoring the second question. The pain in her side was a constant, deep-throbbed ache, but it was data, not a complaint. Expedite the tactical team. The tunnel network could extend for hundreds of yards. He's getting further away with every second. There was an edge in her voice now, a sliver of the frustration breaking through the flat tone, sharp enough to cut. Understood. Units are rolling. Stay on the line if you can. I need to conserve battery. Shaw out. She ended the call before the dispatcher could reply, her thumb jabbing at the screen. The silence that followed was heavier than before, more profound, now that the thin, electronic thread to the outside world was severed. It was a silence that pressed in on her eardrums, a dense, woolly quiet broken only by the ragged in and out of her own breathing. She turned her phone's flashlight on, the lead beam cutting a stark, blue-white path through the gloom, a blade of light that made the surrounding darkness seem even more absolute. She swept it slowly around her prison, methodically, an inventory of defeat, starting with the bars directly in front of her face. The cage was maybe 8 feet square, a perfect cube of misery. The dirt floor was hard-packed, cold, and slightly damp, already leaching the warmth from her legs where she stood. She could feel the chill rising through the soles of her boots, a deep, penetrating cold that spoke of the water table, of endless damp. Beyond the bars, the chamber was larger, a rough cavern perhaps 20 feet across, carved out of the earth and shored up with rotten timber that sagged in the middle, weeping dark moisture like black sap. Thick cobwebs, heavy with dust, hung like ragged curtains from the joints where timber met earth, trembling slightly in some unfelt draft. The air was cold and still, carrying the dense, mineral smell of deep soil and the fungal reek of wet, decaying wood. It was utterly silent save for the ragged sound of her own breathing and the faint, almost imperceptible creak and groan of the old fairground structure settling above them. A long, low moan of wood under strain that seemed to come from all directions at once. Somewhere, a single drop of water fell at long, irregular intervals from a rusted pipe overhead, each plink echoing slightly in the stillness before being swallowed by the quiet. The beam traveled over earthen walls striated with layers of clay and stone, over more rusted pipes snaking along the ceiling, over the dark, hungry mouth of the tunnel Calloway had used. It was little more than a hole, about 3 feet high, requiring a crawl. The blood smear led right up to its edge and disappeared into the black. She held the light on that opening for a full 30 seconds, her finger hovering near her holster, half expecting a pale hand to reach out, or for the beam to catch the gleam of an eye watching her from just inside. Nothing. Just a void, a mouth waiting to swallow. The beam moved on, revealing other details. A heap of rotted burlap in one corner, a rusted metal bucket on its side, a length of thick, frayed rope coiled like a dead snake. This space had been used, and recently. The dirt was scuffed in paths, not just near the tunnel but leading to the cage itself. He had been down here, preparing, waiting. It was then, as she panned the light back across the chamber wall opposite her, that it caught it, glinting off a smooth, pale surface. On a rough wooden shelf fashioned from a splintered plank wedged between two upright support posts, directly opposite the cage at eye level, a single item had been placed with deliberate, almost ceremonial care. A small, hand-carved wooden horse figurine. It stood alone on the bare wood, illuminated by her shaky beam. Nina steadied her hand, bracing her wrist against a cold bar, bringing the light to bear fully. The craftsmanship was crude but unmistakable. The arched neck, the stiff, straight legs, the suggestion of a mane etched with a few deep, hurried gouges. A carnival horse, like from a child's merry-go-round, frozen in a stiff-legged gallop. His signature. He'd left it here for her to find, a centerpiece in this diorama of her failure. Not figurines. Not dust. This totem from his ruined past, the very thing he'd gone to Victor Stone's morbid museum to reclaim. A message carved in pine, placed here like an offering on an altar. I was here. This is mine. You are in my world now. Her mind, trained for patterns, snagged on the wood itself. Reclaimed timber. The forensic trace from Mark's apartment. The Quantico lab had been trying to source it. This whole place, she thought, sweeping the beam across the timber supports, the shelf, the very bars of her cage, is built from the bones of the old carnival. The wood was aged, grayed, but here and there she could see traces of paint, a fleck of faded red, a streak of once bright yellow peeking from under grime. The figurine wasn't just a signature, it was a literal piece of the map, a fragment of the geography he controlled. He hadn't just brought her to a hiding place, he'd brought her to the source, the womb of his madness, and built her a cell from its ribs. The beam traveled up the post holding the shelf. The wood was thick, scarred with old nail holes and deep gouges. It was part of the original structure, something that had once held up a tent or a ride. Now it held his mocking gift. The beam, as she held it on the horse, caught the edge of something else, a series of deep, deliberate grooves scratched into the vertical timber post just to the right of the shelf. Words. She angled the light, tracing the letters slowly from left to right. They were cut deep, as if with a sharp knife or a thick nail, the raw, pale wood standing out against the dark, aged, almost black surface of the old beam. The cuts were clean, not ragged, done with patience and force. Every saint has a past. Every sinner has a future. Oscar Wilde. Not Marco Polo. A different kind of taunt altogether. A reminder of duality, of hidden selves, of the potential for change buried within corruption. He saw himself as the sinner with a future, a destiny he was actively forging with each cut of the knife, each planned move. He saw her, what? As the saint with a past. Her past was what led her here. Her past, her decisions, her focus, her very identity as the hunter who never stopped, was the reason he was alive to do this. Her past was the cage as much as the iron bars. The quote was a mirror he was holding up, and the reflection it showed was twisted, infuriating. It suggested a kinship, a shared journey from one state to another. It implied that her relentless pursuit was the past that defined her saintliness, and his evolution into, whatever he was becoming, was his future. The arrogance of it made her breath catch, made her want to put her fist through the words, to splinter the wood and erase the sentiment. "You're wrong," she thought, the words forming with a cold, hard clarity in her mind. "My past is a weapon. Your future is a grave. I will dig it myself." But the thought felt hollow in the face of the iron, the dirt, the blood trail leading away. He was the one who had dug this grave, and for a moment he had put her in it. A sound filtered down then, faint and muffled, as if heard through a thick blanket and a closed door. A high, wavering wail, thin and insistent. Then another, joining it, harmonizing in a dissonant chord. A siren's. They were above ground, still distant but moving closer, their pitch shifting as they navigated the access roads. The sound was thin and ghostly, as it penetrated the layers of earth and wood and ruin, a reminder of a world that still operated on rules and radios and response times, a world of order that felt abstract and useless down here in the disorder he had created. Help was coming. They would bring bolt cutters for the lock, strong hands to pull her out, and flood these tunnels with the blinding white light of halogen lamps, the snuffling urgency of dogs, the bulky, armored presence of a tactical team with rifles and flashlights. But he was gone. Even now, as she listened to the sirens grow incrementally louder, weaving together into a constant, screaming tapestry, the blood trail was going cold, soaking into the thirsty earth. He had planned for this too. He had exits and hideouts and followers. The gaunt, bearded man in the cemetery, others like him, lost souls he could command or manipulate. The man she'd shot was already slipping away, a ghost bleeding into the deeper dark, his wound perhaps already staunched by prepositioned supplies in a niche in the tunnel wall, his path through the labyrinth memorized and rehearsed in the dark, until he could run it blindfolded. She could picture it, him crawling, then stumbling to his feet in a wider passage, one hand pressed to his chest, the other trailing along the earthen wall for guidance. A hidden cache with gauze, tape, maybe a shot of morphine. A change of clothes. A flashlight. Then moving, steady and sure, away from the chaos he'd orchestrated, deeper into his kingdom of decay. The responding agents would find an empty cage, a blood smear, a wooden horse, a scratched quote, and her. The story would write itself in their minds before she even opened her mouth, and she would be at the center of it, not as the hunter who cornered her prey, but as the prey that had been caught, toyed with, and put on display. The agent who fell through the floor. The agent who got locked in the killer's cage. The headlines wrote themselves too. She could see the bold type, the grainy photo of the fairground entrance. Nina Shaw's legs would no longer hold her. The adrenaline that had been a fire in her veins guttered and died, leaving behind the cold, heavy ash of exhaustion, and a defeat so complete it had a physical mass. It sat on her shoulders, pressed on her chest, a weight that made each breath an effort. Her knees buckled, not in a collapse, but in a slow, controlled sink, as if the earth itself were pulling her down. She let herself go down, her back sliding against the cold bars, until she was sitting on the unforgiving dirt floor of the cage. The cold seeping through her trousers was immediate and profound, a deep chill that made her shiver violently once, a full-body spasm that rattled her teeth. She leaned her back against the iron bars, their unyielding chill penetrating her jacket, her shirt, seeping into her skin and muscles. She let her head fall back with a soft, dull thud against the metal, the impact vibrating through her skull. She kept her eyes open, fixed on the wooden horse on the shelf across from her. The phone light, still trained on it, made the tiny figure cast a long, distorted shadow on the earthen wall behind it, a giant, looming silhouette that seemed to twitch and dance as her hand trembled. The sirens grew louder, their combined wail now a pervasive scream that vibrated in the tiny chamber, making the dust on the floor tremble. They were close now. She could distinguish the different tones, the higher-pitched wail of the state police cruisers, the deeper roar of an ambulance or a fire truck. Tires crunched on gravel somewhere overhead, a sound like tearing paper magnified through the earth. Doors slammed, one after another, a staccato percussion. Voices, muffled and indistinct but urgent, called to one another. Over here, stage doors clear. A radio squawked, a burst of digital noise that was shockingly loud. They were a promise of extraction, of a return to the structured chaos of the investigation, to the briefing rooms with their maps and whiteboards, and the endless, grinding paperwork that would now include a report on this. Her report. How would she write it? Subject lured agent into a replica of his childhood trauma site and secured her in a constructed cage. It sounded like a paranoid fantasy, the ravings of someone who'd been underground too long. But in that silent, earthen room, with the taste of dust and blood and gunpowder still in her mouth, with the cold of the cage seeping into her core and the ache in her ribs a constant, throbbing reminder of the fall, she knew the truth with a certainty that was more solid than the iron surrounding her. The hunt was not over. It had just become something else, something darker and more personal. He had caged her not to hold her physically. The lock would be cut within the hour, the paramedics would check her vitals, someone would bring her a foil blanket and a bottle of water. He had caged her to demonstrate a more profound, more inescapable captivity. To show her she was already trapped. Trapped in the protocol that demanded she call for backup, instead of pursuing him alone into the dark, bleeding tunnel. Trapped in the public manhunt that was now a circus, with her at its center as the fool who fell for the decoy. Trapped in the psychological game where he dictated the moves, set the tempo, and she was always reacting, chasing the echoes of his laughter. He had taken her greatest strength, her relentless forward momentum, and used it to run her into a wall. And the worst part, the part that made the humiliation taste like bile, was that he was right. She was trapped by it all. The rules, the optics, the chain of command. He operated outside all of it. He had just proven it. The beam of her phone light began to dim, the battery icon flashing a weak, urgent red in the corner of the shattered screen. In the failing light, the wooden horse seemed to grow larger, more potent, its crude shape holding the entirety of his malice, his history, his intent. The scratched quote beside it seemed to pulse in her vision, the pale grooves glowing in the twilight of the dying LED. Every saint has a past. Boots pounded on wood above her, heavy and rapid, a drum roll of rescue. A man's voice, amplified by a bullhorn, echoed distortedly through the theater floor, muffled by the trapdoor. The FBI. Agent Shaw, can you hear us? She didn't answer immediately. She took one last, long look at the horse, memorizing the angle of its neck, the depth of the knife cuts, the way one foreleg was slightly shorter than the other. She looked at the quote, etching the feel of the words, the insult of them, into her mind, branding it there. Then she lifted the phone, her thumb rough on the cracked screen, and turned the flashlight off, plunging the cage into a darkness so complete it felt like a substance, a thick, black oil she could swim in. She needed to feel it, just for a few more seconds. The absolute black. His element. The domain where he was most comfortable, where he had spent a lifetime learning to see. She sat in it, letting it press against her eyes, fill her lungs with its cold, still breath. I hear you, she called out, her voice stronger now, cutting through the din from above, sharp and clear. I'm below the stage. There's a cage. I'm in it. The response was a flurry of activity, shouted orders, the screech of wood being pried up, the crack of splintering lumber. A shaft of dusty, artificial light, blindingly white after the absolute dark, stabbed down from a newly opened hole far above, illuminating swirling motes of dust like a galaxy in reverse. It swept across the chamber, found the bars of the cage, found her sitting within them. Voices called down, concerned, urgent. But in the moment before that light reached her, in the profound dark, she felt it again. Not a sound, but a presence, a vibration in the still, cold air, a poison in the very ground beneath her. A certainty. Somewhere in the darkness of the tunnels, bleeding but moving, purpose undimmed, Calvin Calloway was laughing. She couldn't hear it, but she felt it in the marrow of her bones, in the ache of her bruises, in the cold of the iron at her back. He had won this round. Not by killing her, but by making her understand, viscerally and completely, in a way no report or crime scene foe ever could, that she had never truly been in control. The cage around her was just the physical manifestation of a fact he had always known, and she had just been forced to learn it on her knees, in the dirt, in the dark. The lock would be cut, but the lesson was permanent. It was etched into the post beside the wooden horse, and now it was etched into her. As the light flooded in and the first rope was lowered, as the voices called her name with relief, Nina Shaw stood up, her movements stiff but deliberate. She brushed the dirt from her hands onto her trousers. She looked once more at the tunnel mouth, a dark scar in the earth wall. "You're bleeding," she thought, the profiler in her reasserting itself, cold and focused. "You left a trail. You made a mistake. The saint has a past. The sinner has a future. And your future ends with me." The thought was no longer hollow. It was a vow made in the dirt of a cage, and it had the cold, hard density of iron. Chapter 29. The voice on the line was a cold filament in her ear, a synthetic whisper that seemed to seep directly into her skull, bypassing her ears to vibrate against the bone. "We have a complication." Katie Ford's grip on the steering wheel tightened, the smooth leather creaking under her palms. Her knuckles pushed pale against the dark grain, tendons standing in sharp relief like cords under her skin. She said nothing, waiting, forcing her breathing to stay even, a slow count in, a slower count out. The car was a tomb, the only light the sickly green glow from the dashboard clock, painting her hands a corpse-like hue. She could hear the faint, wet sound of his breathing through the speaker, a rhythmic, mechanical rasp that seemed to sync with the idle pulse of the engine. Outside, the world was a study in stillness. A single porch light flickered 2 houses down, buzzing faintly, its erratic pulse the only sign of life. A plastic bag, caught in a phantom breeze, tumbled like a ghost across the wet asphalt, scraping softly before catching on a storm drain. Nothing else moved. The air inside the car was close, smelling of old coffee from a forgotten cup in the holder, and the faint, clean scent of the leather cleaner she'd used weeks ago, now underscored by the sharp odor of her own cold sweat. She could feel the dampness of her shirt sticking to the small of her back, a cold patch against her skin where she'd been leaning. The steering wheel was cool and slightly tacky under her palms. "Agent Ford. Are you listening?" The voice held a note of impatience now, a teacher whose student had drifted, and beneath the digital wash she heard the subtle click of a tongue against teeth. "I'm waiting for the complication." Her own voice sounded flat, drained of all inflection, a monotone she used like armor. She kept her eyes moving, scanning the empty residential street outside her window, cataloging the dark windows, the empty driveways, the silhouettes of parked cars. Her neck was stiff, the muscles locked from hours of tension. She rolled her shoulders, feeling the knot between her shoulder blades grind like a stone. The street was lined with mature oaks, their branches still dripping from an earlier rain, each drop hitting a leaf or the pavement with a soft, sporadic plink. A dog barked, 3 sharp yaps from a backyard several houses over, then fell silent. The sound only emphasized the emptiness. You recall my conditions. Vividly, the word came out harder than she intended. She could still see the hospital room, not as a vague memory but in a sudden, intrusive flash. The stark white sheets stretched tight over the thin mattress. The woman on the bed, her wrists bound to the rails with zip ties, her eyes wide and unblinking above the gag. The relentless red numbers of the clock on the wall, each minute ticking down with a soft, audible click she could hear even over the hum of the HVAC. The smell, antiseptic and fear, a metallic tang at the back of her throat like sucking on a penny. The chill of the linoleum under her shoes as she'd stood there, helpless. She remembered the way the woman's chest hitched with shallow, panicked breaths, the sheet rising and falling in tiny flutters. She remembered the sound of her own voice, trying to sound calm, authoritative, as she told the woman she was FBI, that she was there to help, all while knowing the bomb was a fiction. The real trap was the room itself, the test itself. She blinked hard, twice, dispelling the memory, forcing her focus back to the green glow of the dash, the feel of the steering wheel's grain under her thumbs. She pressed her thumb into a seam in the leather, focusing on that small, physical sensation to anchor herself. Recite them for me. It was a power play, a teacher demanding a lesson from a student. She felt a hot spike of anger burn up her throat, acrid and sharp. Her jaw tightened, the muscles bunching at the hinges. A flush of heat climbed her neck, prickling under her collar. She swallowed it down, the muscles in her neck working visibly, her Adam's apple bobbing. Her left hand left the wheel, hovering over the gear shift for a moment, fingers splayed, before she curled them into a fist and brought it down to rest on her thigh. She started the car, the engine turning over with a low rumble that vibrated up through the seat and into her spine, a tangible shudder of potential motion. The dashboard lit up fully, a constellation of amber and green lights that made her squint after the long darkness. She pulled away from the curb slowly, deliberately, the headlights cutting twin swaths through the damp, still night, illuminating the glitter of rain on the road, the slick black of the asphalt, the neat, dark line of the curb. The tires made a soft, wet shushing sound as they rolled over the pavement. She felt exposed in the glass bubble of the vehicle, a target in a shooting gallery with walls you could see through. Every shadow between houses felt like a place for watching eyes. She adjusted the rearview mirror, her eyes catching her own reflection, pale face, dark hollows under her eyes, a strand of hair stuck to her damp temple. She looked away. Solve the puzzle you show yourself, she recited, her voice tight, each word measured out like a ration. No help. No contact with your partner. But don't preach rules to me when you're the one bending them. She heard the edge in her own words, the fraying patience, and hated that he could hear it too, that he was probably noting the strain, filing it away. She flexed her fingers on the wheel, feeling the leather give slightly. I haven't bent anything. The voice was calm, almost professorial, the digital distortion making it sound like a lecture recorded on a damaged tape, words slightly stretched and compressed. You simply failed to understand the full architecture. The game concludes now. We have an issue. Which is, she kept it short-clipped. Don't give him more of you than he already has. Her eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, then the side mirror, a constant, paranoid sweep. Empty. She passed a house with a single lit window upstairs, a blue television glow pulsing behind the blinds. A man's silhouette moved across it, carrying something, a slice of normal life that felt like it was happening on another planet. A long, deliberate exhale crackled through the speaker, a sigh of infinite patience that set her teeth on edge. She could picture him, wherever he was, leaning back in a chair, maybe steepling his fingers, savoring this moment of control, this final lesson. The finale. Explain. She turned a corner, the tires hissing on the wet blacktop, a sound like tearing fabric. The neighborhood shifted, the houses becoming farther apart, darker, set back behind deeper lawns. The streetlights were fewer here, creating longer pools of darkness between them. She slowed slightly, her foot easing off the accelerator, letting the car coast as she waited for his answer. The engine's hum dropped to a lower register. She could hear the faint squeak of the wiper blade on a dry patch of windshield. "I believe you already know." She tightened her jaw, her teeth grinding with a pressure that ached in her temples. He wanted her to say it, to voice his design, to become a participant in his script, to make the horror her own by speaking it aloud. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of guessing, of playing his eager pupil. She let the silence stretch, counting 3 heartbeats, 4, 5. She drove through one of the long pools of darkness between streetlights, and for a moment the world outside vanished, replaced by the reflection of the dashboard in her window, her own ghost driving beside her. "I need to hear it from you." Clearly. No more poetry. She put a hard emphasis on the last word, leaning into the microphone of her phone. "No more games within games. Just say it." There was a pause, filled with a digital silence so complete it seemed to suck the sound from the car's interior, muting even the engine's hum. Then the words came, measured and clear, each one a polished stone dropped into a still pool. "Your final opportunity. One last puzzle. Succeed and you win. You meet me. You get your answers and I get my validation. Fail and I vanish. Permanently. This unsolved mark will be the only flaw on your pristine record, the one stain you can never scrub out. A lifetime of wondering. A ghost in your machine. The one who got away because you weren't good enough, not without her holding your hand." Katie braced for a taunt, a twist, a sadistic laugh layered underneath. None came. The statement hung in the air between the phone and her ear, stark and simple, and that was somehow worse. The promise of an end, even a terrible one, was a kind of map. A sliver of the coiled tension in her shoulders loosened, just a fraction, a slight drop she felt in the base of her neck. She took a deeper breath, her ribs expanding against the seatbelt. The directness was a relief. The manipulation was still there, but the shape of it was clear, a box she could see the edges of. Focus returned, sharpening her vision, pushing the fatigue to the periphery. Her eyes stopped their frantic scanning and settled on the road ahead, seeing the details. The way the rain beaded on the windshield before the wipers swept it away in a rhythmic, metronome arc. The precise pattern of cracks in the asphalt of the left lane, like a river delta on a map. She took a deeper breath, the air cool in her lungs, smelling of the car's old upholstery, the rain, and the faint, ever-present scent of gun oil from her holster. She could feel the weight of the weapon against her rib cage, a solid pressure. "I've solved everyone you've thrown at me." She put a hard confidence into the words, a bluff she needed to believe herself. She sat up straighter, squaring her shoulders against the seatback, feeling the leather crease. "The pattern favors me. The logic is mine. Make this one count because the others were child's play." A warm-up, she injected a dismissive note, a challenge. "Come at me with your best." She let a small, cold smile touch her lips, knowing he couldn't see it but hoping he could hear it in her voice, the curl of contempt. "This will test you, Agent Ford." There was a hint of something, genuine anticipation, maybe, beneath the synthetic layer, a human warmth that was more disturbing than the machine tone. It was the sound of a collector unveiling his prize piece, a curator presenting the masterpiece. This case is known to a handful of people on the planet. A footnote in a footnote. A ghost story told in whispers after too many drinks in a Quantico bar. Even your considerable resources will struggle. This is between you, me, and the ghost. No one else is listening now. We'll see. She turned onto a wider, empty boulevard, the tires humming a steadier note on the smoother pavement. The street was lined with dark office buildings, their windows black mirrors reflecting the empty street back at itself, creating an infinite tunnel of dark glass and concrete. A traffic light ahead turned from green to yellow. She made a decision and accelerated, shooting through the intersection as it bled to red. Another riddle, I assume. More of your verse, she kept her tone dry, academic, as if discussing a mildly interesting literary form. Oh, indeed. Your last. 1 hour. Then she dies. 1 hour. The number landed in her gut like a stone, a physical weight that pulled at her diaphragm, making her next breath shallow. She? Of a person. Not a concept, not a puzzle piece. A living, breathing woman whose time was now measured in minutes, tied to Katie's ability to decipher a madman's poem. Her stomach clenched, a hard, painful spasm. Katie stopped the car at the next deserted intersection, pulling over to the curb under a broken streetlight, the engine idling roughly, the whole vehicle vibrating through the steering column. Her hands felt clumsy, her fingers thick and uncoordinated as she fumbled for her phone in the cup holder. Her thumb smeared against the slick screen, failing to get traction. She wiped her palm on her pant leg, leaving a dark streak of dampness, and tried again, her breath coming in short, sharp puffs that fogged the windshield slightly. She'd almost forgotten the recorder. Her one tether to reality, to evidence, to something that could prove this wasn't a hallucination born of guilt and exhaustion. She finally got a grip, her fingertips cold, and tapped the app icon, her nail clicking against the glass. The screen lit up, blindingly bright, and she saw the red dot begin to pulse in the center of the screen. A tiny digital shield. It felt pitifully small against the vast, whispering dark on the other end of the line. She set the phone back on the console, the red light a cyclops eye staring up at the roof of the car. I'm ready to meet you, she said, putting the phone back on speaker. The words tasted like ash in her mouth, a betrayal of every principle. You didn't treat with terrorists. You didn't negotiate with serial killers. But here she was, announcing her surrender to the game, her voice steady but her hand trembling slightly as it returned to the wheel. She gripped the leather hard until the tremor stopped. Good, he cleared his throat, a disturbingly human sound, a wet click and a rumble of phlegm being swallowed. The verse began, each word spaced like a drop of ice water falling onto the back of her neck. He lights the wick, breaks the steed, a wanderer's creed. A scarlet veil hangs where the hangman lays his head. She committed it to memory, the rhythm of it, the cadence. A nursery rhyme from hell. She repeated it silently, her lips moving without sound, locking the syllables in place, feeling the alliteration of wicks and wanderer s, the hard stop of steed. She parsed it as he spoke, breaking it into components even as she memorized the whole. A wick. A steed. A wanderer. Scarlet veil. A hangman's. A head. Understood, Katie said, and ended the call before he could say another word, before he could hear the tremor she felt building in her chest, a vibration that started deep in her core. She needed the silence. She tossed the phone onto the passenger seat where it skidded against the leather and lay still, the red recording light a malevolent eye watching her from the darkness. The sudden quiet was immense, filled only by the idle rumble of the engine and the soft patter of a light rain starting up again on the roof. She sat for 3 seconds, forcing her mind to work to push past the panic. Then her foot pressed the accelerator to the floor. the car surging forward with a lurch that pushed her back into the seat, the headlights stabbing down the empty road, revealing nothing but more rain-slicked asphalt and the retreating yellow lines, which seemed to rush toward her and vanish under the hood. 3 words immediately anchored in her thoughts, glowing like embers in the dark: Steed, Vale, Hangman. The riddle pointed to Calvin Calloway. It had to. Only someone with deep, insider knowledge of that old, buried case would craft it. The FBI had worked hard to keep the specifics out of the public file. Calloway's childhood traveling with the carnival, his menial job mucking out the horse stalls for the carousel, the little wax candles he'd learned to make from his mother and would later craft in his cell from stolen dinner tallow, shaping them with his fingernails into crude, dripping forms. The Internal Bureau code name, the Hangman, used in the early, panicked bulletins before they'd settled on the sanitized Carnival Man moniker for the press. That name was buried in archives only accessible with a specific clearance, in memos that were supposed to have been shredded. She'd seen it once, in a footnote of a behavioral analysis report Nina had let her read, a single, chilling use of the term. The first line confirmed the copycat was mirroring Calloway. He lights the wick, the candles Calloway left burning at his dump sites, a signature they'd managed to suppress, the wax always a cheap, greasy paraffin that gave off a foul, smoky odor. Breaks the steed, the small, hand-carved wooden horses he ritualistically shattered after each kill, a symbol of breaking the innocent, of destroying the merry-go-round fantasy of his youth. She remembered the photo from evidence, a tiny, painted wooden pony, its legs snapped off, lying in gravel. A wanderer's creed, the nomadic life of the carnival, the rootless pathology that defined his hunting grounds, moving from town to town, state fair to county fair, never staying long enough to form ties to be known. The second line was the true puzzle, the location. It's the where. A scarlet veil. A face covered in blood. A mask of gore. Calloway's victims were often found with their faces altered. Not just beaten, but sometimes partially skinned or arranged with objects. A veil of crimson. A red curtain. Could it be literal? A theater. A stage. Where the hangman lays his head. Calloway's home state was Indiana, not D.C. That was too far, too broad. It didn't fit the killer's intimate, localized theater. He operated here in this city. He knew its secrets, its forgotten corners. He'd made it his stage. So the hangman here was Calloway himself, but the copycat. The new hangman. Where did he lay his head? His home. His base of operations. Time was bleeding away. She glanced at the dashboard clock, its green numerals stark and unforgiving. 12:07. 5 minutes gone already, evaporated in the space of that call, lost to the frantic initial analysis. The pressure was a physical band around her temples, tightening with each imagined tick of a second hand she couldn't hear, a vice squeezing her skull. She drove on autopilot, her mind racing through databases of case files, through mental images of maps, through snippets of crime scene photos. The wipers swished back and forth, a steady, hypnotic rhythm. She reran the words in her head, mouthing them silently, feeling the shape of them on her lips. A scarlet veil hangs. A veil wasn't just a mask. It was something that covered, that obscured, that separated one thing from another. A scarlet veil framing something. A framing. A picture frame. A window frame. A setup. Her breath caught, a sharp, involuntary hitch in her chest that made her ribs ache. Not just a physical mask. A frame. A setup. An accusation. A framing. She slammed her foot on the brake pedal, throwing her full weight into it, her leg rigid. The car jerked violently, the anti-lock system shuddering and chattering under the floorboard, a rapid, mechanical drumming that traveled up through the soles of her feet. Tires screeched a short, sharp protest against the pavement, the sound tearing through the quiet night, echoing off the facades of the dark office buildings like a cry. The seatbelt locked, digging a hard line across her collarbone and chest, pinning her. For a second, she was thrown forward, the steering wheel hard against her ribs, before being snapped back into the seat, her head whipping back against the headrest with a dull thud. Her heart hammered against her sternum, a frantic, panicked drum that she felt in her throat. In the sudden, ringing silence that followed, her ears buzzing with the aftermath of the screech, she wrenched the steering wheel to the left, her arms crossing over her body, the muscles in her shoulders and back pulling tight. The car lurched into a sharp, sweeping U-turn in the empty street, the chassis leaning heavily, the tires groaning in protest as they fought for traction on the damp road. The headlights swept across darkened house fronts, over a chain-link fence, across the slick, black expanse of asphalt, illuminating a stray cat that froze, eyes glowing like twin emeralds in the beam, before darting into a hedge with a rustle. The engine groaned, a deep-throated complaint at the sudden maneuver. She completed the turn, straightened the wheel with a hard pull that strained her shoulders, and accelerated back the way she had come, the speedometer needle climbing, the engine revving higher, a rising whine. Her mind raced faster than the car could ever go, thoughts tripping over each other, connections firing. The old well on the Cedar Ridge Trail. That's where they'd found it years ago. Not in any official report, but in Nina's personal case notes, the ones Katie had pored over in the dead of night in Nina's study, the lamplight pooling on the pages, until the words blurred and the coffee in the mug beside her went cold and bitter. Calloway's grotesque leather mask, the one he'd worn during the abduction of the Laughlin girl, a crude thing stitched from a saddle, the inside stained with sweat and terror, the eye holes uneven. It had been discovered weeks after his capture, not by the FBI, but by a park ranger following up on vandalism reports. Stuffed into a crevice of the moss-crusted well, stiff and stained a dark, rusty brown with his victim's dried blood. A scarlet veil, it had to be the location. It was a perfect, hidden piece of Calloway trivia, known only to the core task force and the killer who worshipped him. It fit. It was neat. It was logical. She clung to that logic as she drove, her hands tight on the wheel, her knuckles white. The route to the park unfurled in her mind, out of the city, onto the parkway, exit at mile marker 14, then the winding access road. The drive was a blur of tense concentration and gnawing doubt. She pushed the car hard, taking corners fast enough to make the tires complain and the suspension wallow, running yellow lights as they turned red, her eyes flicking to the mirrors for any sign of blue lights. None came. The city fell away behind her, the glow of it diminishing in her rearview mirror, shrinking to a dull orange smear on the clouds. The orderly streetlights and trimmed lawns of the inner suburbs gave way to the darker, winding roads leading to the park entrance, the trees closing in overhead, blotting out the sky, transforming the night from an urban expanse to a claustrophobic tunnel of overhanging branches. The road surface changed, becoming rougher, patched with tar that thumped under her tires in a steady, irregular rhythm. The air coming through the vents grew cooler, carrying the scent of wet earth and pine. She passed a sign for Cedar Ridge Recreational Area, the reflective letters glowing in her headlights, then another smaller sign warning the park closed at dusk. She ignored it, turning onto the narrow, single-lane road that led to the trailhead parking. Gravel crunched under her tires now, a loud, crackling sound in the stillness. 25 minutes after the call, the dashboard clock a relentless judge reading 12:27, she was pulling into the deserted gravel parking lot, the headlights sweeping over empty spaces, a lone information kiosk with its maps behind plexiglass, a rusted trash can. She braked hard, the car sliding slightly on the loose surface before coming to a stop. She killed the engine, and the sudden silence was absolute, a thick, woolly quiet that pressed in on the car. She was slamming the car door a second later, the sound echoing flatly into the dense woods and dying quickly, absorbed by the trees and the damp air. The night air was cool and thick with the smell of damp leaves, decaying wood, and distant pine. A clean, earthy smell that felt profoundly wrong for the horror she was chasing, like hearing a symphony in a slaughterhouse. It was cold enough to see her breath, a pale wisp that vanished instantly. She grabbed her flashlight from the glove compartment, a heavy, metal-cased FBI issue light, its surface scratched and dented from being dropped, from being used as an impromptu tool, the rubberized grip worn smooth in places. She clicked it on, thumbing the switch hard, feeling the solid thunk of the mechanism. The beam was a solid white shaft cutting the darkness, revealing swirling motes of mist, a cone of reality in the formless black. The light reflected off the millions of droplets of moisture, clinging to every leaf and blade of grass, making the world sparkle coldly. She started at a fast jog down the darkened trailhead, the beam bouncing erratically over tangled roots and slick, moss-covered rocks that threatened to turn an ankle. The path was narrow, the forest a black wall pressing in on both sides, absorbing the light, giving back only deeper shadows. Ferns brushed against her legs, leaving cold, wet streaks on her pants. The night was a living chorus of insects, a relentless, chirping static that seemed to emanate from the ground itself, from the rotting leaves, punctuated by the low, questioning call of a distant owl and the occasional rustle of something small moving through the underbrush. Her own breathing was loud in her ears, a rhythmic rush of air that soon became ragged, scraping in her throat. The beam caught the sudden, startled gleam of eyes low to the ground, a possum frozen in the ferns, its mouth slightly open, needle teeth visible in the light, before it vanished with a dry rustle of leaves. The trail climbed slightly, then dipped, following the contour of the land. Her shoes slipped on a patch of wet leaves, and she stumbled, throwing out a hand to catch herself on a tree trunk, the bark rough and wet under her palm. She reached the junction, her lungs burning, each breath a scrape of cold air. A wooden sign, faded and mossy, the wood soft and spongy to the touch, pointed one way to the overlook, the other, her way, simply said spring in hand-carved letters that were now filled with black grime. She took the right fork, the path becoming even narrower, less maintained. The moss-crusted stone well was there, just as Nina's notes had described, a squat, cylindrical sentinel half swallowed by ivy and thyme, its circular opening a black maw in the uneven circle of the clearing. The air felt colder here, still and heavy, as if the well exhaled a chill drawn from deep underground, a breath from the earth's core. The flashlight beam danced over the ancient stones, green with moss, black with damp, the mortar between them crumbled to dust. The iron crank for the bucket was long gone, only a rusted stub of a bolt remained, like a rotten tooth. Ivy snaked over the rim, tendrils dangling into the darkness. The ground around it was muddy, churned by animal tracks, the sharp, delicate prints of deer, the pad marks of a raccoon. "Hello," she shouted into the void, her voice swallowed by the stone throat, sounding small and desperate, the voice of a child lost in the woods. The echo came back to her, hollow and mocking, "Hello, hello, low, FBI. Is anyone here?" She listened, straining her head cocked, every muscle taut. She held her breath. Nothing. No whimper, no rustle of someone bound, no muffled plea. Just the insect hum and the soft, almost imperceptible drip of water from the well's lip into the darkness below, a slow plink, plink, that seemed to measure the passing seconds. She leaned over the rim, careful not to touch the wet stone, and shone the light down. The beam penetrated about 15 feet before being swallowed by the blackness. She could see the glint of water at the bottom, far below, a distant, dark mirror. No one was down there. No body, no package. She swept the light in a frantic, methodical arc around the clearing, her arm trembling with fatigue and adrenaline. The beam painted the gnarled trunks of oaks, the thick carpet of brown leaves, the ferns nodding gently in a breeze she couldn't feel on her skin. She took slow, deliberate steps, circling the well, looking for signs of recent disturbance. Trampled foliage, a hidden package wrapped in plastic, a victim bound and waiting against a tree, a piece of colored tape, anything. She dropped to one knee, ignoring the dampness that immediately soaked through the fabric, and examined the ground closely. The leaf litter was undisturbed, a natural, layered composition of decay. She saw a beer can, old, the aluminum faded and crushed, half buried in leaves. Nothing else. No call came. No taunting voice from the shadows. No ring of a phone left for her to find. The silence was complete, and it was accusing. Doubt curdled in her gut, a cold, heavy sensation that spread upward, tightening her chest, making it hard to draw a full breath. Her stomach clenched, a physical cramp of anxiety. She pressed a hand against her abdomen, feeling the knot there. The logic was neat, but it felt incomplete, academic, like a solution worked out on a whiteboard in a clean, well-lit room far from the bloody reality. The well was too remote, too quiet, too forgotten. It didn't fit his established pattern of urban terror, of staging his horrors in places that echoed with public memory or personal violation. Hospitals, underpasses, her own home. This was just woods. A forgotten hole in the ground. A relic. It lacked his signature spectacle, his need to be seen, to have his work appreciated in a context that meant something. This meant nothing. It was a dead end. A wild goose chase. And time was running out. The panic began as a cold trickle at the base of her spine. She leaned against the cold, rough stone of the well rim, the dampness immediately seeping through the sleeve of her jacket, a shock of cold that bit into her skin. She pulled out her phone, the screen blinding in the absolute darkness, forcing her to squint, turning the world beyond its glow into an even deeper black. 12:42. 30 minutes left. The numbers were a silent scream in the digital silence. Her thumb left a sweaty smear on the glass as she swiped, as if she could find an answer in the blank home screen, in her contacts, in anything. The phone's glow lit her face from below, casting strange shadows under her eyes and nose. Where the hangman lays his head. If not Calloway's home state, then whose? The executioner's home. His base. His residence. His place of rest. The hangman in the riddle was Calloway. It was the new killer. The copycat. But he wouldn't light her to his own home. That would be an end, a surrender. He'd lead her to a place that represented the hangman's home. A place symbolic of execution, of finality. And a gallows. Of a prison. No, too obvious. Lays his head. Sleeps. Rests. Feels safe. The realization struck her like a physical blow to the diaphragm, a sucker punch that robbed her of air. The air left her lungs in a soft, pained whoosh. Her knees felt weak, watery, the strength leaching out of them. She pressed her palm flat against the gritty, wet stone to steady herself, the rough surface scraping her skin, the cold a sharp anchor. Her heart seemed to stutter, then begin a frantic, galloping rhythm. Her own apartment. The one place he knew better than anyone should, better than a stranger ever could. He wasn't sending her to a stage. He was sending her home. She was already moving back toward the car when her phone rang, and this time it wasn't the synthetic voice. It was Kirkland. She almost let it go to voicemail. The memory of his gun at her temple by the river still raw, a cold ring pressed into her skin that she could still feel hours later. But she answered, and within 30 seconds of trading what each of them actually knew, the standoff dissolved into something closer to alliance. He hadn't drawn on her because he suspected her of anything. He'd drawn on her because his own name was all over the same case threads she'd flagged, and he'd spent the better part of a week wondering if someone was building a frame around him, using his access, his login, his proximity to Osgood's old cases, the same way the killer had built one around her. Two people, independently convinced the other might be a monster, comparing notes at gunpoint. Neither of them was the monster. That left only the man neither of them had named yet, and precious little time left before dawn to find him. They agreed to meet where the access road met the river, away from cameras, away from anyone who might report two federal agents huddled together in the dark. She told him about the riddle, about her own apartment, about the shape of the man she was building in her head, someone with clearance, with access to sealed files, with a grudge dressed up as expertise. He told her what he had, a name flagged in the same routing logs, a consultant psychologist whose file had crossed Osgood's desk more than once. Neither of them said it aloud yet. It felt too fragile to speak, like naming a thing before you were sure of it might scare it back into hiding. It has to be someone inside, Kirkland said, finally, watching the black water slide past. He gave a single, tired nod. Dawn. That's the deadline. After that, I go to Vance with everything, and we burn this whole thing down officially. Consequences be damned. Understood, Katie held out her hand. After a long, weighted pause, Kirkland took it. His grip was firm, dry, brief. A contract signed in the dark, witnessed by no one. They parted without another word, moving to their separate vehicles, two shadows dissolving into the rain-washed night. Katie sat in the sedan, key in the ignition, watching Kirkland's taillights shrink and disappear around a bend in the river road. She was alone again. The alliance was real but paper-thin, a shared enemy and a shared clock. 6 hours until dawn. 6 hours to find a face behind the voice, a name behind the mask. Her phone buzzed against the console. Unknown caller. The timing was surgical. The instant Kirkland was gone, the caller returned. Coincidence or confirmation that he had eyes on her, even here, even now. She stared at the screen, the green and red buttons pulsing softly in the dark cabin. The rain had stopped. The river was a black mirror, reflecting nothing. As she answered, Chapter 30. The view between the blinds showed an empty parking space. The black asphalt, still damp from the earlier rain, gleamed under the orange glow of the sodium vapor lamp directly overhead. It was space 4B. Reserved. He'd watched it for 27 minutes. She had 19 minutes left. If she failed, he won by default. The thought was a cold, smooth stone in his gut. Gaining access to Katie Ford's apartment had required no skill, only a laminated card and a fabricated story. Harvey Whitmore had parked his unremarkable sedan 2 blocks over, the walk in the chill night air helping him settle into the role. He'd kept his hands in the pockets of his dark jacket, his shoulders slightly rounded, the very picture of a weary civil servant on a late errand. The apartment building's lobby was a study in cheap modernity. Fake marble floors with a waxy, reflective sheen that felt tacky underfoot, a potted fern dying in the corner, its leaves crisp and brown at the tips. The air smelled of lemon-scented disinfectant, stale popcorn, and the faint, damp wool odor of the carpet runner leading to the elevators. The building manager, a paunchy man in a polo shirt stretched over his stomach, was at the front desk, scrolling on his phone, the tinny sound of a game leaking from his earbuds. "Help you?" the man asked, not looking up, his thumb jabbing at the screen. Harvey let a full 3 seconds pass, a silent assertion of authority, before he slid the consultant ID across the counter. It was a perfect replica, the hologram catching the fluorescent light. "Special Agent Whitmore, FBI Evidence Response Team. We need secondary access to apartment 312. Ford." The manager finally looked up, peeling one earbud out. His eyes were small, wary, moving from the badge to Harvey's face. "Again. The other guys were here weeks ago. Tore the place apart from what I heard." "Procedural follow-up," Harvey said, his voice a flat, bored monotone. He offered a thin, professional smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Chain of custody on a digital device they missed. Shouldn't take 10 minutes. He gestured loosely toward the keyboard behind the desk. "You can come up with me if you want to log it. I'll need you to sign the access form." He saw the calculation in the man's eyes. The hassle of getting up, finding a pen, riding the elevator, versus the risk of saying no to the FBI. The man's gaze flicked to the microwave on a shelf behind him, where a half-eaten dinner sat cooling. "A laziness one." The manager waved a meaty hand toward the keys. "A 312. A silver key. Just drop it back when you're done. Don't need to log it. You feds have your own paperwork." "Appreciate your cooperation," Harvey said, the words tasting like ash. He took the key, its cool metal biting into his gloved palm. He'd been in and out of the lobby before the building manager finished reheating his coffee, the soft beep-beep-beep of the microwave keypad starting up as the elevator doors sighed shut. The ascent was a hum in the walls, a faint vibration through the floor. He watched the numbers light up, 2-3. The doors opened onto a silent, beige-carpeted hallway smelling of carpet cleaner and cooked cabbage. Now he wandered the quiet rooms. His shoes, soft-soled, made no sound on the laminate flooring of the apartment's entryway. The air was still and carried a faint, closed-in smell. Dust, old paper, the ghost of coffee grounds, and underneath it all her. A trace of perfume, something light and floral, mixed with the scent of the leather sofa. In the bedroom, his gloved fingers dragged slowly across the duvet, deliberately rumpling the pale gray fabric. He pressed his palm down, feeling the residual warmth the room had held from the day's sun on the west-facing window. He brought his fingers to his nose, closing his eyes. The scent of her shampoo, something with coconut and vanilla, clung to the fabric, mixed with the subtler, saltier smell of her skin. A muscle in his jaw twitched, a tiny spasm of tension that traveled up into his temple. His feelings for her had mutated over time, cell by cell. What had begun as a sharp, professional curiosity, the bright analyst from intelligence who connected dots others missed, whose thesis on geographic profiling he'd read with genuine admiration, had curdled, slowly and irrevocably, into a deep, personal revulsion. It was in the way she carried herself in the hallways, a confidence he deemed unearned, a chin-held-high assurance that hadn't been forged in any real fire. It was in her partnership with Shaw, a prize handed to her like a participation trophy. She'd become an obstacle, a living symbol of every door that had been politely but firmly shut in his face, every evaluation that had found him unsuitable, every promotion given to someone with a better smile and less understanding. He turned from the bed and opened the top drawer of her nightstand. The wood slid smoothly on its runners. Inside was predictable, mundane clutter. a tube of unscented hand cream, a tangled set of white earbuds, a paperback novel with a cracked spine, a historical thriller. A spare phone charger. Nothing of interest, nothing secret. He closed it with a soft, definitive thud. Her living room was neater than he'd expected, almost austere. The bookshelf was a testament to their shared, twisted interests. Practical homicide investigation, sexual homicide, patterns and motives, the anatomy of motive, their spines worn from use. He pulled one out at random, Violent Minds, the neurobiology of predation. His own copy, back in his office, had the same passages underlined in pencil. They'd read the same books, studied the same grainy crime scene photographs, dissected the same motivations down to the bone. In another life, with different rules, they might have been allies, colleagues debating over case files late into the night, pushing each other toward darker, more profound truths. The thought was acid in his throat. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. She'd chosen a different path, the approved path, the path of rules and review boards and quarterly psychological evaluations. And in doing so, she had obliterated his. She had taken the future that was rightfully his, the field work, the autonomy, the respect, and walked into it without a backward glance, without ever knowing what she'd trampled. It all began, truly began, with Calvin Calloway. The 2005 intake. Harvey had been a junior analyst then, hungry, assigned to the peripheral paperwork, the evidence logs. Calvin had been a case study in serene malice. During his initial interviews, which Harvey had reviewed on tape late one night in an empty screening room, the man's intellect, springing from that feral, carnival childhood, was a dark marvel. Calvin hadn't raged or postured. He'd spoken of his father's punishment cage, of the mechanics of the rides, of the transience of the crowds, with a possessive, chilling nostalgia. He viewed the rest of humanity as kindling for his own cold fire, a resource to be consumed. A clinical, rational part of Harvey had known the man belonged on a gurney, with a needle in his arm. A larger, more fascinated part had been utterly captivated. Here was a subject who operated on pure, uncompromising logic, freed from the petty constraints of morality, of empathy, of fear. He was a perfect engine of intent. That captivation became a secret dialogue. Harvey initiated it, under the guise of a follow-up study on long-term incarceration, effects for a paper he never intended to publish. Letters began to flow from the Vermont Supermax prison cell to a private P.O. box. His were typed, careful, posing theoretical questions about choice and agency, the nature of control. Calvin's were handwritten on prison-issue paper, the script tight and controlled, speaking of time and legacy and the quiet work of waiting. When Calvin, in a letter so veiled it was almost a dream, whispered of his planned departure, his final performance, Harvey had not offered a warning to the Bureau. He had offered assistance. A place to go. Ground to stand on. He'd written back a single sentence: the stage must be properly set. He'd been the one to drive Calvin to D.C. After the escape, picking him up from a prearranged drop point in the rain somewhere in rural Pennsylvania. The man had been silent for the first hour, a soaked, powerful presence in the passenger seat, smelling of wet earth and something metallic. He'd sheltered him in a safe house, not unlike this apartment, a bland, furnished box in a quiet complex. That first night, over cheap whiskey from a plastic bottle, Calvin had unpacked Katie Ford's life for him. Not from files, but from perception, from the echoes he'd sensed in Nina Shaw. Her dead father, the cop, not a wound to be healed, but a void she kept trying to fill with work, with approval. Her insecurities, masked by aggressive competence. The cracks in her psyche, the places where doubt pooled in the quiet hours before dawn. Calvin understood those shadows intimately, because he lived in them. He traded the information not as a weapon, but as a gift. A token between connoisseurs. "She's a house of cards," Calvin had murmured, staring into his glass. "Built on a shaky table. You just need to find the right card to pull." Harvey had spent decades preparing. He knew the procedural playbooks backwards, the behavioral markers the BAU looked for, the violent compulsives they categorized and filed away. He had studied the greats, Bundy's charm, Dahmer's compartmentalization, the Zodiac's theatricality, not with horror but with a craftsman's eye for technique, for the underlying architecture of predation. He was ready to step from analysis into action. His mind was a calibrated instrument, his body kept strong and functional through rigid routine. He was built for it. He deserved the canvas. Then the door slammed shut. A single psych eval, mandated for his transition from consultant to field agent, had red-flagged him. The session had been with a Dr. Lyman, a man with kind eyes and a condescending smile. The report, which he'd later accessed through a backdoor in the personnel system, used phrases like over-identification with subject matter and disconnect between intellectual and effective response. They'd seen his fascination, his deep understanding, as a flaw, not a tool. The final insult, the one that lit the fuse and let it burn down to the powder, came 2 years later. Nina Shaw, after years of quietly accepting his insights, of using his profiles to close cases, had picked the girl from intelligence as her new partner. Katie Ford. The nobody with the fresh face and the textbook answers got the badge. The nobody got the glory, the fieldwork, the partnership with a legend. He'd seen the announcement in an internal memo, subject line, personnel assignment, profiling unit. He'd read it in his cubicle, the words blurring, a hot wave of shame washing up his neck and into his face, making his ears burn. He'd had to get up and walk to the men's room, where he'd splashed cold water on his wrists and stared at his own reflection in the speckled mirror, the bitterness a metallic taste on his tongue, thinking, she doesn't know. She'll never know what she took. They would both answer for it. Calvin had, in his way, already claimed Nina Shaw, luring her into that theater, caging her beneath the earth. That was justice of a kind, a settling of a different score. Katie Ford was his. His proof. His masterpiece. The final validation that he was the superior analyst, the superior mind. A soft chime from his pocket, muffled by the glove. He pulled out the phone, the glow painting his impassive face in pale blue, highlighting the planes of his cheeks and the deep sockets of his eyes. The tracker app was active, a simple green dot on a street grid. It placed her vehicle 1 block away, stationary. She was early. His pulse, which had been a steady, slow drum, picked up its pace. Not with anxiety, but with a fierce, focused anticipation. The final calibration. The last variable sliding into place. He moved swiftly. In the hallway near the front door was a cheap white plastic panel, slightly warped. He snapped the cover open with a practiced twist of his fingers. Inside were the circuit breakers, a row of black switches in a dusty column. He located the main, a larger switch labeled Main 100A. He wrapped his gloved fingers around it. There was a gritty resistance, then a solid, satisfying clunk as he threw it down. The effect was instantaneous and total. The faint hum of the refrigerator died mid-cycle. The digital clock on the microwave vanished. The ambient green and red lights from various LEDs, the cable box, the wireless router, the smoke detector, winked out as one. Darkness, thick and absolute, swallowed the apartment. It was not just an absence of light, it was a presence, a physical thing that pressed against his skin. The silence that followed was deeper, heavier, as if the building itself was holding its breath, all its tiny electronic lives extinguished. He stood perfectly still in the blackness, letting his senses adjust. The faint orange glow from the parking lot bled around the edges of the window blinds, providing just enough orientation to see the outlines of the doorway, the bulk of the sofa. His breathing was slow, controlled, in through the nose, out through the mouth. He could hear the floorboards settle, with a tiny, arthritic creak. He could hear the distant sigh of traffic on the main artery several blocks away, a river of sound. He turned his head slowly, his eyes now picking out the darker shapes of furniture against the slightly less dark walls. He was no longer an observer in her space. He was a part of its new reality. A predator in the den, perfectly adapted to the dark. Back at the window, he used a single finger to part two slats of the blind, just a quarter of an inch. The view was a cinematic frame. The orange pool of light over space 4B. The empty black asphalt, slick and shining. Then, the sweep of twin headlights cutting through the night, throwing long, moving shadows across the parked cars. A car turned into the lot, moving slowly, cautiously. It was her sedan, a dark blue four-door. He recognized the shape, the color from the DMV registration he'd pulled. The headlights illuminated the empty space he'd been watching, then swung past as she pulled into a different spot, farther from the building's entrance, under the dappled shadow of a large oak. Smart. She was being cautious even here, in what should be her sanctuary. He watched the headlights die, leaving afterimages in his eyes. The driver's door opened. A figure emerged, Katie Ford. She stood for a long moment beside her car, a silhouette looking up at the building, scanning the dark windows of her own apartment. He could see the tension in her posture, the way she held her bag close to her body, the slight hunch of her shoulders as if expecting a blow. She was looking right at him, at this window, and seeing nothing but a dark square. A ghost in her own home. He let the blind slat fall back into place with a soft snick, plunging the room back into near darkness. The apartment was a trap, now primed. The darkness was the first move. The silence the second. She was coming right to him, step by step, drawn by the game, by the deadline, by her own relentless, flawed need to see it through, to prove she was as good as they all said she was. The last contest was about to begin. He could feel it in the cool, still air, in the quiet thunder of his own heart beating a steady, triumphant rhythm against his ribs. He did not smile. He simply waited, a statue in the dark, his gloved hands hanging loose at his sides, for the sound of her key finding the lock, the click of the tumblers turning, the door swinging open on the void he had made for her. Chapter 31. The building was a stark silhouette against the bruised purple of the night sky, every window a black, sightless eye. Katie killed the engine and sat in the sudden silence, her gaze fixed on the fourth floor. She was certain, absolutely certain, she'd left the small lamp on in her bedroom. A habit born of long nights and a dislike for coming home to total darkness. That darkness was now complete. He was here. Time to face him. Her body ached with a deep, bone-grinding fatigue, a heaviness that made her shoulders slump against the driver's seat. Her throat was dust, her knuckles scraped raw and stinging from the chain-link fence at Suitland Gardens. Every instinct screamed at her to drive away, to call for backup that would arrive too late, to do anything but walk through that front door. But the Riddle's clock, silent and invisible, was ticking in her skull. If she was wrong now, someone died. The only path forward was through her own front door. She slipped out of the car, the night air cool on her sweat-damp neck. The pistol was a familiar, cold weight in her hand, the grip already slick from her palm. She bypassed the lobby, its glass doors reflecting the empty street, too exposed, too many angles. She opted for the stairwell entrance at the side of the building, a recessed metal door painted a grimy green, fewer sight lines, more control. The metal door groaned on its hinges, the sound obscenely loud in the pre-dawn stillness. The concrete stairwell was a tomb, lit by a single, flickering emergency bulb on the landing above that cast jumping, elongated shadows. The air smelled of damp concrete, mildew, and the faint, sweet tang of old urine. Her footsteps echoed as she climbed, a frantic heartbeat rhythm she couldn't quiet, each step sounding like a proclamation of her arrival. She paused on each landing, listening, her back to the wall, pistol raised. She heard the distant hum of the city, the sigh of a pipe in the wall, but no other footsteps, no breathing from above or below. The fourth-floor corridor was silent and empty, the worn industrial carpet muffling her approach to a whisper. The only light spilled from an exit sign at the far end, casting a sickly green glow that made the beige walls look jaundiced. Her apartment door, 407, stood slightly ajar. A sliver of profound blackness gaped between the door and the frame. Her breath hitched. She nudged the door open with her foot, the toe of her boot making contact with solid wood. Pistol leading the way, she swept left then right into a void. The air that washed over her was wrong. It was thick, stale, and carried the sharp, astringent reek of industrial cleaning fluid, the phenolic kind used in hospitals and morgues. Underneath it, something fouler lingered, the sweet, meaty scent of spoiled food, maybe, or the damp earth smell of a long-closed space. It was the smell of a place that had been violated and then scrubbed, a smell that sat in the back of the throat. She reached for the light switch by the door with her left hand, her right keeping the gun trained into the living room. A click. Nothing. She tried the other switch plate. Dead. He'd cut the power. She was blind. Moving by feel and memory, she stepped inside, letting the door swing shut behind her with a soft, final click. The living room shapes slowly resolved from the gloom as her eyes strained. The bulky shadow of her sofa, the rectangular outline of the TV stand, the lighter patch of wall where a bookshelf stood. Nothing seemed out of place at first glance, but the atmosphere was oppressive, charged with a waiting violence. Her eyes adjusted, picking out details in the faint green bleed from the corridor window. A cushion lay on the floor near the sofa leg, not tossed but placed. The remote control was lying precisely in the center of the carpet, instead of on the coffee table. Small, deliberate disturbances. A stage set for her inspection. She cleared the living room methodically, her back sliding against the wall, her head on a swivel. She checked behind the sofa, the muzzle of her gun probing the space. Empty. She moved down the short hallway, her shoulder brushing the framed photo of the Lincoln Memorial she'd never liked but never taken down. Her bedroom door was open. Inside, the bed covers were twisted into a violent knot, the sheets pulled halfway onto the floor as if from a struggle. The closet door stood open, a yawning black mouth. She approached it sideways, then pivoted quickly, the barrel of her gun probing the darkness, sweeping across the hanging clothes, her blazers a winter coat. She used her left hand to push the garments aside, feeling nothing but empty space and wooden hangers. Next, the bathroom. The door was ajar. She pushed it open with her foot. Empty. The shower curtain was drawn all the way back, clipped to the rod, the white porcelain of the tub gleaming dully in the minimal light. The medicine cabinet mirror reflected a sliver of her own pale, tense face. She turned to the last door. The guest room she never used. The knob refused to turn. It was locked from the outside. Her fingers traced a fresh bolt, cold and new, that had been installed above the original handle. The metal was unblemished, the screws bright silver against the old painted wood. She pressed her ear to the wood, holding her breath. A silence. Not even the hum of a vent. Was someone in there? A hostage bound and gagged? Or was it just another part of the stage he'd set? A red herring to waste her time or draw her into a vulnerable position? 2 minutes had bled away since she entered the apartment. The riddle's answer had led her here, to her own address. If her deduction was wrong now, the consequence wasn't a missed clue. It was a life ending in this silent, dark box. A dry, protesting creak sounded directly overhead, from the ceiling cavity. The sound was distinct, the groan of weight on old drywall. The access panel to the attic space. Understanding clicked into place with a cold, final certainty that tightened her scalp. He hadn't been waiting in a room. He'd been watching from above, listening to her move through her own home. Footsteps descended, heavy and deliberate, on the other side of the hallway wall. Not from the attic hatch, but from the direction of the linen closet, a connecting space, a crawlway. A shadow separated itself from the deeper black of the hallway archway and stepped into the living room. He was a tall, solid silhouette, backlit by the faint green glow from the corridor window she'd left uncovered. He stood perfectly still, a cutout of a man. Katie raised her weapon, the front sight settling on the center mass of the shadow. Her voice, when it came, was low and steady, belying the hammering of her heart against her ribs. A federal agent. Show yourself. Hands where I can see them. The figure didn't raise its hands. It took another slow, deliberate step forward, its shoes whispering on the hardwood. You think this was the game? The voice was a man's, unfamiliar, all the synthetic distortion from the phone calls gone. It was a flat, educated, middle American accent, utterly ordinary and therefore terrifying. It was the voice of a man who gave presentations in conference rooms. How disappointingly literal. The final clue wasn't a place, Katie. It was a permission slip. My permission. For you to come home and die. A match flared with a sharp scratch and a puff of sulfur, casting a guttering, dancing light that carved his features from the darkness. It illuminated a middle-aged face. Thinning brown hair combed over a pale scalp, wire-rimmed glasses, features that were neither handsome nor ugly, the face of an accountant or a mid-level manager. A face she had never seen before in person, yet one that had been inside her head, whispering taunts for weeks. Harvey Whitmore. He held her gaze for a second, his eyes behind the lenses reflecting the tiny, doomed flame. His expression was calm, almost academic, as if observing an interesting result. Then he tossed the match casually over his shoulder, a dismissive flick of his wrist. The world erupted in fire. The match arced through the darkness, a tiny comet. It landed in the center of her sofa. For a millisecond, nothing. Then a hollow whoomp as vaporized accelerant ignited. Flames roared up from the cushions with a sound like a giant inhaling, a violent orange and yellow torrent that banished the shadows in a sudden, hellish glare. The fire didn't spread, it consumed, climbing the fabric and the wall behind it in a single, hungry leap. Heat blasted her, a physical wall that dried her eyes in an instant and seared her nostrils with the smell of burning polyester and chemicals. The light was blinding, painting the room in stark, jumping contrasts. The fire crackled, a sound like snapping bones. You took my life, he shrieked, his composed mask shattering into raw, spitting fury. The flames danced in his glasses, twin infernos reflected in the lenses. A spittle flew from his lips. My career. My future. You and your kind, with your quotas and your committees, you looked at my work, my mind, and you threw it in the trash. Called it theoretically rigid. Now you'll burn as a failure. They'll find your body and they'll write the report. Unstable, reckless, got in over her head. A cautionary tale. Katie fired twice, the reports deafening in the enclosed, fiery space. She fired blind, half turned away from the blistering heat that was already crisping the hair on her left arm, the rounds punching into drywall to his left with two sharp thwacks. Plaster dust puffed into the smoky air, swirling in the convection currents from the fire. He didn't flinch. He didn't duck. He charged. He was a solid mass of muscle and momentum, crossing the 10 feet between them in 2 strides. He slammed into her before she could reacquire her sight picture, his shoulder driving into her chest. The impact drove the air from her lungs in a pained grunt. A hard, practiced hand chopped down on her wrist, a precise nerve strike that sent a jolt of electric numbness up her arm. Her fingers sprang open involuntarily. The pistol clattered to the floor and skittered across the hardwood, coming to rest perilously close to the burgeoning fire, its black polymer frame already beginning to gleam, to sweat in the intense heat. They crashed to the ground together, a tangle of limbs. He was powerful, but more than that, he was methodical, economical. He didn't waste energy on wild blows. He pinned her with practiced holds, a knee driving into her thigh to deaden the leg, an elbow locking her left arm against the floor, his full weight settling on her ribs, compressing her lungs. She bucked, trying to throw him off, but he adjusted seamlessly, his strength overwhelming. She was strong from running, from the constant tension of the last weeks, but he had the dense, functional strength of a man who trained with purpose, who lifted weights not for show but for control. Her eyes stung and watered from the smoke, now coiling in thick, gray ropes along the ceiling. The acrid stench of burning polyester and melting plastic filled her throat, each breath a searing scrape. She could feel the skin on her face and hands tightening, beginning to blister. Panic, cold and sharp, threatened to rise, a black wave at the edge of her vision. She forced it down, biting the inside of her cheek until she tasted blood. She scanned the room through slitted eyes, looking for anything, a weapon, a way out. Then she saw it, her service pistol, a dark shape now just inches from the flaming couch cushions. The orange light glinted off the steel slide. The heat radiating from the fire was immense, a visible shimmer in the air. It would cook the rounds in the magazine. It would set them off. The thought was a cold spike in her gut. He locked a thick forearm across her throat from behind, pulling her back against his chest in a brutal chokehold. The pressure cut off her air, crushed her windpipe. Spots danced in her vision, blooming and dying like the fire. He leaned close, his mouth near her ear, his voice a raspy, intimate growl that carried over the hungry crackle of the flames. Calvin Calloway killed your precious partner. Sliced her open in a carnival funhouse. I gave him the key. I showed him how to find her weakness, how to get under her skin. She's dead because of you, because you were so busy playing my game, proving how smart you were, that you weren't watching her back. Liar, the word was a choked gasp, torn from her constricted throat. Rage, white-hot and cleansing, cut through the suffocating fear. She drove her head back with all her remaining strength, felt the hard back of her skull connect with the bridge of his nose with a wet, satisfying crunch. His grip loosened for a fraction of a second, a reflex of pain. She bucked violently, driving an elbow hard into his solar plexus. He grunted, a sound of surprise and pain, his weight shifting. She scrambled free, crawling on hands and knees toward the center of the room, gulping in smoky air that burned like acid in her raw throat. The heat on her back was an open oven door. Pop. A sharp, unmistakable report, not from a fired gun, but from within the heart of the fire. The bullet cooking off. The sound was flat, percussive, like a heavy book dropped on the floor. He was on her again instantly, seizing her from behind, his arms wrapping around her torso in a bear hug. He used her body as a buffer against the scorching air radiating from the fire and began forcing them both, in a crab-like, staggering shuffle, closer to the wall of flame. The heat became unbearable, singeing the hair on her arms, making the synthetic fibers of her jacket begin to smolder, giving off a toxic, melting smell. To her left, the old TV cabinet sparked, its veneer blistering and blackening, peeling upward in curls. Pop. A third round, this one with a higher pitch. Pop. A fourth. She counted in her head, muscles screaming as he bent her arms backward, trying to control her. Her mind, trained for crisis, detached. Standard issue Glock 19. 15-round magazine plus one in the chamber. She'd fired two. That left 14 live rounds in the weapon. The cook-offs were random, but the heat was concentrated, intensifying. They were coming faster, the intervals shortening. "You'll die a villain," he yelled into her ear, spittle flying and sizzling on her hot skin. "I'm a disgrace. They'll spend years picking through the ashes, trying to figure out why you snapped. I've written the narrative for them." The unstable agent, the failed protege, the lonely woman who finally broke. "It's perfect." Pop. The fifth. Now. One bullet left in the chamber. The last one would be the most dangerous, the one under the firing pin, the one most likely to explode with the force of a fired round when the chamber metal finally failed. She planted her feet wide, finding purchase on the slick hardwood. Instead of pulling away from his push toward the fire, she leaned back into him, using his own momentum against him. Then she dropped her weight suddenly, like a sack of stones, driving her heels into the backs of his knees while shoving backward with every ounce of strength she had left in her legs and core. He stumbled, his balance broken. She flipped herself over his head and down, tucking into a tight ball as she fell, using a basic jiu-jitsu escape she'd drilled 100 times at the academy gym. She landed hard on her shoulder, the impact jarring her teeth, sending a shock up her neck, but she rolled with it, curling into a fetal position between his legs, using his body as a shield from the direct, radiant heat of the fire. A boom! The final shot wasn't a pop. It was a deafening, concussive explosion that echoed in the confined space, louder than the fire. The gun's chamber had ruptured. She felt a hot sting on her calf, a piece of shrapnel or a fragment of the bullet. A pained, guttural cry tore from the man above her, a sound of pure, shocked agony. The crushing pressure on her back vanished. She rolled away, gasping, her ears ringing, the world muffled. Harvey Whitmore was on his knees, hands clasped to a blossoming red stain that spread rapidly across the front of his cheap button-down shirt, darkening the pale blue fabric to black. His glasses were askew, one lens cracked into a spiderweb. His eyes, wide with shock and disbelief, stared down at the blood welling through his fingers. He looked like a man who had just received news of a profound mathematical error, one that invalidated his entire life's work. Adrenaline surged, a cold, clear wave that washed away the pain and the ringing. She stood, her legs trembling but holding. She grabbed a fistful of his collar, the fabric already warm from the fire. He was heavy, dead weight already sliding into shock. She began dragging him, stumbling, toward the inferno that was now consuming the entire living room wall, the flames reaching for the ceiling. The heat was a physical assault, singeing her eyebrows, drying the tears on her cheeks before they could fall. The roar of the flames filled her world, a sound like a waterfall. This was where he'd wanted to die. This was the pyre for his failure, his grand finale. She would give it to him. She would push him into the heart of it and let the fire do what the bullets hadn't. Katie, no. Strong hands closed on her shoulders from behind, pulling her back with irresistible force. Agent Kirkland's face, streaked with soot and etched with urgent concern, appeared in her peripheral vision. He wrenched the wounded man from her grasp, hauling Whitmore's arm over his shoulder in a fireman's carry with a grunt of effort. "This way," Kirkland yelled, his voice barely a shred of sound over the fire's roar. The balcony door. Kirkland must have shattered it from the outside. Cold night air rushed in, a shocking contrast that fed the flames for a terrifying second, making them lean and roar with new oxygen, before a torrent of water followed, a thick, powerful jet that slammed into the heart of the fire with a hissing scream. A firefighter in full turnout gear, looking like an alien from a sci-fi movie, climbed through the jagged opening of glass, hose in hand. Another followed. One of them reached for Katie, a gloved hand gesturing urgently. An arm in thick, rubberized yellow gear yanked her toward the opening. She stumbled over the broken glass, shards crunching under her boots, the cold night air hitting her blistered skin like a slap from a frozen hand. On the small balcony, the world tilted. The firefighter guided her to a ladder that had been raised to the railing, its metal gleaming under the emergency lights. Down. Now. Go. She climbed down on shaking legs, the metal rungs cold and solid in her hands, a grounding reality. On the ground, the scene was chaos. Strobing red and white lights painted the building's facade in frantic pulses. The hiss of the hose jets from inside her apartment, mixed with shouted commands from the incident commander on a bullhorn. Paramedics stood by a gurney, its straps undone. Kirkland was already on the ground, lowering Whitmore onto it with the help of another agent. Teams in turnout gear swarmed the ladder and the building's interior stairs, a coordinated invasion of her private disaster. A thick, woolen blanket was draped over her shoulders. She stared up at the fourth floor, numb. Orange light flickered behind her windows, now mostly blackened from soot. A plume of dark smoke, tinged with gray from the water, poured out of the shattered balcony door. The hose jets did their work, and the visible flames began to recede, drowned in a hissing, billowing steam that smelled of wet charcoal, melted plastic, and utter ruin. The sterile, bright box of the FBI interview room hummed with a low fluorescent buzz. The air conditioning was cranked high, a chill that seeped through the thin blanket still around Katie's shoulders and bit at the raw, tender skin on her hands and face. She watched the institutional clock on the wall tick past 3 a.m., the second hand jerking forward with relentless, silent precision. The plastic chair was unforgivingly hard against her bruised back. She could still smell the smoke in her hair, a permanent campfire stench. Agent Kirkland sat beside her, stoic and silent. He had a smudge of soot on his temple he hadn't wiped away. His posture was rigid, his hands clasped on the bolted-down metal table, knuckles white. He hadn't spoken since they'd been deposited here by a stern-faced ASAC an hour ago, left to stew in the aftermath. Her skin felt tight and raw, as if it had been shrunk 2 sizes too small. Every slight movement, the brush of the synthetic blanket, the shift of her clothes against her shoulders, sent little stings of pain across her forearms and cheeks. The paramedics had slathered them in a cool, clear gel and applied loose bandages, but the burn was superficial, they'd said. The real damage was the smoke inhalation. Her throat felt scraped raw, and her voice, when she tested it, came out as a raspy whisper. Her lungs ached with a deep, bruised feeling with every breath. The door opened with a soft, precise click. Director Robert Vance entered, closing it softly behind him. He looked decades older than when she'd seen him last in his office. Deep grooves framed his mouth, and the skin under his eyes was the color of old bruises. He carried the weight of the night in the slump of his shoulders, but his gaze, when it settled on her, was sharp and assessing, missing nothing. He took the seat opposite them, placing a plain manila folder on the table but not opening it. He simply looked at them, waiting. "Report," he said. The single word hung in the cold air, a command. Katie drew a breath that caught in her damaged throat, triggering a short, dry cough that burned. She laid it out, her voice a monotone scrape, forcing herself to stick to the chronology. The first anonymous call in her dark kitchen, the shock of the distorted voice, the arbitrary rules, the 120-minute deadline. The scavenger hunt across the city, the damp underpass, the silent postal annex, the sterile hospital, the decaying Suitland Gardens. The manipulation, the psychological taunts, the way he'd used her own knowledge and her own history against her like a weapon. The final riddle that led her home, knowing it was a trap but walking into it because the alternative was a death on her conscience. She spoke of the fire, the fight, the cook-off rounds in clipped professional terms. She placed her phone on the table, the screen a web of cracks from the struggle. She played the recordings, her own tense exchanges with the distorted voice echoing tinny and small in the bare, sound-absorbent room. The killer's calm, instructional tone as he described the rules. His taunt about the bonus round, his final declaration about the complication. Vance listened, his expression not changing, a stone mask. His eyes occasionally flicked to Kirkland, assessing his reaction, then back to the phone as if reading a transcript in the air. When the last recording ended, the room felt heavier, the silence more profound. "And you involved no one?" Vance's gaze was flint, drilling into her. "Until the very end. You conducted this private investigation across multiple crime scenes, potential bomb threats, and an active homicide alone. No coordination. No attempt to bring in even a single partner from your own unit." Katie opened her mouth, the lie forming, but Kirkland spoke first, his voice flat and definitive, cutting her off. "As she told me, sir. Immediately after the first call. I made the operational decision to contain it. To run it as a covert assessment for a potential active shooter or bomb threat scenario. We had no ID on the subject, no clear pattern beyond targeting Agent Ford. Going in loud risked public panic, a triggered device, or the subject going to ground before we could identify him. The risk calculus was mine. I had a tactical team on standby from the moment she left for the underpass. We tracked her phone, we had eyes on her at every location, discreet mobile surveillance, but we stayed back to avoid spooking the subject into premature violence against her or any potential hostage." He paused, his jaw tightening visibly. "The operational risk, and any failure in that judgment, is mine." She was following my directive to maintain the ruse and keep him engaged. Katie kept her face neutral, a mask of exhausted compliance, her eyes on the scratched surface of the table. Inside, the gratitude was a private flame, warming a cold core of shame. Kirkland was lying. Beautifully, professionally lying. He was throwing his own career, his reputation for by-the-book caution, into the gap between her rogue, desperate, solitary run and bureau protocol, building a plausible, operational framework around it. He was giving her an alibi made of his own credibility. Vance leaned back slowly in his chair, the cheap plastic creaking under his weight. He studied Kirkland for a long moment, his eyes narrowed, then let out a slow breath, some of the rigid tension leaving his shoulders. "That tracks," he said finally, tapping the folder with a blunt finger. "Tracks with the confession, what's left of it." Harvey Whitmore, one of our senior consultant psychoanalysts for 20 years, contracted to provide offender analysis for HRT and behavioral analysis. His own application to become a field agent was rejected 15 years ago. Committee cited theoretical rigidity and lack of operational temperament, he snapped. Quietly. Been counseling our monsters ever since, listening to them, studying them, and apparently learning from them. Calvin Calloway groomed him for this. Whitmore visited him 13 times at Supermax under the guise of research interviews. Calloway planted the seed, gave him a purpose, a target. Made him feel special. Gave him a game to play. "The bomb?" Kirkland asked, his voice still flat. "The UN building garage." "Disarmed 15 minutes ago," Vance said. "A crude pressure cooker, device wired to a garage door opener." It was exactly where Whitmore's riddles suggested. A final "screw you" to the international community, he told the medic before he lost consciousness. Wanted to show that even the mighty could be touched. Vance's phone chimed softly on the table. He glanced at the screen, his lips thinning. Forensics confirmation just in. His prints are on components from the Suitland Garden scene and the hospital. The blue baseball cap has trace DNA matching Alexis Nesbo. Oh, it's him. It's closed. Katie drew a shaky breath, the air cold in her ravaged throat. This was the moment. The house of cards she'd been living in, the secret that had festered since Mark's death, was fully exposed. There was no hiding now. "Sir, about Mark Balzano, the abuse. The statement I gave after his death. I lied. I covered for him. I broke protocol. I committed a felony to protect the reputation of a man who," her voice failed for a second, "who didn't deserve it." "We know," Vance said, his voice losing some of its prosecutorial edge, becoming almost weary. "You're cleared. Nina Shaw dug up enough to corroborate the pattern for you. Hospital records from when he was a kid, witness statements from old neighbors about the father. She's a bulldog when she's on a scent. She's at King Memorial, by the way. Got herself into a scrap with Calloway. He got away, but she's alive. 2 cracked ribs, a concussion, and more bruises than a ripe peach, but alive. Stubbornly, annoyingly alive." The relief was a physical force, a sudden liquefaction of the steel rod that had been holding her spine erect since the carnival, since she'd stood over Todd's body. She slumped forward slightly, her elbows hitting the table with a dull thud, a long, silent exhale leaving her body. Her hands, resting on the cool metal, began to tremble, a fine vibration she couldn't stop. Nina was okay. The world, which had narrowed to a single, burning point of vengeance and survival, suddenly expanded again, letting in air and light and the mundane reality of a friend in a hospital bed. It was almost too much to feel. "Get out of here," Vance said, pushing himself to his feet with a grunt that spoke of his own long night. He gathered the folder, tucking it under his arm. "And Ford," he paused at the door, his hand on the knob, looking back at her. The director was there in his eyes, the hard authority, but something else, too, something resembling exhausted sympathy, the look of a man who has seen too many good agents break. "Take your suspension and actually rest this time. See a doctor." Let the burns heal. That's an order. Kirkland, walk her out. The lobby of the J. Edgar Hoover building was a vast, echoing space even at 4 in the morning. The marble floors gleamed under the harsh, unforgiving lights, and the great seal of the FBI seemed to watch from the far wall, a silent judge. Katie walked beside Kirkland, her steps slow and deliberate, each one an effort. The blanket was gone, replaced by a borrowed FBI windbreaker that was too big for her, the sleeves covering her bandaged hands. It smelled of generic detergent and the vague, metallic scent of the evidence locker it had probably come from. As they approached the security turnstiles, the click-clack of their footsteps the only sound, a side elevator dinged softly. The doors slid open. 2 uniformed police officers, their posture all business, marched out, flanking a frail, long-haired old man in handcuffs. Victor Stone. He shuffled, his head down, his posture one of utter defeat, shoulders curled inward. The garish collector of nightmares, the curator of pain, was reduced to a frail old man in cuffs, his garish Hawaiian shirt looking absurd and sad under the bright lights. One of the officers carried a large, sealed evidence bag containing what looked like several small, carefully wrapped items, his precious artifacts. Stone's gaze flicked up as he passed, drawn by their movement. His eyes, milky and tired, met Katie's for a second. There was no recognition, no malice, no defiance. Just a profound, empty weariness, the look of a man whose entire world has been catalogued, bagged, and tagged. Then he was gone, ushered out through the glass doors into the waiting night, swallowed by the system he'd fed off for years. Katie stopped by the turnstile, pulling her cracked phone from the pocket of the oversized windbreaker. The screen lit up, a web of fractures across Glenn's smiling contact photo. She typed slowly, her burned fingers clumsy and stiff on the glass. It's done. P.S. I have your cap. She hit send, the message whooshing away into the digital ether. A small thread reconnected. A tiny piece of normalcy claimed back from the chaos. The hospital room on the 7th floor of King Memorial smelled of antiseptic, floor polish, and the quiet, metallic scent of pain held barely in check. The lights were dimmed, the only illumination a soft glow from a wall fixture behind the bed, and the intermittent green blink of a silent heart monitor tracing a steady, reassuring line. The room was cool, the air still and recycled. Nina Shaw looked smaller in the hospital bed, swallowed by the starch-white sheets and pale blue blankets. Her usual sharp, kinetic energy was absent, leaving her form still and diminished against the pillows. Her dark hair was fanned out, tangled slightly, and a white bandage was taped to her temple. One eye was swollen nearly shut, the skin around it a brutal palette of purples, yellows, and deep red. Her hands, resting on top of the blanket, were scraped and bruised, the knuckles swollen. Katie stood in the doorway for a long moment, just watching the slow, steady rise and fall of the blankets over Nina's chest. Then she stepped inside, the door sighing shut behind her with a hydraulic hiss. Nina's good eye opened. It was bloodshot but alert. It tracked Katie as she approached the bed, taking in the bandages on her face, the borrowed jacket that drowned her, the general air of having been through a woodchipper and hastily reassembled. "You look terrible," Katie said, her voice still a dry rasp. She reached out, her fingers gently avoiding the bandages on Nina's face, and squeezed Nina's uninjured hand where it lay on the blanket. The skin was warm, the bones and tendons familiar and solid under her touch. A ghost of a smile touched Nina's cracked lips, a fleeting thing. "You're one to talk, Smokey." She extracted her hand slowly, wincing as the movement pulled at the muscles around her cracked ribs. She gestured vaguely, weakly, at Katie's appearance. House fire become part of your new fitness routine. Extreme home makeover, FBI edition. Something like that. Katie pulled a visitor's chair closer, the legs scraping softly on the linoleum floor. She sat, the exhaustion settling deep into her bones. What happened? Nina's good eye fixed on the acoustic ceiling tiles, as if reading the story written there. I found his lair. The old carnival grounds, underneath the rotting stage. He'd been living down there in the dark, like a rat in the walls. We fought, she brought a hand up, touching the bandage on her head with careful, probing fingers. I had him. I put a round in his chest. Saw the impact. Saw the blood bloom on his shirt. He fell back into a hole in the wall. A tunnel, I think, pre-dug. I was in a cage. He'd planned it all. The whole thing was a trap to get me there, to that specific spot, to show me he could put me in a box. Her voice was flat, drained of its usual driving intensity, laced with a frustration that was almost tangible in the quiet room. He's still vanished. Like a ghost. Just a blood trail leading into the earth. My bullet in him, and he just left. Damn it, Katie whispered, the words heavy with shared failure. But we've stirred the hornet's nest, Nina said, turning her head slightly on the pillow to look at Katie. A spark of the old fire glinted in her good eye, a stubborn ember. He wanted me to find him. His ego, his need for the grand gesture, it left a trail a mile wide. That trail led the evidence recovery team right to a seaside cabin in Maryland. Belonged to that collector, Stone. The knife from your kitchen was there, displayed in a glass case like a trophy. A gift from Calvin to his morbid pen pal. That's what cleared you. Direct physical evidence placing the murder weapon far from you, in the possession of a man directly linked to Calloway. It broke the chain they were trying to wrap around you. Katie nodded toward the door. I think I just saw that collector in cuffs in the Hoover lobby. Looked like someone emptied out his museum. Good. Nina's expression turned grave, the momentary spark fading behind a curtain of pain and grim assessment. Listen to me. It was a game before. A twisted, sadistic game with Whitmore as his puppet master, or his puppet, I'm not sure which. Now Calloway's wounded. He's exposed. He knows we're closing in, that his plaything is broken. He won't be playful anymore. He won't send riddles. He'll be pure, focused lethal intent. We need to disappear for a while. Let the heat die down, let the manhunt widen without us as bright, shiny targets. He knows you're here, Katie said, her gaze sweeping the room. The single door, the large window overlooking the distant glow of the city lights, the vulnerability of it all. This is a box with a glass wall. You're a target lying in a bed, hooked to monitors. It's the worst possible place. Nina's hand slid under the blanket, patting the side of the mattress. A hard, rectangular shape was visible through the thin material. I've got my piece right here. And I've got a cop outside the door who thinks he's guarding a material witness from a gang shooting. He's bored, but he's armed. She fixed Katie with a stern look. You need to go. Don't come back here. I'll call you when I'm mobile, when I can breathe without feeling like I'm being stabbed. You lay low. Go to a hotel, pay cash. Don't use your cards. Let the net close around him. Zand Calloway. Nina's jaw tightened. The monitors beeped their steady, indifferent rhythm. He's out there. Wounded. Angry. But alive. The blood trail at the wastelands went cold at the perimeter fence. K9 unit lost the scent at a drainage culvert half a mile east. He had a vehicle staged. So he planned for failure. He always does. That's what makes him what he is. Nina closed her eyes briefly, the pain medication pulling at her. We shook his tree, Katie. Hard. He'll make a mistake now. Wounded animals always do. Katie squeezed her partner's hand one final time and stood. They'll find him. I know you will. But not tonight. Tonight you rest. That's an order from your senior partner, not a suggestion. Katie managed a thin smile. Since when do I follow orders? Since never. Get out of here before I call the nurse. Katie left the room, the cold air of the hallway a shock after the cloistered warmth. She nodded at the uniformed officer by the door and walked down the long, silent corridor, the squeak of her shoes on the waxed floor the only sound. Calvin Calloway had infiltrated the bureau through Harvey Whitmore. He had infiltrated the prison system, turning a consultant into a disciple. He had moved through hospitals, selecting his victims from their vulnerable populations. A nurse, a janitor, a cop, anyone could be a weapon. Nina was in a hospital bed with a glass wall, and Calloway had already proven he could see through walls. If Nina was sidelined, the duty fell to her. The man who had orchestrated her ruin, who had used a puppet to threaten everything she held dear, was still breathing. He was a vortex of destruction that needed to be stopped. She had hunted Harvey Whitmore alone, driven by desperation and a need to end the game. Calvin Calloway was just another predator. Smarter, more dangerous, but a predator nonetheless. The rules were different now. No game. No taunts. No puzzles. Just the hunt. She pushed through the hospital's main doors into the night. The air was cool and clean, washing away the last traces of smoke and antiseptic. The city sprawled before her, a map of light and shadow. Somewhere in those shadows, he was licking his wounds. Somewhere, he was planning his next move. She stood on the steps, a solitary figure in a borrowed jacket, her face bandaged, her body aching. A new resolve crystallized within her, hard and cold and clear as diamond. It settled in her bones, quieting the tremors, focusing the exhaustion into a single, sharp point. Tomorrow, the real hunt began. This concludes the audiobook recording of Gamer by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Sky. We hope you enjoyed this audiobook. Visit bookempathy.com for free books daily. Thank you for listening to this free full-length audiobook recording. Please support the author by buying a copy of the book and by subscribing to the BookEmpathy channel here on YouTube.
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of that audiobook. Again, please consider subscribing to the channel Book Empathy on YouTube so that you can keep listening to my audiobooks free of charge. And do consider buying a copy of this book to support the author. Thank you.